Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. I'm in 4th Division. Draw sword and become stronger. Chapter 61. Asaba was originally 17 years old, with a handsome face and a handsome young man. At this time, he really had a beard on his face. If it weren't for the fat man who was clear, he would definitely be regarded as a wretched uncle. Asaba and Unohana Retsu spent years in Boundary. I don't know what the situation is now. You wait here first, I'll find someone to ask. Unohana Retsu said a shunpo and disappeared beside Asaba. After a few minutes, Unohana Retsu returned to Asaba. It's 4 a.m. and Rukia Kuchiki will be executed at noon tomorrow. Only then did Asaba realize that he and Unohana Retsu were in the realm of destruction. In fact, he only stayed for the equivalent of 20 or more hours in Jilingting. Jingling has been in the 20-plus hours, but in the Broken Realm, it has been several years. Should we go straight to Aizen Kuazuk now? Unohana Retsu asked. Shouted. Let's go to the Central Underground Conference Hall first. Counting the time, Aizen Sosuke should be counting Hitsugaya Toshiro. Led Hitsugaya Toshiro to the Underground Meeting Hall and wound Hitsugaya Toshiro. Asaba and Unohana Retsu on their way to the Central Underground Meeting Hall. Unohana Retsu informed Asaba of the latest news she had found out about Lingting. Except for the brigade named Kurosaki Ichigo, all the other brigades were defeated and imprisoned in the 9th Division prison. Kurosaki Ichigo had a fierce battle with 11th Division Captain Zaraki Kenpachi. Speaking of which, Kurosaki Ichigo is really good, and he was able to defeat Zaraki Kenpachi, who took off the blindfold. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo went to confession outside the palace and wanted to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, but Yoruichi showed up and took him away. Oh, Yoruichi is the former captain of the 2nd Division. She left Soul Society 110 years ago with Urahara Kazuki and others. She is a guy who cannot be underestimated. Unohana Retsu thought that Asa didn't know who Yoruichi was, so she explained. Unohana Retsu was surprised that Kurosaki Ichigo could beat Zaraki Kenpachi. However, Asaba knew that Kurosaki Ichigo at this time was not Zaraki Kenpachi's opponent. Kurosaki Ichigo was able to beat Zaraki Kenpachi because he hired Kiyoshiro to fight. This is also the first time Kurosaki Ichigo has hollowed out of his control. When Asaba and Unohana Retsu go to the Central Underground Meeting Hall, Hitsugaya Toshiro found Ichimaru Jin suspicious, and followed Ichimaru Jin with Matsumoto Rangaku. The two followed Ichimaru Jin all the way to the outside of the Central Underground Meeting Hall. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Ichimaru Jin, who ignored the rules of the stagnant court and entered the Central Underground Meeting Hall without authorization, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Ichimaru Jin really has a problem. Matsumoto Rangaku is very complicated at this time. She and Ichimaru Jin are childhood sweethearts. In Matsumoto Rangaku's heart, naturally 100 do not want Ichimaru Jin to have a problem. But what Ichimaru Jin did at this time was to slap her hard. Let's go in and see if Yin is really the murderer of Captain Aizen. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangaku, shortly after Ichimaru Jin walked into the Central Underground Meeting Hall. Asaba and Unohana Retsu also came outside the Central Underground Meeting Hall. Central Underground Conference Hall. Walked into Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangaku here and was stunned by the tragic scene here. All the people in Central 46 were beheaded. Their eyes were full of terror, and their death was tragic. Hitsugaya Toshiro frowned after examining it. They have been dead for a long time, almost a month. Matsumoto Rangaku just felt a mess in his head right now. She followed Ichimaru Jin into here, and Central 46 died tragically here. The first image that popped into Matsumoto Rangaku's mind was the scene where Ichimaru Jin wiped out Central 46. No, it's not true. Silver, come out. Come out and tell me, you didn't do this. Toshiro suddenly pulled Matsumoto Rangaku aside, then turned to look to the left. But someone attacked the two of them. When Toshiro saw the figure of the man who did it, he was shocked beyond words. Matsumoto Rangaku also saw the three people standing in the left corner. Squinting Ichimaru Jin, Aizen Sosuke with a playful expression on his glasses. The expressionless Tusen Kanami. Aizen Sosuke, aren't you dead? Isn't there a conflict between you and Ichimaru Jin? Why are you still alive and with Ichimaru Jin? Hitsugaya Toshiro questioned, but his hand pulled Zanpakuto out. Intuition tells him that he is in a very bad situation with Matsumoto Rangaku. In front of Aizen Kuyusuke and others, it is very likely that they are enemies. Silver, come here. Matsumoto Rangaku waved to Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin stood beside Aizen Sosuke and did not move, and did not respond to Matsumoto Rangaku. Silver, you have done a good job and successfully led Captain Sunbend Valley here. Then next, you and I will kill Sunbend Valley here together. As soon as Aizen's words fell, Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami shot at the same time. Matsumoto Rangaku fell to the ground with serious injuries. Although Hitsugaya Toshiro was well prepared, he could not stand the siege of the two captain-level Shinigami. Brush. When Hitsugaya Toshiro fought Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami. After Aizen Kuyusuke saw that Hitsugaya Toshiro had used the solution, Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami was unable to resolve the battle for a while. He used the black coffin, which chanted abandoned, to Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro was seriously injured and fell to the ground after being attacked by 1,000 swords in black coffin, losing his combat effectiveness. Sudden. The playful look on Aizen Sosuke's face froze, and he turned to look at the gate. It was Asaba and Unohana Retsu who walked in. Unohana Retsu a Shunpo disappeared in place. When she reappeared with Asaba, it was with Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangaku. As expected of the first-generation Kenpachi, Aizen Kuyusuke compliments Unohana Retsu's Shunpo. Unohana Retsu snorted and started using Kaido to heal Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangaku. Captain Usohana, be careful, Captain Aizen, they are all enemies. Unohana Retsu said. Toshiro, you are too injured, so stop talking. As for Aizen Kuyusuke, Asaba and I both know. Aizen Kuyusuke stared at Asaba, then said. Asaba, have you forgotten what I said to you when you were kicked out of Yulingting? Aizen Kuyusuke once said to Asaba. If Asaba reappears in Yulingting, he will kill Asaba. Captain Aizen, it's not easy to kill me if you want to. Asaba was not afraid at all. Aizen Sosuke laughed. Asaba, you are a truly talented genius. If I remember correctly, your Reiatsu was barely perceptible 2 months ago. At this time, your Reiatsu has reached the level of a captain. But do you think you can ignore me in this way? Aizen Sosuke pointed to Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was lying on the side, covered in blood, being treated by Unohana Retsu. Asaba, that's your fate. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was being treated by Unohana Retsu, felt a surge of blood and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Asaba slowly pulled out Zanpakuto, the tip of the knife pointed at Aizen Sosuke. Aizen, stop talking nonsense, fight me. Ha ha ha, alright, I'll fight you. Aizen Sosuke said and looked at Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami. Silver, yes, Captain Usohana will be handed over to the two of you, and I'll play with Asaba. Ichimaru Jin nodded, but Tusen Kanami was holding Suzumushi and directly attacked Unohana Retsu. Faced with Aizen Sosuke, Asaba didn't care about Aizen Sosuke, he just used the solution. Bankai, White Tiger. Aizen Sosuke's expression froze. Asaba actually master understands. And, isn't Asaba Zanpakuto a blue dragon? Why did he become a white tiger again? The name may change after the reconciliation of Shinigami's Zanpakuto Shikai. But that's just some specific name changes. Blue dragon and white tiger are obviously two different names. Qinglong, Suzaku, White Tiger, and Xuanwu are not only titles that are unique to the East. In the Shinigami world, there is also this concept. The 4 gates of Qinlingting are named after Qinglong, Suzaku, Baihu and Xuanwu respectively. Of course, Xielingting's 4 gates did not directly use the titles of Qinglong. Instead, a metaphorical title is used. For example, the White Tiger guards the west, and the representative color is white. Therefore, the west gate of Qinlingting is called Beidamen. For example, Suzaku guards the south, and the representative color is red. Therefore, the southern gate of Tillingting is called Zuwamen. After a simple explanation of the White Tiger, Reiatsu immediately improved by 10 times. Aizen Sosuke senses that Asaba is now infinitely close to Super Captain's Reiatsu. Looking at Asaba's morphological changes at this time, he knew that Asaba was indeed the master. Accompanied by a roar of tigers resounding through the central underground conference hall. Behind Asaba, there appeared a huge white tiger phantom standing. The Zanpakuto in the shallow hand also increased tenfold, turning into a machete-like shape all over white. After Asaba solved the white tiger, he immediately used the exclusive skill of the white tiger, the field of wind. After the solution, the ability of the wind field has also been evolved. In the wind field, Asaba can not only master the wind of ultimate, but also decipher the false. The so-called exploration of falsehoods is to ignore all falsehoods. Everything you see in the wind field is true. That is to say, no matter how powerful Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu is. After Asaba got rid of the white tiger and opened the wind field, it became useless. The effect of debunking the false and deceiving is not only valid for Asaba, but all people in the wind domain can deceive the delusion. The reason why Asaba and Unohana left the realm of destruction in advance is because Master Asaba can decipher Aizen's way of Kyoka Suigetsu. Really good Zanpakuto. Aizen Sosuke was surprised, but he didn't take Asaba seriously. Even without the fusion of Hogyoku, Aizen Sosuke without liberating Zanpakuto, Reiatsu is super captain level. Aizen Sosuke's Reiatsu is still above Asaba. And Aizen Kuyusuke also has other means, such as the powerful Kido, Shunpo, etc. These are things that Asaba cannot. Holding the white tiger behind Bankai in both hands, Asaba slashed towards Aizen Sosuke out of thin air. A sword that was several meters wide immediately slashed towards Aizen Sosuke. Almost instantly, Jianya was in front of Aizen Kyuji. The powerful sword pressure put a lot of pressure on Matsumoto Rengoku, who was lying on the side. She never imagined that Asaba was a newcomer who had just graduated from the True Spirit Academy. Not only did the master understand it, but he also possessed the power to make her heart palpitate. When Asaba took on Aizen Kuyusuke, Unohana Retsu also took on Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin. Wait, Aizen Sosuke and a Shunpo disappeared in place, dodging Asaba's sword-pressing slash. When Aizen Sosuke appeared again, he came to Asaba. Kyoka Suigetsu didn't know when he pulled it out and held it in his hand. Brush. Aizen Kuyusuke holds Kyoka Suigetsu at Asaba's neck. The action is smooth and clean. But Aizen Sosuke's eyes soon showed a bit of surprise. But it was Yi who took a step to the left in advance when Aizen Sosuke appeared in front of Asahi. When Aizen Sosuke swings his sword towards Asaba's neck, Asaba had come to Aizen Sosuke's left, and slashed at the stunned Aizen Sosuke. In the field of wind, in addition to the investigation and devastation, it also allows Asaba to sense the opponent's actions in advance by sensing the wind. Aizen Sosuke hurriedly used Shunpo. This time, Aizen Sosuke appeared behind Asaba. But before Aizen Sosuke's figure was fully revealed, the white tiger in Asaba's hand, which had grown 10 times larger, had already slashed at him with his backhand. Aizen Sosuke hurriedly dodged backwards, dodging Asaba's attack. I see, you can predict my attack. As expected of Aizen Sosuke, it was just 2 moves, and he saw something strange. The 90 of Hado, Black Coffin. Aizen Sosuke used Kido to chant Abandoned. Asaba sensed in advance that Aizen Sosuke would attack him with Black Coffin. At the moment when the huge black cube appeared around Asaba, the white tiger that Asaba swung ahead of time has already slashed on it one after another. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. After Asaba swung several knives out of thin air, Black Coffin fully appeared. As soon as Black Coffin appeared, he couldn't bear the several slashes of Asaba holding the white tiger, and it turned into black energy and dissipated. When Shallow uses white tiger to attack, it can continuously reduce the target's defense. Black Coffin is a Kido of the 90th serial though. However, Aizen Sosuke is used for chanting and can only exert 1/3 of its power. Therefore, even if Aizen Sosuke chanted the Black Coffin that he had discarded, he was constantly defeated by the white tiger. He was finally slashed by Asaba. But Aizen Sosuke seems to have known for a long time that the Black Coffin, who chanted the renunciation, was not able to defeat Asaba. At the same time that he used the chant to break the Black Coffin, he started chant. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the ability to build momentum is not arrogant, long. The tide, negation, paralysis. For a moment, it hinders long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that keeps on mutilating herself. Combination, rebound, extend to the ground and know your own powerlessness. This is the complete chant of Black Coffin. Asaba just smashed the black coffin that Aizen Sosuke chanted and used. Another black coffin fell, trapping Asaba in it. This is the black gun that Aizen Sosuke used to chant completely, and it is 3 times more powerful than the black coffin that Aizen Sosuke used to chant. After black coffin covered Asaba, 1,000 swords suddenly stabbed black coffin. The people in black coffin have no way to hide, and can only withstand the attack of thousands of swords. Although Asaba could sense Aizen Sosuke's attack in advance, he was still hit. Asaba's current strength still can't keep up with the perception after opening the wind field after the solution. This is the difference in strength. Therefore, Asaba also used his whole cards. The moment Asaba covers Aizen Sosuke after he completely chants black coffin. System, help me unload the Reiatsu loaders. Reiatsu loaders removed successfully. Reiatsu weight loaders are invalid and can no longer be used. Reiatsu absorbed by the Reiatsu loaders, all return to the host, close corner bracket. Boom. After removing the Reiatsu loaders, Asaba's Reiatsu skyrocketed. Super Captain level. Asaba's Reiatsu continues to climb after reaching the threshold of super level. Top Super Captain level. At this time, Asaba's Reiatsu was already above Aizen Sosuke. At the moment when thousands of swords attacked black coffin, Asaba swung a knife. Brush. A knife. Asaba slashed the black coffin that Aizen Sosuke completely chanted with just one strike. Aizen Sosuke sensed Asaba's Reiatsu at this moment, and his eyes finally showed shock. Unohana Retsu, who was still worried about Asaba, is finally relieved, and she no longer cares about the battle between Asaba and Aizen Sosuke. After Unohana Retsu was no longer distracted, he suppressed Ichimaru Jintusen Kanami, who had joined forces with Zanpakuto before he could free Zanpakuto. This is the true power of Unohana Retsu. Matsumoto Rangaku and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who were still seriously injured at this time, were interrupted by treatment. He could only lie on the ground and watch Yi and the others fight. Matsumoto Rangaku focuses on Ichimaru Jin's fight with Unohana Retsu. She is conflicted now. She didn't want Unohana Retsu to be defeated, nor Ichimaru Jin to lose. Hitsugaya Toshiro is watching the battle between Asaba and Aizen Sosuke. He never expected that he would see it in the first team conference room a month ago. Reiatsu is nothing but Asaba with 7 seats in the squad. At this time, he has Reiatsu who is stronger than him. Hitsugaya Toshiro was seriously injured by Black Coffin, who was sung by Aizen Kuyusuke. The power of Aizen Sosuke Black Coffin, Hitsugaya Toshiro knew very well. At this moment, Asaba easily cracked the Black Coffin that Aizen Sosuke used to chant completely. How can Hitsugaya Toshiro not be shocked? Asaba, I didn't expect you to have a backer. You really are an opponent worth looking forward to. But you're too young to hide your edge. At this time, you are not my opponent. Aizen Kuyusuke said, holding Kyoka Suigetsu with his backhand, with the tip of the knife pointing down. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. After Aizen Kuyusuke liberated Kyoka Suigetsu, Reiatsu more than doubled. At this time, Aizen Sosuke's Reiatsu level was once again above Asaba. After Aizen Kokuyusuke liberates Kyoka Suigetsu, he immediately uses Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to perform hypnosis on Asaba. But, what makes Aizen Sosuke different is that he finds out that Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities are ineffective against Asaba. Aizen Sosuke tried again hypnosis Matsumoto Rangaku et al. He found that still ineffective. Captain Aizen, haven't you found out yet? After I solved it, I started a network field. Aizen suddenly realized after being stunned for a few seconds. I see. The reason why you can predict my attack is what you call the ability of the wind domain. Although I don't know what effect your wind field has, I think it should be able to predict the opponent's attack and resist negative abilities, right? Kyoka Suigetsu does count as a negative ability. Therefore, Aizen Kuyusuke understands it correctly. Captain Aizen, your Kyoka Suigetsu ability is strong. However, in my network domain, it is useless. Asaba didn't tell Aizen Sosuke, though, the true abilities of the wind field. But he also told Aizen Sosuke directly about his Kyoka Suigetsu abilities. In the wind field, there is no effect. Your Reiatsu has disappeared in the Yuling court since the early hours of the morning. Look again, the way you are now, shouldn't you be going to the boundary realm to cultivate? Asaba was slightly surprised. Aizen Sosuke guessed right. As expected of Captain Aizen. The reason why Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu Li Nuo Jiao is powerful is because of that weird Kido type ability. At this moment, after Aizen Sosuke's ability to purify the water moon was cracked by the Asaba wind domain, it also seemed ordinary. Asaba spread out and attacked Aizen Sosuke. The battle between the two became more intense. The battle between Unohana Retsu and Ichimaru Jin and others has also entered a white-hot stage. Naturally, the battle that took place in the Central Underground Meeting Hall quickly caught the attention of the rest of Shinigami. For example, Katetsu Azane, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, rushed over here immediately after sensing Unohana Retsu's battle Reiatsu. Actually, now there are many battles in the entire Jingling Court. For example, talking about the outskirts of Lingting. Above the secret underground base she built with Urahara Kazuki when Yoruichi was the captain of the 2nd Division. Yoruichi, who has been transformed into a human form, is fighting fiercely with the broken bee that opened the moment. Naeyang in the underground base. Kurosaki Ichigo is using the god-turning body to practice the solution. When Yoruichi shows up and takes Kurosaki Ichigo away. After Bumblebee sensed Yoruichi's Reiatsu, he went all the way to find it. There is a grudge between Shoppong and Yoruichi for more than 100 years, after the two meet. Shattered Fang directly attacked Yoruichi, and the two fought fiercely while talking about the past. It is also the suburb of Jinglingting. Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki are teaming up to fight Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni. But the two of them went to Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo and wanted Yamamoto Yuanyujai Chonguo to come forward and talk to Central 46. Let Central 46 take back the sentence of Rukia Kuchiki's Sokyoku sentence. The rights to Central 46 were actually granted by Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki, two of his most promising disciples, even questioned Central 46. Isn't that questioning him Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni? Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni felt that he couldn't keep his face, so he decided to teach Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki a lesson. These fights should never have happened. It's all because of the emergence of Asaba, the transmigrator, that caused the butterfly effect. Boom. The Central Underground Meeting Hall finally couldn't stand the battle of Asaba and the others. Collapsed. Unohana Retsu hurriedly escaped with Matsumoto Rengaku and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami also escaped one after another. Asaba and Aizen Sosuke turned a deaf ear, still fighting inside. But all the buildings that fell towards the two of them were dissipated as spirits in the aftermath of the battle between the two. The buildings and streets in the Chinling Palace are all composed of spiritual children. At this moment, it turned out that Asaba and Aizen Sosuke could not bear the strength of the fight, and returned to the spiritual child. Asaba only practiced kendo with Unohana Retsu, but he didn't know about the other three skills of punching and ghosts. Aizen Sosuke's new boxing and walking ghosts are all of a very high standard. Even Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu ability is useless. Even Asaba could sense Aizen's attack in advance. At this time, the two were fighting indistinguishably, and neither could do anything to the other. At least, in a short period of time, the two cannot decide the winner. After Unohana Retsu and the others came to the outside of the Central Underground Meeting Hall, they stopped fighting involuntarily. They are all silently watching the battle in the ruins of the Central Underground Conference Hall. Battle result of Asaba and Aizen Sosuke. Both Unohana Retsu and Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami have a decisive influence. Team leader, Katetsu Azane arrived here. Captain, what the hell is going on? Yongen, you first heal Captain Hibanagu and Matsumoto Rengaku. As for what happened, I'll explain to you later. After Unohana Retsu finished speaking, she looked at Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami warily. The reason why she did not use Kaido to treat Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rengaku. Naturally, she was afraid that Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami took the opportunity to attack her. Now, Katetsu Azane is here, just in time to treat the two seriously injured. With her Unohana Retsu around, she wouldn't let Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami affect Katetsu Azane's healing. Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami. We already know about Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy. Are you two sure you're going to follow Aizen Sosuke obsessively? If you two wake up now, I can still plead for you two in front of the captain. In front of the Confession Palace, Byakuya Kuchiki, who has been guarding here, looks in the direction of the central underground meeting hall from a distance. He had already sensed the battle over there. Byakuya Kuchiki could not wait to rush over to help immediately. However, Rukia Kuchiki is still in the Shrine of Sins. Then to help Asaba and Unohana Retsu against Aizen Sosuke and others. CGED. Byakuya Kuchiki has a more important mission, protecting Rukia Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki. This is not just to stop Aizen Sosuke and others from getting close to Rukia Kuchiki. He's here, more than that, to protect Rukia Kuchiki. Brother, what happened outside? Rukia Kuchiki has not restored the Reiatsu yet, but the Shrine of Sins is one of the tallest buildings in Jingling Court. The big movement in the Central Underground Conference Hall naturally caught her attention. Faced with Rukia Kuchiki's question, Byakuya Kuchiki opened his mouth to speak. The relationship between Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia Kuchiki is still very stiff. Byakuya Kuchiki hasn't told Rukia about Kuchiki Hygiena. Rukia Kuchiki felt disappointed when Byakuya Kuchiki ignored her. She thought that Byakuya Kuchiki was guarding outside the shrine to stop Kurosaki Ichigo from saving her. Yesterday, Kurosaki Ichigo went outside the Shrine of Penance. So Rukia Kuchiki already know Kurosaki Ichigo at all. In order to save her, he invaded Tillington. Suddenly, a spiritual net appeared in the air. The spirit net kept dividing the spirit lines and found Shinigami in the stagnant spirit court. The Shinigami in the Lingling Palace all looked up at the spiritual net in the air. They knew that it was someone who used the 77th Bakudo Tianting Kongluo. The purpose, of course, is to convey information to them. Everyone listen. I'm Katetsu Azane, the vice captain of the 4th Division. The 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke is still alive. Aizen Sosuke, along with Division 3 Captain Ichimaru Jin and Division 7 Captain Tusen Konami, plotted a conspiracy. They have been plotting for a long time to capture the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki. What I said above is true. Central 46 has been obliterated by Aizen and others, Captain Hitsugaya and Deputy Captain Matsumoto Rengaku, and was also seriously injured by Aizen Sosuke and others. At this time, Captain Unohana is fighting with Aizen and the others. Please come to the Central Underground Conference Hall for support immediately upon receipt of the news. Katetsu Azane. After stabilizing Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rengaku's injuries. At the behest of Unohana Retsu, Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy was revealed to the public using the Sky Ting Kong Luo. Seeing this, Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Konami naturally did not hesitate and went all out to attack Unohana Retsu. The captains and vice-captains of the various divisions of Yulingting received a voice transmission from Katetsu Azane. All their expressions changed, and they hurried to the Central Underground Conference Hall. Bumblebee, you believe me now. I'm not a traitor to the Soul Society. Aizen Sosuke is Isshin who wants to harm the Soul Society. Shattered Front stopped. After giving Yoruichi a meaningful look, she rushed towards the Central Underground Meeting Hall with all her strength. Yoruichi also needs to take care of Kurosaki Ichigo, who is learning the solution using the God-turning body. I didn't expect Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy to be exposed so quickly. Yoruichi senses the fierce battle that is going on in the city of Jingalingjung in the Central Underground Meeting Hall. A look of shock appeared on Yoruichi's face. This is Asaba's Reiatsu. When did Asaba's Reiatsu become so strong? When Asaba invaded Jingalingting with us, he said he would go to Aizen Sosuke to settle the account. Could it be that Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy was exposed so quickly, and it has something to do with Asaba? What Yoruichi didn't know was that her guess was not wrong. Yoruichi originally thought Asaba was just a minor supporting role who helped her and Urahara Kazuki's plans. Never thought that she herself had not influenced Aizen Sosuke's plan, but Asaba did. The other side, Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki, who were fighting against the chief captain Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, also stopped. Old man, you heard it. I thought Central 46's verdict against Rukia Kuchiki was very strange. It turned out that Central 46 had already been wiped out by Aizen. The orders issued by Central 46 are actually Aizen's wishes. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni looked gloomy and did not respond to Kiiraku Shunsui. Using Shunpo, he rushed towards the Central Underground Conference Hall with all his strength. Kiiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki looked at each other and followed. Central Underground Conference Hall. The battle between Asaba and Aizen Sosuke has already heated up, but there is no way to tell the winner. Aizen Kuyusuke felt that the powerful Reiatsu was approaching here, and his heart had already given birth to retreat. Asaba, I underestimated you. Aizen Sosuke and Asaba distanced themselves and moved towards Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin. He knew that he lost this time. If you want to capture Hogyoku, you can only look for opportunities later. What he has to do now is to leave Soul Society and save himself. Yes, Silver, come here. Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin immediately got rid of the fight with Unohana Retsu and went to Aizen Sosuke's side. The battle is over. Build. Yo. Figures continue to fall, and each figure has a powerful Reiatsu. It was the Shinigami captain and vice captains who arrived. Aizen Sosuke, Ichimaru Jin, and Tusen Kanami were immediately surrounded by a group of Shinigami captains. The group of Shinigami captains, looking at Aizen Sosuke who was still alive, remembered the words of Katetsu Azane's voice transmission. Even if they didn't know what was going on, they knew that Aizen Sosuke was the enemy. After Hinamori Momo arrives, walk towards Aizen Sosuke. Captain Aizen, what the hell is going on? Didn't you already be killed by Ichimaru Jin? Why are you still alive and with Ichimaru Jin? Hinamori Momo kept walking towards Aizen Sosuke. Peach, come back soon. Don't you understand yet? Aizen deceived you, deceived us all. He is now the enemy of our Soul Society. Hitsugaya Toshiro, whose injuries were stabilized, shouted anxiously at Hinamori Momo. He wanted to stop Hinamori Momo, but was hurt too badly. As soon as he moved, he pulled the wound and fell to the ground. Ragu, don't get excited. Unohana immediately treated Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hinamori Momo has already come to Aizen Sosuke. She asked with red eyes. Captain Aizen, tell them quickly. Tell them it's all a misunderstanding. You must be suffering from something, right? Hinamori Momo looked at Asaba who was standing not far away, his face full of anger. Asaba, it's all because of you. Captain Aizen must be because of you. You must be resentful towards Captain Aizen for helping Naoko, right? She looked at Hinamori Momo like an idiot. This little girl is helpless. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Hinamori Momo's eyes, full of distress. Aizen, I must kill you. This is the first time Hitsugaya Toshiro has such murderous intent on a person. Puff. Hinamori Momo looked down. The bright blade pierced her heart, blood dripping from the blade. Hinamori Momo's eyes were full of disbelief that the knife was Kyoka Suigetsu. Why would Aizen Sosuke do this to her? Peach. Aizen Sosuke slowly pulls Kyoka Suigetsu out of Hinamori Momo's body. How sad. It's not that I intentionally showed a good impression of you to take advantage of you, I didn't expect you to trust me so much. I should have left with you, but you are too slow. You don't deserve to be by my side. Hinamori Momo turned to look at Aizen Kuyusuke, her eyes were still full of disbelief. Even if Aizen Sosuke personally stabbed her, even if Aizen Sosuke himself said that he was just using her, Hinamori Momo still felt that Aizen Sosuke was not such a person, and she was unwilling to accept this reality. However, no matter how unwilling she is to accept this reality, it is useless. Her vision gradually blurred, and she fell to the ground with a bang. Peach. Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't take care of the injury, and a shunpo picked up Hinamori Momo. Then, Hitsugaya Toshiro is another shunpo back to Unohana Lai. Hitsugaya Toshiro sensed the passing Reiatsu of Hinamori Momo and said eagerly. Captain Ujiwa, I beg you, save Dao. In fact, without Hitsugaya Toshiro saying more, Unohana Retsu will also do his best to save Hinamori Momo. At this time, a Reiatsu, who was terrified by everyone present, fell. But it was Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, who was originally in the suburbs, and arrived with a gloomy face. After Yamamoto Yuanyuzai Shigekuni arrived, the captains such as Kiraku Shunsui also fell one after another. Aizen Sosuke, give me an explanation. After Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni arrived, he immediately shouted at Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Kuyusuke took off his glasses and brushed his hair back. Captain, there will be an expiry later. However, it won't be long before I return to Soul Society again. A golden light fell from the sky, but it was Manos Grande who opened the space in the sky and appeared. Manos Grande began to drop golden light to receive Aizen Sosuke and others. This golden light is called negation. When the negation falls, a special space isolated from the outside world is formed inside the negation. Even the captain, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, could not hurt Aizen Sosuke and others in negation. All I could do was watch Aizen Kuyusuke and the others leave under the guidance of Manos Grande. Aizen, have you fallen to the point of joining forces with Manos Grande? Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni sighed. Aizen Sosuke ignored Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, but looked at Asaba. Asaba, my plan will fail this time. The biggest mistake I made was to underestimate you. Asaba, I won't underestimate you again when we meet next time. Strive to become stronger, or you will be killed by me next time. Asaba released the Bankai state and put Zanpakuto in the scabbard. Aizen, the next time you and I meet, it's uncertain who will die. If Aizen Sosuke got Hogyoku, Asaba might still be afraid of Aizen Sosuke. Now, Aizen Sosuke's plan was exposed in advance by Asaba, and he had to flee to Haweko Mundo under Manos Grande's lead. Now, Aizen Sosuke without Hogyoku is on par with Asaba. Asaba can draw a sword and become stronger. Asaba is confident that the next time he meets Aizen Kusuke, he has the strength to kill Aizen Kusuke. Ichimaru Jin stepped on and looked at Matsumoto Rengoku, who was lying on the ground and being treated by Katetsu Azane. His heart ached, but he couldn't express his emotions. After staring at Matsumoto Rengoku for a while, he looked at Asaba and gave Asaba a free look. He couldn't explain anything now, and he didn't know why, and he felt that Asaba could understand what he meant. Ichimaru Jin wants Asaba to help him take care of Matsumoto Rengoku. To Ichimaru Jin's relief, Asaba nodded at him, then looked at Matsumoto Rengoku. Ichimaru Jin knew that Asaba read his eyes. The leader of the 7th Division, Paimura Sajin, roared at Tusen Kanami, who followed Aizen Sosuke away. Tusen, come down quickly. Have you forgotten the oath you made to me? Tusen, don't you want to pursue the justice and light of the future with me? Tusen Kanami said, Pa Village, I have not forgotten my original vows. I've also been looking for justice and light. But I also see clearly that I want to build a world that is truly full of justice and light in the future. You can't do it without your own strength. My current strength is far from enough to build such a future world. So, what I need to do now is not to pursue the justice and light of the Void Yarn, but to pursue stronger power. Komamura Sajin shouted. Tusen, don't you even want principles for power? Do you know what your current behavior is? You are teaming up with Dashu. Shinigami's ultimate life, isn't it just to fight the virtual? Tusen Kanami did not respond to Paimura Sajin again. Because the three of Aizen Sosuke were already held by Manos Grande at this time. Then with Aizen Sosuke 3 indented into the black cavity. With the black chamber closed, the trio of Aizen Sosuke have followed Manos Grande to Haweko Mundo. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni looks towards Asaba, and the aura of the superior is pressing towards Asaba. What surprised Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni was that Asaba was only slightly moved, but he was not deterred by him. Asaba raised the Zanpakuto in Yang's hand. Captain, thank you. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni then regained his aura. An hour later, all the captains of the squad will go to the meeting room of the squad for a meeting. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni turned around and walked towards the first team. After taking a few steps, he stopped. Asaba, you are also participating. Hieraku Shunsui started the arrangement after Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni left. Hieraku Shunsui's qualifications in Jinglingting are very old, and his status is naturally high. Ujihua, the wounded will teach you. Hana Retsu didn't respond to Hieraku Shunsui, didn't even look at Hieraku Shunsui. Hieraku Shunsui said embarrassedly. Ujiwa continues to treat Toshiro and others. Broken B, immediately notify the people of Kido Academy and Spiritual Art Academy and ask them to repair the Central Underground Conference Hall. Kuritsuchi Mayuri, immediately let someone from the Technology Development Bureau verify the identity of the deceased through the previously recorded Reiatsu data. Kuchiki, be ready to appease the nobles of Xielingting at any time. Almost all of these people came from the nobles of Tilling. When those nobles learned of the Central 46 people, they were all wiped out. The family of Central 46, as well as related stakeholders, will naturally make a scene. This requires Byakuya Kuchiki, the contemporary of the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 nobles, and the captain of the 6th division of the exclusive team of nobles, Byakuya Kuchiki. The rest of the captains and vice-captains immediately make arrangements for the Shinigami of their respective divisions. There is still a young boy named Kurosaki Ichigo who is not under control, and Aizen Sosuke and others will also attack Jingalingte and Soul Society at any time. For the time being, let's do this for now. The specific matters will be arranged after the next captain's meeting is over. Central 46 consists of 40 sages and 6 inquisitors. The captains of each division acted according to Kyoraku Shunsui's arrangement. Byakuya Kuchiki took the cleaned Asaba to the Palace of Penance. After 2 months, Asaba met Rukia Kuchiki again. Rukia, we meet again. Rukia Kuchiki was stunned for a moment, then looked at Asaba in surprise. You are the boy I rescued from a false mouth when I was first dispatched to Karakura town. Why are you in Jingling Court, and with my brother? Asaba is still wearing Rukongai clothes. Rukia Kuchiki certainly can't guess. We haven't seen each other for just 2 months. Back then, the young man who had no power to fight back against the weakest and inferior, once held the 3rd seat of the 4th division. Byakuya Kuchiki said, Rukia, don't you know Asaba? Rukia Kuchiki said, I really don't know Asaba. A black line appeared on Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki's head, and they both laughed when they looked at each other. I see. Both of them understood. It was only then that Qian remembered that Rukia Kuchiki didn't know his name. Byakuya Kuchiki is Mingwu. It turns out that Rukia Kuchiki really saved Asaba, but Rukia Kuchiki doesn't know Asaba's name. Brother, what are you laughing at? Byakuya Kuchiki said. Asaba said you saved him before. I asked you at the time and you said you didn't know Asaba. I thought he was lying to me at the time. Rukia Kuchiki felt warm when she heard the words. Between Asaba and her, Byakuya Kuchiki chose to trust her. However, Rukia Kuchiki blushed immediately and bent down towards Asaba. Asaba, I'm sorry, Asaba. Dear readers, Asaba kneels for support for the First Order. Asaba waved his hand and said, It's not your fault, it's my own negligence. Rukia Kuchiki raised her head and looked at Yi suspiciously. Asaba, before I save you, we haven't seen it before. How did you know my name? How did you know the relationship between me and my brother? Asami Byakuya Kuchiki also looked at him and hurriedly said, I also learned about it by accident. Byakuya Kuchiki hesitated when he asked how Asaba knew about the Aizen Sosuke conspiracy. Asaba also said that he learned about it by accident. If you think about it, it's impossible. Only then did Byakuya Kuchiki know that Asaba had a secret that he didn't even know about. By the way, what happened outside? Rukia Kuchiki asked. Byakuya Kuchiki said things briefly. Rukia, you were sentenced to Sokyoku before. It was Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy. But you gave the power of Shinigami to people in this world without authorization. It's a fact that you committed a first-degree felony of the Soul Society. Although you don't need to be punished now. To be sentenced to Sokyoku, you need to repent for 1 month in the Palace of Sin. Rukia Kuchiki was already ready to die, but now she knows that she doesn't need to die. Tears rolled down her face uncontrollably, making Byakuya Kuchiki on the side look distressed. Shallow said, Captain Kuchiki, some things are actually better to say. Rukia has grown up. Asaba finished speaking and left. Byakuya Kuchiki felt that Asaba was right and told Rukia Kuchiki the truth about his adoption. After an hour, except for Aizen Kuyusuke and others who have fled to Haweko Mundo, all squad leaders of Chinling Court. They all came to the first team meeting room. The captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni sat in the first place, his face was indescribably gloomy. The rest of the captains were sitting in their own positions. At the gesture of Asaba Unohana Retsu, she sat down where Aizen Sosuke had been. The atmosphere in the conference room was a little gloomy. Aizen Sosuke, Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami, 3 captains defected. For Xiao Lingting, it was another huge blow after the incident of Hiriko Shinji and others. After a long time, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni spoke in a deep voice. Asaba, Xiao Lingting made you wrong before. Asaba said. It's all Aizen Sosuke's calculations, and it has nothing to do with you Lingting. Asaba, I am ashamed that you have such an appetite at such a young age. Asaba's contribution to being able to expose Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy this time and make his plan fail. Asaba's Reiatsu has reached the level of a captain, and the master understands. I personally recommend Asaba to be the team captain. Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni personally recommended Asaba as the team captain, which surprised everyone present. Including Asaba himself, this is also not thought of. Captains, do you have any objection to this? The last time Yamamoto suggested the captain himself was Sajin, whom he stumbled upon after the accident of Hiriko Shinji. Captain, Asaba is a member of my 4th division. Unohana Retsu stood up unhappily. Why did she invite Asaba to join the 4th division? It is to make Asaba the fighting face of the 4th division. Asaba's performance made her very satisfied. Now Asaba's combat power has reached the level of super captain. Asaba, as the fighting face of the 4th division, is really suitable. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Heavy National Road, Ujiwa, with Asaba's ability, is more than enough to be the team captain. Hiroku Shunsui also said, Asaba continues to stay in the 4th division, even if he is the vice captain, it is too incompetent. Jashiro Yukitaki said, now Jinglingting is hiring people. I think someone as capable as Asaba should be the team captain. Unohana Retsu said, Asaba is my person and he is not allowed to go anywhere without my permission. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni was stunned for a few seconds, and then his eyes lit up when he looked at Unohana Retsu, who had a firm attitude. Ujihua, you should really consider personal issues. Asaba is still a member of your 4th division, but now Jinglingting is hiring. Before the 3 vacant divisions find suitable captains, let Asaba choose a division to be the temporary captain. After listening to Yamamoto's words, the rest of the captains all showed expressions of sudden realization. Unohana Retsu is adamant about keeping Asaba in the 4th division. Unohana Retsu personally testified for Asaba during the Naoko incident. Said that she was with Qian Yi all night. It turns out that Asaba and Unohana Retsu have that kind of relationship, and the two turned out to be in. Captain is wise. Hiroku Shunsui echoed, his eyes swept back and forth between Asaba and Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu glared at Kiraku Shunsui, but she didn't notice the difference in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes. Of course, she didn't understand the meaning of Yamamoto Yuanyujai's words. Unohana Retsu sat down with satisfaction after seeing Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni agree. Asaba is a black thread. What is this all about? Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni and others think that he has an affair with Unohana Retsu. And Unohana Retsu doesn't even refute. Does Unohana Retsu really like him? After Unohana Retsu sat down, seeing Asaba's stunned expression, he asked. Asaba, are you unwilling to stay in the 4th division and want to go to another division to be the captain? Asaba didn't care about his position in Jingling Court. And, in Asaba's heart, compared to going to other squads to be the captain, I was very busy every day. He prefers to stay in the 4th division, and he is not responsible for anything. Captain, I want to stay in the 4th division. Unohana Retsu had a smile on her face, and was obviously very satisfied with Asaba's answer. Asaba, there are vacancies for the 3rd division, 5th division, and 9th division. You choose a squad and serve as the interim captain until you find a suitable official captain. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't know how to deal with team affairs. Can I not be the temporary captain? Hiroku Shunsui said, Asaba, you don't have to worry about it. When the time comes, there will naturally be a vice captain to assist you with the affairs of the squad. Asaba looked at Kiraku Shunsui and said, Captain Kyoto, I've always heard that Vice Captain Aiz Naneo's ability to handle the affairs of the division is very good. I don't know if the leader of the Beijing band can transfer the vice captain of Aiz Naneo to me as the vice captain. Kiraku Shunsui was about to get angry when Asaba looked amused. Good boy, you put me together. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni knocked on the crutches in his hand. The 5th team was hit the hardest by the team. Asaba, you will temporarily serve as the vice captain of the 5th division, during which you can choose any 3 vice captains from each division to assist you. Asaba was overjoyed. Kiraku Shunsui, on the other hand, looked at Asaba with a begging look. He was begging Asaba not to choose Aiz Naneo. Asaba thought for a while and said, then I'll be Katetsu Azane, the vice captain of the 4th division, Matsumoto Rengaku, the vice captain of the 10th Division, and Toru Toru, the vice captain of the 13th Division. 3 captains, I'm sorry. After Asaba finished speaking, he looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro, whose body was covered in bandages, but he was hesitant to speak. By the way, Hitsugaya Toshiro, I'm about to be the interim captain of the 5th Division. The vice captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, has a deep prejudice against me. You should transfer her to your 10th Division. The reason why Hitsugaya Toshiro hesitated to speak was to say this. After Asaba took the initiative to speak, Hitsugaya Toshiro gave Shallow a grateful look and nodded. Kotetsu Azane's ability to deal with the affairs of the squad is not under Aiz Naneo, or even stronger. Otherwise, Kotetsu Azane would not have become the captain of the 4th Division after the Millennium Blood-killing arc. As the younger sister of Kotetsu Azane, Toru Toru is also very capable. Jashiro Yukitaki's health has been bad, after the accident of Shibakayan, the former vice-captain of the 13th Division. Although Huche Qingyan is the 3rd seed of the 13th, he has been serving as the vice-captain all the time. 13 things, almost all she handles. As for why Asaba chose Matsumoto Rengaku, in addition to Matsumoto Rengaku's famous chest. Naturally, it was because of Ichimaru Jin's request to Asaba when he left. Hieraku Shunsui finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Asaba didn't want to go to Aiz Naneo. After Asaba's affairs were settled, the captains of each division and Asaba, the temporary captain of the 5th Division, who had not yet been officially appointed. Under the auspices of Yamamoto Genuzai Shigekuni, we began to enter the main topic of this meeting: how to deal with Aizen Sosuke. After some discussion, Yamamoto Genuzai Shigekuni made a decision. It has been confirmed that Aizen Sosuke and Shu are teaming up. So until Aizen Sosuke reappears, the Soul Society is in full martial law. Comprehensive and uninterrupted Reiatsu monitoring of the entire Soul Society in the present world by the Technology Development Bureau. Anywhere in Soul Society, as long as there is a false appearance, Shinigami will be dispatched directly to investigate. At the same time, a large number of resident Shinigami were sent to the previous life. If there is a Jillian rank or above in the world, Shinigami will also be sent to the world. Period. All the Shinigami squads have entered the stage of active preparations to comprehensively improve their own strength. Then prepare for the next battle with Aizen Kuazuka and Haweko Mundo. Aizen Sosuke's target is Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki, and we want to think about it without hurting Rukia Kuchiki. Take Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki and destroy or seal it. If you can't take Hogyoku out, you must protect Rukia Kuchiki and never let her fall into the hands of Aizen Sosuke and others. 2 hours later, one after another, orders were sent from the 1st team to the 13th team of Gote. Asaba served as the temporary captain of the 6th Division, and the personnel transfer of several vice-captains was naturally among them. After Gote 13 received these orders, all division Shinigami became nervous. Please, outskirts of Lingting, Yoruichi's underground secret base. Night has been here, waiting for Master Kurosaki Ichigo to resolve. Kurosaki Ichigo has only 3 days, and this is Kurosaki Ichigo's life-threatening madness. If successful, Kurosaki Ichigo will successfully master the solution. If it fails, Kurosaki Ichigo could lose his life. It's been 2 days, Ichigo, you must succeed. It seems that a lot of big things have happened in Jinglingting, and I don't know what the specific situation is. Now is the critical period of Kurosaki Ichigo master's solution. In order to prevent accidents, Yoruichi must stay here and cannot leave. Therefore, Yoruichi doesn't know yet, Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy is thoroughly debunked. At this point, Aizen Kuyusuke has fled to Haweko Mundo with Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami. Rukia Kuchiki will not be sentenced to Sokyoku, and Kurosaki Ichigo is no longer needed to rescue him. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo's friends, Yulong Ishida, Orihime and others are still in Xiaolingting's hands, but they need Kurosaki Ichigo to give Xiaolingting an explanation. It's daybreak. Chaoyang slowly climbed into the air from the east. It took less than 2 days for Kurosaki Ichigo to finally understand the master. Then, Yoruichi took Kurosaki Ichigo all the way to the Moro execution ground in Yulingte. Rukia Kuchiki, who was scheduled to be executed at Sokyoku at the Shino execution ground in front of the Shrine of Sins, was scheduled to be executed at noon today. Yoruichi will lend Kurosaki Ichigo the Godsend Cape, which can be used for high-speed flight, with the Shihuin family crest on it. Then he transformed into a black cat and jumped onto Asaba's shoulders. By Kurosaki Ichigo using the God-given cloak, a Luffy goes to the Moro execution ground. After Xiao Lingting's Shinigami found out, he wanted to stop Kurosaki Ichigo. But Kurosaki Ichigo was flying in the air, and it was going too fast. They had to report to the top. After Yamamoto Uanyazai Shigekuni learned of the news, he immediately sent 3 squad leaders to arrest Kurosaki Ichigo. They are the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, and the captain of the 2nd Division, Bumblebee. And Asaba, who just announced the appointment of the temporary captain of the 5th Division, but has not yet reported to the 5th Division. Byakuya Kuchiki and Bumblebee try to stop Kurosaki Ichigo. Asaba went directly to the Moro execution ground, and Asaba knew that Kurosaki Ichigo would come here. In front of the Confession Palace, Junyang execution ground. After Kurosaki Ichigo fell, he looked empty, only Asaba's Mao execution ground was stunned. Is it early, or is Rukia Kuchiki not executed here? Yoruichi looked at the still-sealed Shuangsho, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. The liberation of the duo takes time, so whenever a guilty person is sentenced to Sokyoku, Shinigami will be given an early liberation of the duo. Although Asaba has not yet taken office in the 5th Division, he has already changed into a Death Tyrant outfit. Outside Asaba's Death Tyrant outfit, is the newly customized Captain Haori. Behind Yori is a big 5 character. Below the 5 characters is a figurative massa wood. Kurosaki Ichigo had no idea about Asaba's outfit at this time, but he was surprised. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, and Asaba actually replaced Aizen Kuyusuke as the captain of the 5th Division. Kurosaki Ichigo came to his side and asked, "Yi, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Ishida Yuryu, Inoue Orihime, Sato Yasutora, Shiba Iwa, aren't they with you?" Asaba. They've all been defeated by Shinigami of the Chinling Court and are now being held in the 9th Division prison. The 4 of Ishida Yulong were held in the same prison. Opposite the 4 of them was Kira, who was originally imprisoned outside the 5th Division captain's room with Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo was originally held in another prison, but she, Grandmaster Kido, escaped by herself, only to be stabbed by Aizen Sosuke. Kurosaki Ichigo had a worried expression on his face when he learned that Ishida Yuryu and the others were defeated. Aren't they hurt? They were injured more or less, but Shinigami from the 4th Division treated them. And with Inoue here, there's no need to worry about their injuries. Kurosaki Ichigo was relieved to learn that Yuryu Ishida and the others were all right. Not long after Inoue awakened, Kurosaki had already seen her abilities. With Inoue here, there is no need to worry about the injuries of Yulong Ishida and others. Kurosaki Ichigo remembered that their trip to Soul Society was the main purpose. Asaba, do you know what's going on with Rukia? At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki and Broken Bee fell aside. Kurosaki Ichigo was on the verge of an enemy. Kurosaki Ichigo still remembers clearly that it was Byakuya Kuchiki who slashed him in this world and made him lose his Shinigami power. Rukia Kuchiki, also the Soul Society brought back by Byakuya Kuchiki. 2 days ago, when Kurosaki Ichigo finally went outside the Shrine of Sins and wanted to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, he was also stopped by Byakuya Kuchiki. In Kurosaki Ichigo's heart, Byakuya Kuchiki is definitely the enemy. Shattered Front stared suspiciously at Yoruichi, who had transformed into a black cat. Smash B senses Yoruichi's Reiatsu on Black Cat, but this is the first time she sees Yoruichi in this form. Asaba, Rukia must have had an accident. Asaba was about to answer, but saw Byakuya Kuchiki pull Zanpakuto out. Asaba, how about this young man in trouble, let me deal with it. Seeing Asaba puzzled, Byakuya Kuchiki gave Asaba a meaningful look. Although Asaba still didn't understand Byakuya Kuchiki's meaning. However, Byakuya Kuchiki, who knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was not an enemy of the Soul Society, did so. He must have his own considerations or goals. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately stared at Asaba suspiciously and angrily. Asaba, what do you mean? Are you not our partner? Asaba was wearing Shinigami clothes, which Kurosaki Ichigo hadn't thought much about before. When he and Shiba Iwa police were pursued by Shinigami, they also had Shiba Iwa police put on Death Fighters for action. Ichigo, Asaba is now the captain of the 5th Division of Kai Lingting. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked when he heard Yoruichi's words. What? Asaba as Captain Shinigami? Asaba, what the hell is going on? Asaba glanced at Byakuya Kuchiki and stood aside without explaining. Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at Asaba gratefully, and attacked Kurosaki Ichigo directly. Faced with the attack by Shinigami Captain Byakuya Kuchiki, Kurosaki Ichigo had no time to distract himself from Asaba. Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki start a fight. It didn't take long for the two of them to use it after understanding. Poor Byakuya Kuchiki, captain of the dignified 6th Division, the current head of the Kuchiki family. It turned out to be defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just acquired the power of Shinigami, just today. Although Byakuya Kuchiki knows that Kurosaki Ichigo is not the enemy. Everything he does now is to save Rukia Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't do his best. But, to lose is to lose. Unohana Retsu arrives here after the battle at the Mao execution ground. Although she is not on the list of combat captains, she is the captain of the 4th Division of the medical team. Unohana Retsu is responsible for dispatching Shinigami, the 4th Division, to the battlefield as soon as possible to treat the wounded. There's now a captain's fight going on in Burlington. It was her duty to arrive here at the first time. Unohana Retsu arrived and immediately treated Byakuya Kuchiki, who was seriously injured by Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Asaba angrily. He had regarded Asaba as a traitor. Asaba looked at Kurosaki Ichigo speechlessly, and it was normal for Kurosaki Ichigo to think so. After all, Asaba and Kurosaki Ichigo had only met once, the last time they talked. Or Kurosaki Ichigo asking if Asaba and Yoruichi would make psychic shells. Asaba rolled his eyes, and now Kurosaki Ichigo is not Asaba's opponent. But, Asaba wants to meet Kurosaki Ichigo, who is Yushiro. Asaba looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Yes, I lied to you from the beginning." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Asaba with murderous intent. Want to know how Rukia is now? Beat me and I'll tell you. After the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kuchiki, although there were injuries, they were not seriously injured. At this point, he can still fight. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately attacked Asaba. Yoruichi, who turned into a black cat, stopped talking, but he didn't stop Kurosaki Ichigo from attacking Asaba. Yoruichi thought, Kurosaki Ichigo fights Asaba, win or lose, it's not a bad thing for Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo is still in a solved state. The solution of Kurosaki Ichigo is different from the normal form after Shinigami Bankai. For General Shinigami, after being solved, the volume of Zanpakuto will increase several times, even dozens of times. Generally, after Shinigami Bankai, Reiatsu will increase 5 to 10 times. The reason why Zanpakuto became larger after it was solved was to carry a stronger Reiatsu. After Kurosaki Ichigo Bankai, his Zanpakuto did not increase in size, but became lighter. Part of the Reiatsu he unleashed was transformed into a unique Death Lord outfit. Can make Kurosaki Ichigo move at high speed and swing his sword at high speed. The other part is transformed into a lightweight Zanpakuto. This does not affect Kurosaki Ichigo's high-speed movement, and allows Kurosaki Ichigo to swing his sword at high speed when he is moving at high speed. Almost instantly, Kurosaki Ichigo came to Asaba, and the Zangetsu in his hand waved towards Asaba. Kurosaki Ichigo is naturally furious when he learns that Asaba is a traitor who has been deceiving them. Zangetsu successfully crossed Asaba's body, but Kurosaki Ichigo's face did not show any excitement, but a look of astonishment. Because Kurosaki Ichigo didn't feel any slash, he knew he didn't really hit Asaba. Sure enough, the Asaba in front of Kurosaki Ichigo slowly dissipated. Illusion, Yoruichi reminded. It's not an illusion, it's an afterimage created by Too Fast. What? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo turned a huge wave in his heart and was deeply shocked at the same time. To know that after he has solved it, he has unprecedented confidence in his speed. Just now, when Kurosaki Ichigo fought Byakuya Kuchiki. Kurosaki Ichigo, but even Sakura can dodge with speed. Now, Yoruichi tells Kurosaki Ichigo that Asaba's speed is ahead of him. How Kurosaki Ichigo could not be surprised, how he could not be hit. Why Asaba is so fast is naturally the result of Asaba's increased strength. The current Asaba, even if not Shikai, is above the average captain. Resolve. Qinglong. After Asaba dodged Kurosaki Ichigo's sudden attack, he used it to understand. Although Asaba is puzzled now, he has the strength to face Kurosaki Ichigo. But Asaba decided to give Kurosaki Ichigo a lesson by crushing it. With the sound of a dragon roar resounding through the execution ground of Shino, the form of Zanpakuto in Asaba's hands changed. I saw Zanpakuto, which was originally transparent in Asaba's hand, turned into a curved blue dragon at this moment. A terrifying thunder and lightning danced on the dragon-shaped blade. The handle of the sword Asaba is holding is the head of the dragon, and the tip of the sword is the tail of the dragon. Behind Asaba, there is a huge blue dragon phantom. The broken bee on the side, and Byakuya Kuchiki, who was lying on the ground receiving treatment, looked at Asaba's current form and were stunned. Both of them knew that Asaba was already understood by the master. Moreover, the two of them had also seen Asaba's solution form in the central underground meeting hall. But Asaba's form after being solved at this time is obviously different from that day. But Reiatsu after Asaba's release, as they felt that day, was above Super Captain. Kurosaki Ichigo sensed Reiatsu on Asaba's body, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. However, Kurosaki Ichigo was not the type to cower in the face of the strong, and he took the initiative to attack Asaba again. Pot. With a wave of Asaba's hand, Kurosaki Ichigo's slash was lightly blocked. That's it. Asaba looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with disdain. Kurosaki Ichigo felt insulted. The difference in strength between him and Asaba is here, and it is useless for Kurosaki Ichigo to be unwilling. As Kurosaki Ichigo stepped back, Asaba took the initiative to swing a sword. Daozu has a sword pressure nearly 10 meters wide, slashing towards Kurosaki Ichigo. In the face of such a powerful sword pressure, let alone Kurosaki Ichigo, even Unohana Retsu and others were surprised. The size of the sword pressure not only represents the level of Reiatsu, but also the withdrawal of Reiatsu's control. If Reiatsu can't control it, even if there is a strong enough Reiatsu, it can send a powerful sword pressure. It is also impossible to keep the sword pressure in shape. It is possible that the sword pressure that was used has not yet attacked the target, so it collapsed first. Yoruichi. What a strong Reiatsu, girl. Shattered front. What a powerful Reiatsu control. Kurosaki Ichigo is also extremely fast now, and he apparently dodged Asaba's sword-pressing attack. But before he could relax his vigilance, another sword of the same size slashed towards him. Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't dodging, but Asaba didn't give him a chance to breathe. Asami was unable to hit Kurosaki Ichigo, who was able to move at a high speed after being released, with his sword pressure, and shook his head a little unhappily. This sword-pressing attack can be used as a fixed attack and defense, but in the face of a flexible guy like Kurosaki Ichigo, it lacks some flavor. While Asaba was talking to himself, Kurosaki Ichigo seized the opportunity and came to Asaba again. Kurosaki Ichigo stood on Asaba with a knife. Kurosaki Ichigo is happy. There was a solid slash from the blade, and Kurosaki Ichigo knew he had hit it this time. However, the joy on Kurosaki Ichigo's face froze almost instantly. Because Kurosaki Ichigo found that the crescent moon in his hand had actually hit Asaba. But it didn't do any harm to Asaba. Reiatsu defense. Kurosaki Ichigo had fought with Zaraki Kenpachi, and naturally recognized Asaba's means of defending against his slash at a glance. Kurosaki Ichigo, can't you even break my Reiatsu defense? Kurosaki Ichigo, is that all you have? If you only have this ability, then there is no need for me to continue playing with you. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately felt a terrifying pressure from Asaba, and as he stepped back, he heard Asaba shout. 9 days of thunder. The sky suddenly dimmed, and a sudden dark cloud covered the entire execution ground of Junyang. Rumble. Immediately after, countless tree-thick thunderbolts descended from the dark clouds. Kurosaki Ichigo is like a magnet, and all the lightning that falls from the sky falls towards him. Boom, boom, boom. There was thunder and the screams of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki. Yoruichi somehow returned to human form and put on tights. Yoruichi a Shunpo came to Asaba. She wanted to interrupt Asaba's moves, but Asaba just stood there holding a blue dragon flashing with lightning. Asaba doesn't have any special or specific moves that make Yoruichi unable to start. Asaba, stop, Kurosaki Ichigo will die. You and him just misunderstood, you are not enemies. Asaba said. I'm just playing with him, don't worry, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't die so easily. Yoruichi was about to persuade Asaba to stop, but he sensed a change in the Reiatsu aura on Kurosaki Ichigo. Asaba's mouth twitched. It's finally here. Zubai fights. Yoruichi felt that Asaba's words were inexplicable, and she could not think about it. Kurosaki Ichigo had escaped Asaba's lightning attack and appeared in front of Asaba. Kurosaki Ichigo wears a white mask that looks like an empty face, and the eyes that are exposed make Yoruichi even more unfamiliar. Those are arrogant, fearless, and extremely violent eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo never showed such a look even when he misunderstood Asaba as a traitor and killed Asaba. Dying. After Kurosaki let out a grotesque laugh, he slashed towards the shallow with Zangetsu in his hand. Whether it's the action or the style of swinging the sword, it's completely different from Kurosaki Ichigo before. Asaba counterattacked with his sword, knocking back Kurosaki Ichigo, who was hit by Kushiro. Yoruichi a Shunpo went to Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo, what's wrong with you? Get out of the way. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was hit by Kubedai, slashed directly at Yoruichi. Yoruichi hurriedly avoided a Shunpo. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was playing on behalf of Kiyoshiro, ignored Yoruichi. Instead, it launched a continuous attack like wind and rain on Asaba. Debate, pot, pin. Asaba was also very excited at this time. As expected of Zubai, the pressure on Asaba at this time was not inferior to that of Aizen Sosuke, who didn't take the shot with all his strength. When Aizen Kokuyusuke fought Asa, he knew that the plan might not go ahead as usual. So Aizen Sosuke gave birth to retirement early, and naturally he would not fight Asaba with all his strength. Ha ha ha, Shubai became more and more excited. Rather than staying in Kurosaki Ichigo all the time, or in Zanpakuto space. Obviously this feeling of being able to fight in the real world is more enjoyable. After Asaba and Zubai slashed more than a dozen times, Zubai's body suddenly froze. Qinglong's ability activates. After Zubai forcibly released the paralysis, he attacked again like Asaba. But this time, he only slashed several times with Asaba, and was paralyzed. Afterwards, almost every time Zubai slashed with Asaba, his body would be paralyzed. Asaba didn't blindly defend, and every time Zubai was paralyzed, Asaba slashed Kurosaki Ichigo. The two fought for 10 minutes. Even if it was a virtual fight, Kurosaki Ichigo was still dyed red with his own blood. Cut. Zubai looked unscathed, and then felt that Kurosaki Ichigo's body was almost unbearable. He had to cancel the fight. Fighting on behalf of Zubai. It's just like that. Even if it was Zubai's fight, he couldn't hurt Asaba in the slightest. This is the strength of Asaba at this time. After Zubai cancelled the substitute fight, Asaba kicked Kurosaki Ichigo, who was powerless, and kicked. Ah! Kurosaki Ichigo's body was suddenly bent into an extremely curved arch. Kurosaki Ichigo spewed out a large mouthful of blood when he flew backwards in the air, and the blood spilled a somewhat beautiful red line in the air. When Kurosaki Ichigo was so painful that his eyes almost popped out, he was consciously awake. When Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, he felt no pain anywhere on his body. Yoruichi saw that Asaba was going to continue to fall on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to get up and continue fighting with Kurosaki Ichigo. She hurriedly put a Shunpo in front of Asaba, pleadingly watching Asaba come. Asaba, Kurosaki Ichigo is not your opponent, he has already lost, don't do it again. Asaba's attack on Kurosaki Ichigo is just to see the illusory whiteness of the fight. Now that the goal has been achieved, Asaba naturally relieves the Blue Dragon's state of solution. Okay, for Yoruichi's sake, I'll stop. Thanks. Yoruichi saw that Asaba was looking at her face, so he stopped attacking Kurosaki Ichigo. With a move in her heart, she secretly wrote down this love, thinking about finding opportunities to repay Asaba in the future. Yoruichi is not the kind of person who likes to owe favors. Yoruichi was about to check on Kurosaki Ichigo's injury, but was blocked by a white figure. The person who stopped Yoruichi was naturally Sha Feng. Yoruichi, you haven't given me an explanation for what happened back then. Yorimichi worries about Kurosaki Ichigo's injury, and she doesn't have the heart to tell the old bees about those old stories. I'll explain this to you slowly in the future. Yorimichi flexed his body, trying to get to Kurosaki Ichigo. Broken Bee naturally refused. Shattered Front is no longer the little girl who followed Yorimichi back then. She is now one of the 2 female Shinigami captains of the Sholinting Gotei 13th Division. Yorimichi had already had a fight with Shattered Front in the outskirts. Yorimichi knows that she really can't get rid of the entanglement of Broken Bees without using all her power for a moment. Asaba, no matter what status you are now. Since you were with me, and Kurosaki Ichigo and the others, Ichigo invaded the oratory. We were once considered partners, even if you don't consider us partners. For Shiba Konghei's sake, please help me again. Asaba laughed. Yorimichi, you and Kurosaki Ichigo have only known each other for less than 2 months. Captain Broken Bee has been with you for a long time and has always regarded you as an idol. Could it be that the friendship between Captain Broken Bee and you is not as good as Kurosaki Ichigo, who has known you for less than 2 months? After hearing Asaba's words, Broken Bee felt boundless grievances in her heart. She looked at Yorimichi eagerly, away from the resentment. Unconsciously, the Broken Bee has a good impression of Asaba in his heart. Yorimichi, am I in your heart? Nothing. Did you choose me to follow you back then? Did you just do what you wanted? Shattered Front yelled at Yorimichi. She looked very angry, but there was a cry in her words. Yorimichi looked at Kurosaki Ichigo worriedly. If Kurosaki Ichigo would not be treated again, may really die. At this time, Katetsu Azane walked over with 4 people. It was Kurosaki Ichigo's friend Yuryu Ishida and others, as well as police officer Shiba Iwa. When Inoue Orihime saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, he naturally ran over at the first time. Captain, according to your instructions, I brought those misfortunes. Katetsu Azane first nodded to Unohana Retsu, who was treating Byakuya Kuchiki, and then came to Asaba. Asaba didn't mind that. Katetsu Azane is only temporarily assisting Asaba in managing the 5th Division. She is still a member of the 4th Division and has an excellent relationship with Unohana Retsu. Even Asaba himself served as the temporary captain of the 5th Division, and was originally a member of the 4th Division. Captain Asaba, I have brought those who were imprisoned in the 9th Division in accordance with your instructions. Asaba smiled and nodded towards Katetsu Azane. Well, good, hard work. A blush appeared on Katetsu Azane's face. She didn't know why she was blushing. Not hard. Yorimichi sees that Inoue Orihime has started to heal Kurosaki Ichigo using his reveal. It was a relief. After she heard the conversation between Asaba and Katetsu Azane, she knew that she had misunderstood Asaba before. Yorimichi was about to apologize to Asaba for misunderstanding Asaba, but listened to Asaba. Yorimichi, now you can talk to Captain Broken Bee. A black line suddenly appeared on Yorimichi's head. She doesn't understand now that Asaba asked Katetsu Azane to bring Ishida, Yuryu and others to help her. Or to help the Broken Bee, so that she could not refuse to explain everything to the Broken Bee. Broken Bee, come with me. Yorimichi glared at Asaba and walked towards the outskirts of Xielingting. Asaba was feeling that Yorimichi was inexplicable, and Xiaofeng also looked towards him. Asaba, thank you. Asaba was stunned again. Why does Shattered Front thank him? Asaba was about to ask Broken Bee, but Broken Bee was already chasing Yorimichi towards the outside. After nodding to Asaba, Yuryu Ishida and Sato Yasutora also went to Kurosaki Ichigo. Shiba Rock stared at Byakuya Kuchiki, who was lying on the ground, and came to Asaba's side after saying that he deserved it. Asaba, have you become a Shinigami again? After Shiba's sisters circled around Asaba, he looked at the big 5 characters on Asayori, his face full of shock. Asaba, you are now the captain of the 5th Division. Asaba said. Temporary. Asaba, you are worthy of my idol. Ha ha ha. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. When did he become an idol of Shiba Rock Bodhisattva? Asaba, Byakuya Kuchiki was injured so badly, by whom? Asaba answered truthfully. Kurosaki Ichigo. Shiba Iwao said, looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was also seriously injured, and he and Kurosaki Ichigo had previously faced Shinigami. He has seen the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo is so powerful that he can end up hurting the head of the Kuchiki family. Asaba said, Kurosaki Ichigo was injured by me. This time, it was Shiba Yan's turn to see a black line appearing over his head. Why, Asaba, why did you hurt Kurosaki Ichigo? Asaba said, Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to attack me. A bunch of black lines popped up again on the Shiba Rock elbow. Asaba, when we were imprisoned, it seemed that something big happened in Yulingting. Asaba, do you know what happened? Ishida Yulong, who is not far away, is also very curious about this question. At this moment, although they were surrounded by Kurosaki Ichigo, they all pricked up their ears. Rukia Kuchiki was sentenced to double banishment, but it was Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy. Asaba tells the story of Aizen Sosuke. Under the treatment of Inoue Orihime, Kurosaki Ichigo, whose injuries had stabilized, breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Rukia Kuchiki is all right. It turns out that Asaba is not the traitor he imagined. The reason why Rukia Kuchiki is okay. It was Asaba who had already defeated Aizen Sosuke, the real enemy this time, when he hid and cultivated. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a sense of guilt, but also a boundless sense of powerlessness. If Asaba wasn't there this time, would he really be able to save Rukia Kuchiki? According to what Asaba just said, Aizen Sosuke who wants to take Hogyoku from Rukia Kuchiki's body. The strength is comparable to that of Asaba. Kurosaki Ichigo had just fought Asaba, and he already knew the gap between him and Asaba. Naturally, he knew that he was no match for Aizen Sosuke at all. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was full of desire for greater power. After he was solved by the master, he learned of the powerful power after the solution. Kurosaki Ichigo is a little familiar. Especially when Kurosaki Ichigo defeated Byakuya Kuchiki, who was the captain of Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo was very familiar. Asaba taught Kurosaki Ichigo a hard lesson. After the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Asaba, Kurosaki Ichigo knows what it means to be someone who is out of the world. Outside Jilingting, Rukongai East 43rd District. Outskirts, Shiba's house. Today's Shiba's house is lively. Except for the Shiba siblings, and the Shiba family's two slaves, Jinyan and Yinyan. Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Yuryu, Inoue Orihime, Sado Yasutora are also there. Yoruichi of Saifungyuan was not there, after she left with Xiaofeng at the Moro execution ground. He never went back and didn't say hello to Kurosaki Ichigo and others. A man and a woman stood outside Shiba's house. The man is 1.8 meters tall. The woman's head only reaches the man's shoulder. Asaba, is this Shiba's house? Rukia Kuchiki looked at the unique building in front of her, and a black line appeared on her head. The Shiba family was originally one of the four nobles of Xielingting. In Rukia Kuchiki's mind, Shiba's family is in decline. The building you live in shouldn't be like this. Asaba pointed to the banner held by the statue of two giant hands. Isn't that obvious? Rukia Kuchiki looked up at the four characters, Shiba Sora, on the banner, and a black line appeared on her head again. Definitely obvious. Rukia Kuchiki was very nervous about coming to Shiba's house to apologize for what happened back then. After all, it's been Rukia Kuchiki's heart for over 100 years. No matter how determined Rukia Kuchiki came before. When he arrived outside Shiba's house, Rukia Kuchiki was still full of forgetfulness. After Qian walked with her, Rukia Kuchiki felt a lot more relaxed for some reason. With Asaba, Rukia Kuchiki felt a lot more at ease. Rukia Kuchiki suddenly found Asaba staring at her and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Asaba asked, may I try to get Hogyoku out of your body? Rukia Kuchiki nodded, since she learned that she had Hogyoku in her body. The heart has been uneasy, but even the Captain Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni. There is also no way to get Hogyoku out of her body. Then I am offended. What? Rukia Kuchiki was puzzled, but saw Asaba reaching out and grabbing at her chest. If it wasn't for Asaba's clear eyes, Rukia Kuchiki would have thought it. Asaba deliberately took advantage of her under the guise of helping her take out Hogyoku. As far as Asaba knows, there are two ways to remove Hogyoku from Rukia Kuchiki. One is to use the power of Sokyoku. One is for someone close to Hogyoku to directly take Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki's body. What I want to try now is the second method. Ga. Asaba put his hand on Rukia Kuchiki's heart and tried to guide Hogyoku out. Rukia Kuchiki senses Asaba's exploring hands, her face like a goblet constantly pouring red wine. It keeps turning red from the neck up to the base of the ears. Rukia Kuchiki glanced at Asaba, but found that Asaba's eyes were still very clear. And small beads of sweat have appeared on Asaba's face. Asaba is constantly trying to communicate with the Hogyoku within Rukia Kuchiki's body. Although it has not been successful, the shallow consumption is huge. What? A scream rang out. Asaba, who was concentrating, was startled, his hands trembled, causing Rukia Kuchiki to tremble. Both Asaba and Rukia Kuchiki looked in the direction of the scream. I saw Inoue Orihime standing in front of Shiba's house, staring blankly at Asaba's hand on Rukia Kuchiki's. Apparently, Inoue Orihime had misunderstood. No wonder Inoue Orihime misunderstood. Invading Zhilingting, Asaba hugged her and landed. Asaba once treated her. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Rukia Kuchiki hurriedly explained. Inoue, it's not what you think. Well, I didn't think of anything. Rukia Kuchiki had a headache. She knew that Inoue Orihime must have misunderstood. Asaba ignored Inoue Orihime, but withdrew his hand with guilt on his face. Rukia, sorry, I can't seem to get the Hogyoku out of your body. Rukia Kuchiki is not surprised. Before Asaba, Captain Shinigami including the chief captain. Almost all attempts to take out the Hogyoku from her body failed. After hearing the screams of Inoue Orihime, almost all of Shiba's family came out. After half an hour, Shiba's house. Rukia Kuchiki apologized to the Shiba brothers and sisters for what happened that year, and said that Shiba sisters and brothers dealt with them at will. Shiba Sora, who knew the truth long ago, naturally forgave Rukia Kuchiki. Shiba Yan was silent on the side after learning the truth of the year. He couldn't accept this reality, his genius brother actually lost to Shu. Asaba, is that really true? Asaba was stunned, wondering why Shibayan asked him that. Shiba Yanshin also doesn't know why he asked. It is impossible to know Asaba who has more than 100 years of history. Actually, Shiba Kyan didn't really die in the hands of emptiness. Shiba Yan police said. Yes, it is my brother that Rukia Kuchiki killed, right? Asaba shook his head. Then how did my brother die? Shiba Kyan's death is a long story. This incident is related to another incident more than 100 years ago. Then, Asaba talked about Hiriko Shinji and others, one-shot Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi. Shiba Sora and others learned that Shiba Kyan's death was caused by Aizen Kuyusuke. Shiba Kong punched the table, and the table was shattered. Aizen, Shiba Iwa-chan is also indignant. Rukia Kuchiki looked at Asaba suspiciously. Asaba, how did you know about this? Facing Rukia Kuchiki's questioning, Asaba spread his hands. I learned it by accident. If you don't believe it, ask Yoruichi and others to find out if it's true or not. Although Yoruichi has an excellent relationship with Shiba Sora, he never told Shiba Sora about it. Asaba looked at Inoue Orihime as the Shiba siblings digested the matter. Inoue, can I do you a favor? Ah, Inoue Orihime's face turned red. I didn't see anything just now. Shallow is very speechless. Inoue Orihime apparently misunderstood, thinking that Asaba wanted her to keep what she just saw a secret. Inoue, Sister Konghei's right arm is a prosthetic. Can you try to help her treat her arm? What? Hearing this, Inoue Orihime's face turned even redder. She was just thinking about it. It's too embarrassing, she really wants to find a seam to get into. 10 minutes later, Inoue Orihime used her full bloom on Shiba Sora who had taken off his prosthetic limb. Shuangtian returns the shield. In the eyes of the crowd, Shiba Sora's arm actually grew out. Shiba Kuzuru stood up and waved his newly grown right hand. Ha ha ha, there is no sense of disobedience. This long-lost feeling is really cool. Ha ha ha, Shiba Iwa-chan even burst into tears. Shiba Sora's arm can grow back. Shiba Yan is more excited than his sister. Thanks, Asaba said to Inoue Orihime. Inoue Orihime also knew for the first time that her ability could even do this. Shiba Sora directly hugged Inoue Orihime. Inoue, from now on, your business will be my Shiba Sora's business. Shiba Yanjong also patted his chest. no matter who bullies you in the future, I will help you beat him. Thank you, Miss Kong. Thank you, Rock Police. In fact, you don't have to do this, I just use the ability of Shuangtian returning shield. That night, the Shiba family has been partying. Period. Kurosaki Ichigo asked Rukia Kuchiki to go back to Karakura town with him tomorrow. Rukia Kuchiki immediately refused, stating that she wanted to stay in Soul Society. In fact, even if Rukia Kuchiki agreed to Kurosaki Ichigo, Xiaolingting would not agree. Hogyoku is still in the body of Rukia Kuchiki, and Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni will definitely not agree. Kurosaki Ichigo respected Rukia Kuchiki's decision, just mentioned it, and didn't force it. Period. Inoue Orihime is drunk. After she was drunk, she recounted the scene she saw at the door of Shiba's house. Suddenly, everyone misunderstood. Shiba Yanyang, who is also drunk, has been trying to trouble Rukia Kuchiki. Shiba Yanmang is not still brooding about Shiba Kyan. Rather, Shiba Sistis felt that Rukia Kuchiki had stolen Asaba. Shiba Yan police also kept praising her sister Shiba Sora's goodness. Say, how do Shiba Kong and Asaba match up? Because it's drunk, no one really takes it to heart except for a few people who care. Shiba Sora was completely unconcerned. She laughed as she pulled a big Asaba glass to drink. The Shiba family and Rukia Kuchiki's heart ties are untied. She even regained her right arm. If Kurosaki Ichigo and others are not returning to Karakura town tomorrow, Asaba and Rukia Kuchiki also have something to return to Tillingting. Shiba Kong can't wait to spend 3 days and 3 nights with Asaba and the others. The next day, Kurosaki Ichigo and others returned to this world. Asaba, thank you. When Asaba and Rukia Kuchiki were about to leave Shiba's house and return to Tillingting, Shiba Kuchiki thanked Asaba. Sister Crane, what are you thanking me for? Shiba Sora waved his newly grown right arm. He smiled lightly. Sister Kong, your arm was healed by Inoue Orihime, you don't need to thank me. But you asked Inoue to help me heal. Inoue Orihime has a good heart. If others ask her, she will also help Miss Kong to treat you. Shiba Sora, Asaba, if it wasn't for you, no one would know that Inoue could help me heal my arm. I also thought of this after seeing Inoue's abilities. Shiba Kong looked at Asaba meaningfully and said, Asaba, you have a heart, that's why I want to thank you. Asaba laughed, then it should be my reward to Miss Kong Crane. Qian said that he will find opportunities to repay Shiba Kong. Tilling, the Kuchiki family mansion. After Asa and Rukia Kuchiki returned to Jinglingting, they were invited by Byakuya Kuchiki as a guest here. Byakuya Kuchiki and Rukia Kuchiki's relationship has improved. Asaba thought that Byakuya Kuchiki was for Rukia Kuchiki's sake and wanted to thank him. As a result, Byakuya Kuchiki pulled Asaba and said a lot of things that Asaba felt inexplicable. One of the most spoken words by Byakuya Kuchiki. Asaba, you must take good care of Rukia. Asaba felt inexplicable. But I don't know. Byakuya Kuchiki, a super pet girl, is worried that Rukia Kuchiki will go to Shiba's house. He's been watching secretly. So, what Asaba did to Rukia Kuchiki in front of Shiba's house yesterday. Byakuya Kuchiki got it. Byakuya Kuchiki, like Inoue Orihime, misunderstood. When Asaba left the Kuchiki mansion, he found that the Kuchiki family were chasing something. Asaba curiously pulled someone from the Kuchiki family. What happened? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's the vice captain of the 11th division who is here to steal the koi again. Asaba twitched the corners of his mouth. The vice captain of the 11th division, of course, is Kusajishi Yakiru. When Asaba was chasing the god, he learned from relevant information. Kusajishi Yakiru has a secret warehouse in Kuchiki's house. There are her various collections there. On the outskirts of Xielingting, the pond in front of Yugantang is full of koi. Those koi were stolen from Kusajishi Yakiru's house. Original. Asaba thought it was just a rumor. Unexpectedly, today I really bumped into Kusajishi Yakiru to steal koi from Kuchiki's house. I don't think you seem to be in a hurry. The Kuchiki family said, hey, we're all used to it. The head of the family acquiesced to this. We, just pretend, and stop chasing when we get to the door. Not far from the Kuchiki mansion, Kusajishi Yakiru held the small fish tank, looked at the 2 koi swimming in it, and smiled like a child. Although Kusajishi Yakiru looks like a child, Kusajishi Yakiru is not young. Kusajishi Yakiru's age can still be Asaba's grandma, even if Asaba stayed in the boundary for a few years. Of course, at Soul Society, the least important difference between people is age. What? Kusajishi Yakiru was taken aback by Asaba, who suddenly appeared beside him. Yi, why are you here? Kusajishi Yakiru has a habit of giving people nicknames. Yi is the nickname Kusajishi Yakiru gave him. The nickname Yi wasn't as ugly as the bald boy, so Asaba didn't care. Skinhead, Kusajishi Yakiru's nickname for Madarame Makaku. Byakuya Kuchiki invited me to be a guest at Kuchiki's house. Oh, Kusajishi Yakiru raised the fish tank in front of Asaba. Yi, this koi looks good. Asaba nodded. The koi in Kuchiki's pond are all carefully selected by Kuchiki's family, can they not look good? Yi, come and deal with this koi with me. The outskirts of Shaolingting. 13th is the only squad whose team is located in the suburbs. Ugando is the team house of the 13th Division captain, Jashiro Yukitaki. Ugantang was built on a pond in front of it. At this time, there were 2 more koi in the pond. Cough cough. Jashiro Yukitaki came out coughing. Yakiru, you went to Kuchiki's house to steal koi again. Are you here, Asaba? Cough cough. Jashiro Yukitaki coughed a few more times before continuing. You're going to leave the voiceless voice, but you've heard me badly. In this regard, Asaba is indeed a little embarrassed. Jashiro Yukitaki has always been in poor health, and most of the 13th things are handled by Hutoru's voiceless voice. Now, it is up to Jashiro Yukitaki to take care of it. That's why I came to the door to apologize to Captain Jashiro. I just made a pot of tea, come in and sit. When Asaba returned to the 5th Division, it was already night. Asami walks into the captain's room that originally belonged to Aizen Sosuke, but now belongs to him. The moment Asaba stepped in, the smell of alcohol hit his nostrils. On the ground, the table is full of empty wine bottles. A drunken woman with big breasts pounced on Asaba. Vomit 1. Asaba hurriedly pushed Matsumoto Rengaku away. When Asaba pushed Matsumoto Rengaku away, he accidentally pushed his hand in the wrong place. Involuntarily, I sighed, it's so big. After being pushed away by Asaba, Matsumoto Rengaku, who was vomiting on the side, did not respond to being oiled by Asaba. I don't know if she was drunk or not. Still too busy to vomit, not bothering Asaba for this. After Matsumoto Rengaku vomited, he sobered up a bit, but his face was still flushed. Captain Asaba, are you back? Asaba saw Matsumoto Rengaku staggering towards him with his mouth full of alcohol, and hurriedly avoided it. Asaba doesn't mind if Matsumoto Rengaku throws himself in his arms awake. Now, Asaba didn't want to be spit all over. Even Matsumoto Rengaku is beautiful and fierce. No matter how beautiful the vomit is disgusting. Captain Asaba, why did you say Yin betrayed the Soul Society? Is he not coming back? Matsumoto Rengaku has always been an alcoholic. Today is to get drunk for Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin and Matsumoto Rengaku met when they were in Rukongai and have always had a good relationship. The reason why Ichimaru Jin follows Aizen is to avenge Matsumoto Rengaku. More than 100 years ago, when Aizen Sosuke tried to make Hogyoku himself, the souls of many Reiatsu people were secretly taken from Rukongai. Reiatsu's Matsumoto Rengaku, who was not bad, was one of the victims. Although Matsumoto Rengaku survived by luck, part of his soul was taken away. Captain Asaba, why don't you answer? You're drunk, I'll answer you when you wake up. Facing a drunken alcoholic, Asaba didn't want to waste his time. Asaba now tells Matsumoto Rengaku everything. God knows if Matsumoto Rengaku will remember when he sobers up. I'm not drunk, Captain Asaba, answer me now. Matsumoto Rengaku hugged Asaba like an octopus while Asaba was not paying attention. Immediately, a large stench of wine came to the nostrils. Rengaku, sorry, what? Excuse me. Matsumoto Rengaku was puzzled, but slowly lost consciousness. She was knocked out by Asaba. Asaba hugs Matsumoto Rengaku, who was knocked out, and throws him on the bed. Then walked out. Vice Captain's room. Katetsu Azane and Toru Akane are dealing with the 5th Division. When the two saw Asaba coming in, they both stood up. Hello Captain Asaba, aren't you finished yet? Asaba looked at the two sisters and asked. The team materials have been processed, and now we are planning for your official inauguration ceremony tomorrow, Captain Shallow. Although Asaba is the temporary captain of the 5th Division, the inauguration ceremony is still needed. Oh, just keep it simple. It is not that Asaba is thrifty and afraid of waste, but that he is afraid of trouble. Understood. Tiger Toru's voiceless stuck out his tongue towards Asaba. By the way, has the place for the two of you been arranged? Kotetsu Azane pointed to the vice-captain's back room and said, I live here with Keen. Is there only one bed in there? I often sleep with Chingyun, Kotetsu Azane replied, blushing. Oh, then you rest early, I'm going to rest too. That night, Qian casually found a roof and drew a knife on it. The next morning, in the yard of the 5th Division. Except for Shinigami, who was out on a mission, the 5th Division assembled here. In the courtyard, Asaba's inauguration ceremony was held. After the ceremony, it was Asaba's turn to speak. Everyone, although I am the temporary captain of the 5th Division. However, I hope that you will cooperate with me during my inauguration. If you, like your vice-captain, blame me for Aizen Sosuke, then stand up now and let's make a gesture. After Asaba finished speaking, he waited for a while, seeing that no one stood up, and no one spoke, then continued. Very good, I wish us a happy time during my inauguration as the interim captain of the 5th Division. All matters of the squad will be handled by the vice-captains Kotetsu Azane and Toru Keen. If you have anything, just ask them both directly. At this time, Matsumoto Rengaku, who finally sobered up, came out of the captain's room yawning. Chapter 71. Captain Asaba, what about me? I'm also your vice-captain who is here to assist you. He smiled and looked at Matsumoto Rengaku. Oh, sorry, I forgot about you, then you will be responsible for 1/3 of the squad's affairs. Matsumoto Rengaku hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. Captain Asaba, I was joking just now. I think it's good for Yongyun and Chingyun to be responsible. Matsumoto Rengaku saw Asaba's playful face and knew that Asaba was doing it on purpose. She was about to get angry, but blushed. It turns out that Asaba didn't forget her before, but knew that she likes to be lazy. At this time, Matsumoto Rengaku was very confused. Since Asaba knows her character, why would she call her to the 5th Division to assist her? Sudden, Matsumoto Rengaku had incoherent fragments in his mind. It was the scene after she was drunk last night. Asaba's inauguration ceremony ended. Rengaku, find a place to live by yourself. Oh. Asaba walked towards the captain's room, Matsumoto Rengaku following behind. Asaba thought that Matsumoto Rengaku was going to the captain's room to pack up, so he didn't stop him. Come to the yard in front of the captain's room. Asaba began to draw his sword and became stronger. Matsumoto Rengaku stood to the side and hesitated. She didn't know what was the point of Asaba's constant drawing of the knife, but she didn't bother about it. Because she has more pressing matters to talk to Asaba. Well, that's what she wanted to say at this time. After half an hour, seeing that Matsumoto Rengaku was still standing beside him, Asaba finally couldn't help asking. Rengaku, what's the matter with you? Asaba, you know that I like to be lazy when I was in the 10th Division, why did you choose me to help you? When Matsumoto Rengaku said this, he was a little embarrassed, so he lowered his head. She looked at her high heart, and seemed to understand something. Is Asaba chosen because she is big? While Matsumoto Rengaku is cranky. When Ichimaru Jin goes to Haweko Mundo, please ask me to take care of you, Long. What? Matsumoto Rengaku shuddered, the answer completely unexpected to her. Asaba, you, is what you just said true? Asaba nodded. I asked you last night when Yin could come back. You said last night to answer me when I sober up. Now that I'm sober, can you answer me? When will Ichimaru Jin come back? Time for the final battle at Karakura town. But Ichimaru Jin will die then. With the butterfly Asaba, whether Ichimaru Jin will still die, Asaba does not know. When Captain Ichimaru Jin finishes what he wants to do, he will come back naturally. Matsumoto Rengaku. Jin, what is he going to do with Aizen Sosuke? I have no idea then. The next day, she was awakened by the sound outside. After the Aizen incident came to an end, Asaba rarely got a good night's sleep. In the yard of the 5th Division, Captain Zaraki, our captain is resting. For the 5th Division, my sister and I are responsible now. If you have anything, you can tell me directly. I'll tell you when the captain gets up. Zaraki Kenpachi, who was trying to break into the captain's room, was blocked by Toru's voiceless voice. Kotetsu Azane hid behind his sister timidly, and she was frightened by the momentum of Zaraki Kenpachi. Matsumoto Rengaku came out yawning, and she was very carefree, but she was not afraid of Zaraki Kenpachi. Captain Zaraki, what are you looking for our captain? Zaraki Kenpachi said. I came to fight Asaba and let him out. As soon as Zaraki Kenpachi said this, a black line appeared on the heads of Kotetsu Azane and others. Matsumoto Rengaku said. Captain Zaraki, there is a rule in the Serange, Shinigami above the vice captain cannot fight at will. Regulations. What is that? Zaraki Kenpachi radiates his Reiatsu. Matsumoto Rengaku and other vice captains were fine, but the rest of the 5th Division were stunned and kept retreating. Captain Zaraki, what do you mean? Shallow came out. When Zaraki Kenpachi saw Asaba coming out, he put away the Reiatsu that he had distributed. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Asaba and grinned. Asaba, fight me. Kotetsu Azane said, Captain Asaba, there are rules in Jinglingting. Unless there are special circumstances, Shinigami above the rank of vice captain are not allowed to fight at will in the Jingling Palace. Toru Chingyun and Matsumoto Rengaku on the side nodded. Zaraki Kenpachi said unhappy, cut. He smiled lightly. Captain Zaraki, you can fight if you want. Zaraki Kenpachi pulled Zanpakuto out when he heard the words, and he couldn't wait to fight Asaba directly. Come on. Asaba's conversation changed. However, since it's a fight, there must be some stakes. Kindness. Bet. Yes. Asaba nodded with a smile. If there is no stake, I can't get in the mood to fight with all my strength. Can't you feel the urge to fight with all your strength? Zaraki Kenpachi fell silent. If Chian couldn't fight with all his strength, that would be a lot of fun. In Zaraki Kenpachi's view, since it is a battle, win or lose, if you can't fight with all your strength, there's no point. Asaba, what stake do you want? Asaba, Captain Zaraki, you have something that I don't seem to be able to admire. A black line appeared on Zaraki Kenpachi's head. Although he was speechless, she also knew that what Asaba said was the truth. Even if he, Wangda's wooden sword, Ba has been the captain for so many years. But apart from the sealed state he picked up in his hand, he really had nothing to hold. So, Asaba, did you refuse to fight me in this way? Zaraki Kenpachi thought that Asaba was deliberately trying to embarrass him. Captain Zaraki, let's stop life and death. Kotetsu Azane was stunned. Asaba wants to block life and death with Zaraki Kenpachi. No matter who lives or dies, Asaba or Zaraki Kenpachi, Soul Society is unacceptable and will not allow it. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned. Okay. Did Asaba think that would scare him? Don't you know that every time he fights, Zaraki Kenpachi puts his life and death aside? Why did Asaba make such a request? Naturally, he wanted to help Zaraki Kenpachi unlock the seal. Shinigami. 2 people died, which Asaba regrets. One is Ichimaru Jin. One is Unohana Retsu. Ichimaru Jin's death, Asaba can still grudgingly accept. But Unohana Retsu sacrificed herself to help Zaraki Kenpachi break the seal. This is the most unacceptable for Asaba. So Asaba decided to do it himself. If he could help Zaraki Kenpachi break the seal, that would be good. If he can't help Zaraki Kenpachi break the seal, only Unohana Retsu can break Zaraki Kenpachi's words. B. If between Zaraki Kenpachi and Unohana Retsu, one must die. Asaba had no hesitation in choosing Zaraki Kenpachi. Hours later, Zaraki Kenpachi and Asa came to Yihao Infernal. The commander-in-chief agreed immediately after learning that Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi were going to a life-and-death duel in the infernal affairs. When Asaba went to hell, the captain gave Asaba a profound feeling. This battle, if Zaraki Kenpachi can't break his seal, Zaraki Kenpachi may die. If Zaraki Kenpachi breaks his seal, Asaba may die. After Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi went to the infernal affairs, Kyoraku Shunsui came to the captain's side. Old man, is this really good? It doesn't matter who Zaraki Kenpachi or Asaba has an accident, it's our Soul Society's loss. Besides, Asaba is still so young. Kyoraku Shunsui and Unohana Retsu are concurrent Shinigami. How strong Unohana Retsu really is, Kyoraku Shunsui has a lot to say. When Zaraki Kenpachi was a boy, he sealed his own power in order to enjoy the joy of battle. Why seal your own power? That's because when Zaraki Kenpachi was a boy, his strength was actually above Unohana Retsu. Therefore, by Kyoraku Shunsui, no matter how talented Asaba is by no means a match for Zaraki Kenpachi as long as Zaraki Kenpachi unlocks his own seal. Kyoraku, Asaba is the only existence that I have been completely invisible for over 2000 CGED years. But I see countless possibilities in him. What others can't do, I thought Asaba could do. Yes, Asaba has infinite possibilities, can he do what others can't? Although Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't fully understand Yamamoto's words, he was full of expectations for the outcome of this battle. Team 4, Katetsu Azane hurried to find Unohana Retsu. Captain, something is wrong. Unohana Retsu put down her work and looked up at Katetsu Azane unhurriedly. Yongyan, what happened to make you panic? Katetsu Azane panted and replied, Captain Yi and Captain Zaraki have gone to Infernal Affairs. Why are the two of them going to Infernal Affairs? A new mission. Unohana Retsu has yet to realize the seriousness of the matter. Go to, duel to the death. Ha, Unohana Retsu stood up with a sudden, didn't the chief captain stop the two of them? The commander-in-chief personally approved it. Ujawa directly flashed out of the 4th Division captain's room, heading towards the endless hell. She is going to Infernal Affairs to stop Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi herself. Asaba, don't you have any trouble? The true strength of Zaraki Kenpachi is not what you see now. Unohana Retsu also thought that Asaba didn't know the true strength of Zaraki Kenpachi. When Unohana Retsu rushes to Infernal Affairs to stop Asaba from duel with Zaraki Kenpachi himself. Huche Qingyan also returned to the 13th Division. The news that Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi will go to the Infernal Affairs duel told Jashiro Yukitaki. What the hell are you thinking about? Asaba is not bad, I can't let him die like this. Asaba is so young and so powerful. He is Seoul Society's future hope. Almost everyone thinks that Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi's life and death duel. If no one stops it, let the two really fight. The dead man is definitely Asaba. Infinite hell. Asaba, I have agreed to your request. Zaraki Kenpachi held the sealed state and swung it out of thin air, as if trying to find a way to strike against Asaba. I heard that your master understands. You should also fight with my full strength. Quickly solve it. I'll wait for you. Zaraki Kenpachi just wanted a good fight with Asaba. Even if Asaba proposes a life and death battle, Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't care about winning or losing. Zaraki Kenpachi would rather lose to Asaba who fought with all his strength than to win Asaba who did not fight with all his strength. Of course, Zaraki Kenpachi will also fight in full force. Good. Just as Asaba pulled out Zanpakuto to prepare for the solution, Unohana Retsu burst in with a sullen face. When Unohana Retsu arrived, he was directly between Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi. She faced Zaraki Kenpachi with an expression more serious than ever. Zaraki, if you want to fight, fight with me over there. Asaba is mine. Zaraki Kenpachi was stunned for a moment, and then he opened his mouth and laughed. Ujiha, I understand. Got it, got it. Now that you understand, why are you laughing? Unohana Retsu was puzzled, but Zaraki Kenpachi turned around and left the Infernal Affairs. Forehead. What's the situation? According to Zaraki Kenpachi's temperament, the battle he believes should not be compromised so easily. Unohana Retsu can't figure it out, and Asaba has a black line. What is Unohana Retsu doing? The reason why Asaba fought Zaraki Kenpachi in a life and death duel was to prevent Unohana Retsu from dying. A question popped into Asaba's mind, is Unohana Retsu doomed to die? No, I won't let that happen. If there is a day. Asaba made up his mind in his heart that if the day comes, Unohana Retsu will use his life to break the seal for Zaraki Kenpachi. Asaba would not hesitate to kill Zaraki Kenpachi with his hands. Unohana Retsu came to Asaba. Asaba, what are you talking about? Nothing. Jashiro 14 rushed to the infernal hell in a hurry. As the battle over, the next day, outskirts of Tillington, Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi face off. Zaraki Kenpachi tore off the blindfold over his right eye, and his suppressed Reiatsu instantly recovered. Zaraki Kenpachi exudes a powerful Reiatsu. If the others face Zaraki Kenpachi, they will be stunned by Zaraki Kenpachi's Reiatsu. Asaba didn't take it seriously and was not affected in any way. After the duel between Zaraki Kenpachi and Asaba was interrupted, Zaraki Kenpachi still wanted to fight Asaba. So today he found Asaba again. Today, the two of them are not fighting to the death. I'll come first. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Asaba with a strong war intent in his eyes. Come on. Asaba stood still, covering Reiatsu all over. Drink. Brush. Zaraki Kenpachi rushed over and slashed at Asaba. Cut. After Zaraki Kenpachi cut, he stepped back. It's so strong. As Zaraki Kenpachi spoke, he kept waving the sealed state in his hand towards the air. He was looking for the feeling that could cut Asaba. It's me. Come on. Brush. The transparent Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand slashed on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder. Puff. The Reiatsu defense on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder was immediately broken. The Zanpakuto blade in Asaba's hand fell into it. This scene is very familiar. It is when Asaba selects the team in the first team conference room. The scene when Zaraki Kenpachi stands up and asks Asaba to cut him. Asaba retracted Zanpakuto and took a few steps back. Captain Zaraki, it's your turn. Asaba and Zaraki Kenpachi, this time is not fighting to the death. It's a simple Reiatsu control competition. Both use Reiatsu to defend Ren, then take turns attacking. Whoever is first broken through 7 defenses and injured will lose. After a few minutes, there are 7 more wounds on Zaraki Kenpachi's body. Asaba has only 1. In this match, Zaraki Kenpachi lost. Asaba, I am convinced that I lost. Zaraki Kenpachi's words are sincere. Zaraki Kenpachi knew that Asaba was different from him, and that Asaba's ability to liberate Zanpakuto would be greatly improved. During the competition between Asaba and him just now, Asaba didn't even use Shikai. Yet he still lost. Zaraki Kenpachi and Asaba finished the match, and he felt something loosen in his heart. As for what it was, he didn't know. Captain Zaraki, your Reiatsu is strong. It's just that you use Reiatsu only by instinct, if you can control it at will. I would never dare to be as casual as I am now. Zaraki Kenpachi and Asaba still have stakes in this matchup. If Zaraki Kenpachi wins, Asaba joins the 11. If Asaba wins, Zaraki Kenpachi considers Asaba the boss. Zaraki Kenpachi has always fought by instinct. Zaraki Kenpachi is an oddball in Shinigami. He not only became the captain of Shinigami without liberating Zanpakuto. He doesn't even know Shinigami's basic 4 skills, slashing fists and walking ghosts. Zaraki Kenpachi can use a sword, but he uses his fighting instinct, not a kendo skill. The captain also thought about letting Zaraki Kenpachi learn new boxing, but unfortunately Zaraki Kenpachi thought it was too troublesome. Do you control Reiatsu at will? Although it seems like a lot of trouble to learn, if you can get stronger. Asaba, teach me, I want to become stronger and fight you again. Asaba nodded. Okay, I'll teach you. Asaba's ultimate Reiatsu control is the reward for drawing a knife. Asaba can't say that his Reiatsu control is the strongest, but he definitely ranks in the top. Reiatsu control is actually very simple. Then, Asaba began coaching Zaraki Kenpachi to practice Reiatsu control. 3 days later, Asahi held Zanpakuto and slashed towards Zaraki Kenpachi. Pot. Asaba Zanpakuto slashed on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, making a metal crash. The use of Reiatsu defense was successful. Come and try to attack me. When Asaba attacked Zaraki Kenpachi relied on his fighting instinct. The moment Asaba Zanpakuto slashed to his shoulder, he focused Reiatsu towards his shoulder, thus defending against Asaba's slash. Zaraki Kenpachi slashed at Asaba with a single sword, and actually broke the Reiatsu defense of Asaba, who had not liberated Zanpakuto. Zaraki Kenpachi split his mouth. He had just followed Asaba's teaching. When attacking Asaba, he covered Reiatsu on the blade. As expected, Asaba's Reiatsu defense was easily broken. Of course, Asaba secretly released water. With Asaba's current Reiatsu control ability, he can completely slash Zaraki Kenpachi when he is Covers all Reiatsu to the slashed spot in an instant. Captain Zaraki, next is sword pressing practice. The so-called sword pressure. It is to cover Reiatsu on the blade. When he slashed with his sword, Reiatsu, who covered it, slashed out. The new Reiatsu, in the flying project, forms a Reiatsu shock wave. The strength, distance and accuracy of the Reiatsu shock wave need to test the user's Reiatsu control ability. 2 days later, Zaraki Kenpachi successfully used the sword pressure, but his sword pressure could only fly 2 meters away. 0. Yes, as long as you keep practicing, Zaraki, you will be able to master the sword soon. While Zaraki Kenpachi was practicing various Reiatsu techniques, Asaba was not idle either. Has been drawing a knife on the side to become stronger. Call, successful drawing of the sword, Reiatsu +1. J. When Asaba and Aizen Kuyusuke fought in the central underground meeting hall. Asaba removes the Reiatsu weights. Now, every time Asaba draws his sword, he returns to his original state. Asaba, what's the use of drawing your knife there all the time? Get stronger. Asaba replied, draw a knife, can you become stronger? As Zaraki Kenpachi said that, he also drew out his sword. I don't feel anything. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. This method, as long as he can use it, the rest of the people will not be able to learn it. While Zaraki Kenpachi was learning Reiatsu control from Asaba, Zaraki Kenpachi's self-sealing loosened a bit. Zaraki, now you can practice by yourself, and I won't accompany you. Zaraki Kenpachi nodded. The day after Asaba returned to Division 5 from the outskirts. A piece of news spread in Xiaolingting. Captain Asaba of the 5th Division, do you know? Che, aren't you joking? Now in our entire Jingling court, who doesn't know Captain Asaba? Captain Asaba was bad 2 months ago, whether it was Reiatsu or whatever. Do you know how Captain Asaba was able to become Captain Shinigami of our Jingling Palace in just 2 months? Asaba became the interim captain of the 5th Division, except for Hinamori Momo, who was a little dissatisfied. Xiaolingting's Shinigami did not have any opinion. Asaba first played on a par with Aizen Huyuji. He also defeated Kurosaki Ichigo, a boy in trouble who seriously injured Byakuya Kuchiki. Then he defeated Zaraki Kenpachi, the fighting maniac of the 11th Division. Even without seeing Asaba's strength with his own eyes. The Shinigami of Jinglingting, but they recognized Asaba's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Why? Do you know why? Of course, according to the latest news I got. The reason why Captain Asaba can become so strong in such a short period of time. Because, Captain Asaba can draw his sword and become stronger. Similar conversations are taking place in many places in the 610 in Jilingting. Soon, the fact that Asaba can draw a sword and become stronger has spread throughout the Yuling court. At the beginning, there were people who questioned this. Along with teachers such as Yamato of the True Spiritual Art Academy, they came forward to confirm. In addition, Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th team personally led the Shinigami of the 11th team to draw the sword. The whole Xiaolingting set off a wave of knife drawing. This morning, after Asaba got up, he saw the Shinigami of Division 5 who were drawing their swords earnestly in the courtyard, and a black line appeared on their heads. After learning that not only the 5th Division, but the entire Gotei 13th Division was like this, Asaba was even more speechless. Kuchiki Mansion. The secret base of the Women's Shinigami Association. Kusajishi Yakiru, the president of the Women's Shinigami Association, stepped on a stool and stood in front of the chief stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the new members. New member, who is it? I don't know any news at all. Amidst the discussion among the female Shinigami, a familiar figure walked in. The members of the Female Shinigami Association, who had been talking a lot, all quieted down. Captain Yusohana, Matsumoto Rangaku stood up in surprise. Matsumoto Rangaku is one of the board members of the Women's Shinigami Association, and is the most active board member. President Bachinliu, you are too boring. You didn't tell me about the important matter of Captain Yunohana joining our association. Kusajishi Yakiru said. After Captain Yunohana joined our Women's Shinigami Association, the funding that our Women's Shinigami Association can apply for can be even more. A string of black lines appeared on the heads of everyone present. The reason why Yunohana Retsu joined was that Kusajishi Yakiru forced her to join. Hana Retsu would not agree, Kusajishi Yakiru told her. The reason why she was asked to join is related to Asaba. Hana glared at Kusajishi Yakiru with a bit of resentment, and it turned out that Kusajishi Yakiru lied to her. But, when Hana Retsu followed by Matsumoto Rangaku sat down and learned about the theme of the Women's Shinigami Association tonight, she would rather Kusajishi Yakiru lied to her. Tonight's theme for the Women's Shinigami Association: help new member Hana Retsu get off the list. Or, match Hana Retsu and Asaba. Hana Retsu wanted to get up and leave, but was hugged tightly by Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku thinks Kusajishi Yakiru is amazing. Then, the Women's Shinigami Association started its official meeting. Matsumoto Rangaku, Kusajishi Yakiru and others asked Hana Retsu many questions. No matter how Hana Retsu answered, they all fooled Hana Retsu, saying that it was love. Under the deceit of a group of female Shinigami Association members, Hana Retsu succeeds in believing in one thing: she loves Asaba. Hana Retsu believed to like her after Asaba. The members of the Women's Shinigami Association made several plans for Hana Retsu to pursue Asaba's initiative. Then, the next day, Asaba opened his eyes and saw Hana Retsu, who was well dressed. "Wah, Sister Wah, why are you here?" "Oh, sorry, After Asaba made a slip of the tongue, he immediately apologized, but was interrupted by Hana Retsu's smile. "Sister Wah, I like it very much. Asaba, call me that in the future." The title Flower Sister does not exist in the Shinigami world. Hana Retsu remembered what Matsumoto Rangaku and Kusajishi Yakiru said to him last night. If a person likes another person, he will give that person a special nickname. Sister Wah, it should be the exclusive nickname that Asaba gave her because she liked him. Asaba actually wanted to be called Hana Retsu Flower Sister for a long time. Now that he has obtained Hana Retsu's permission, he is naturally happy. "Sister Wah, what's the matter with you coming to my place so early?" Hana Retsu furtively glanced at the cuff, where a small note was hidden. "Asaba, I want to accompany you to see the first sunrise after getting up." A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. What's wrong with Hana Retsu? Doesn't she know the meaning behind that sentence? "I want to see the sunrise with you for the first time, just want to get up with you. I just want to sleep with you." Hana Retsu is so direct, so bold. "Sister Wah, are you serious?" Hana Retsu nodded. Asaba looked at Hana Retsu's blushing pretty face, and felt that Hana Retsu was just confessing to him. "Okay, I accept your confession, Sister Wah." Now it's Hana Retsu's turn to be surprised. Asaba accepts her confession. She looked at the small note hidden in her sleeve, which was what the Shinigami Association of Women such as Matsumoto Rangaku had asked her to say to Asaba today. Matsumoto Rangaku and the others told Hana Retsu to let her finish those words to Asaba, and then they could confess. But she has only said the first sentence, and Chian accepts her confession. Etc. How did Asaba know she was going to confess to her? For a moment, Hana Retsu's pretty face looks like a boiling bubble teapot. From the neck, the cursing turned red to the roots of the ears. "Me, Sister Wah, didn't you just confess to me?" "No, I want to confess to you, but..." Oops. Hana Retsu didn't know how to explain, but jumped out of the window with her pretty face flushed. Soon disappeared from Asaba's field of vision, leaving the 5th division and returning to the 4th division. Asaba watched in astonishment as Ujiwa left lies back, hesitating in his heart, wondering if he should chase after him. Not far from the captain's room, Matsumoto Rangaku bit his fingers and looked at Hana Retsu, the back of Captain Asaba's room fleeing, and winked at the curious fat man. She really wants to know if Hana Retsu has successfully confessed. After Hana Retsu escaped from the captain's room, Asaba did not catch up. "Come to the yard, call." After taking a deep breath, he pulled Zanpakuto out. Successful drawing, Reiatsu +1. Continue. Successful drawing, Reiatsu +1. Successful drawing, Reiatsu +1. Although Aizen Sosuke did not get Hogyoku, his strength is still not to be underestimated. Before the next duel with Aizen Sosuke, I have to try my best to have 2 masters left. Originally, I could use the previous method to break the world and draw the sword. After Aizen fled to Hawako Mundo, Soul Society went into full martial law. As one of the important passages for invading Soul Society, Boundary has also exerted its function to the ultimate at this moment. The current situation is terrible. It can block the flow of all spiritual suns from moving, and almost are filled with the channel of breaking the boundary. Sutu appeared every half a day to clean up the foreign objects in the boundary. Qian wanted to go to the Broken World to practice drawing a sword, but it was not realistic for the time being. Matsumoto Rengoku followed Unohana to the Rei 4th Division. Asaba accepted your confession. Unohana Retsu nodded blushing. Then what are you running for? Me. Matsumoto Rengoku saw Unohana Retsu bow his head shyly, and held up Unohana Retsu's pretty face seriously. Captain Ujawa, it is not advisable to be shy if you want to successfully get rid of the list, you have to be bolder. Unohana Retsu blushed even more. Be a little more daring. Matsumoto Rengoku nodded earnestly. That's right. Now that Asaba has accepted your confession, let's move on to the next step. Next step. Unohana looked at Matsumoto Rengoku's malicious smile, and felt that she was on a pirate ship. Afternoon. Matsumoto Rengoku shoved Asaba a note. On the note is Unohana Retsu's graceful handwriting. Asaba, I'm waiting for you at Jashiro Park, please come. Jashiro Park, in the northernmost part of Jingling Palace, is close to Jashiro's house, a lower-ranking noble. Jashiro Park was originally called Uexen Park, and it was a place for Xielingting couples to date. Because Jashiro Yukitaki's status in Xiaolingting is too high, the surrounding nobles. This is why Uexen Park was renamed Jashiro Park. Dating. Unohana Retsu personally sent a date invitation, and Asaba naturally would not refuse. Asaba has accepted Unohana Retsu's confession, and the two are now a couple. Dating as a couple is a normal way to maintain a relationship with each other. Jashiro Park. Asaba and Unohana Retsu sat side by side on the grass with a food basket between them. In the food basket are various desserts made by Unohana Retsu herself. Captain Ujawa, what are you still doing? Hurry up and hold Asaba's hand. The urging voices of Matsumoto Rengoku, Kusajishi Yakiru and others could be heard in Unohana Retsu's ears. Unohana Retsu looked at Asaba's hand and blushed slightly. Asaba looked ahead and didn't notice all this. To ensure smooth operation, Matsumoto Rengoku and Kusajishi Yakiru went to the 11th Division to borrow a special item monitoring bacteria. Surveillance bacteria can attach to the target and monitor the target and the situation around the target. Even if Reiatsu is as powerful as the presence of the Commander-in-Chief Yamamoto Motoyanasai Shigekuni, he cannot detect the existence of surveillance bacteria. Surveillance bacteria, borrowed by Kusajishi Yakiru and others, were planted in Unohana Retsu's ears. Kusajishi Yakiru is now commanding Unohana Retsu from a distance. Under the various commands and urgings of Kusajishi Yakiru and others, Unohana Retsu finally got the courage to put his hand on Asaba's hand as if casually. PFF'd. Puff, puff. Unohana Retsu felt the temperature on the back of Asaba's hand, her heart pounding. She thought to herself, so what Kusajishi Yakiru and the others said were true. When you have a skin-to-skin relationship with someone you like, your heart beats very fast. This should be the heart palpitations in the mouths of Kusajishi Yakiru and Matsumoto Rengoku. Asaba felt Unohana Retsu's hand on his hand, and after a slight smile, backhanded Unohana Retsu's hand. Unohana Retsu's body suddenly trembled, like an electric shock, which instantly spread throughout her body. She felt that her whole body seemed to soften. Come on, come on. It's a rare opportunity, Captain Unohana, cheers. With Kusajishi Yakiru and Matsumoto Rengoku on the line, Unohana Retsu rested his head on Asaba's shoulder. The fragrance reached the tip of Asaba's nose, and Asaba unconsciously rubbed the palm of Unohana Retsu's hand. Unohana Retsu took the shallow hand and spread Asaba's palm. I saw that Asaba had thick calluses on her hands, and her other hand was rubbing Asaba's palm. Unohana Retsu's eyes were full of distress, and she knew that it was left by Qian's constant drawing of the knife. In order to become stronger, Asaba has bitterness that others do not know. Unohana Retsu still clearly remembers the scene where Asaba was in the 4th Division drawing a knife all night in the yard. It's okay, it's okay. Asaba wanted to pull his hand back. I'll try Kaido to see if it can help you recover. Good. When Unohana Retsu carefully used Kaido to help Asaba heal his calluses. Matsumoto Rangaku and Kusajishi Yakiru jumped in a hurry. Captain Usohana, what are you doing? With such a good opportunity, she didn't even ask for a kiss. Unohana Retsu ear. The urging voices of Matsumoto Rangaku and Kusajishi Yakiru were also constantly heard. Unohana Retsu wanted to be reserved, but Kusajishi Yakiru and Matsumoto Rangaku urged him to stop. Also, her heart was thumping and beating. After struggling for a while, Unohana Retsu finally decided to take the initiative. When Unohana Retsu helped Asaba heal his calluses. Before she knew it, her whole body was leaning on Asaba. After a while, she lifted her head and pressed her face against Asaba's. Seeing Unohana Retsu, Asaba remained unmoved. Unohana Retsu's heart was suddenly very lost. She was like this, Asaba didn't take the initiative to kiss her. Asaba must not like her. Unohana Retsu stood up with a sullen face. Asaba, I still have something to do, I'll go first. Good. Unohana Retsu walked slowly, waiting for Asaba to catch up. But Asaba stayed where he was, and didn't mean to catch up. It seems that Asaba really doesn't like me. Unohana Retsu was even more lost. What Unohana Retsu doesn't know is, it's not that Asaba doesn't like her, but that he really didn't get the signal that she asked for a kiss. That night, the Women's Shinigami Association held an emergency meeting again. The lost Unohana Retsu is enlightened by Kusajishi Yakiru et al. You see, Captain Unohana, this is a picture we took with surveillance bacteria. Quote. Matsumoto Rangaku points to the frame of Asaba and Unohana Retsu. As long as you're with Asaba, his eyes are always on you. Kusajishi Yakiru points to the image of Asaba with others. I don't know about those pictures, Kusajishi Yakiru never got them. Look, when Asaba is with someone else's woman, the focus of his eyes is not on that woman. Unohana Retsu scraped through the pictures and found that it was exactly what Matsumoto Rangaku and Kusajishi Yakiru said. What? Matsumoto Rangaku hurriedly framed one of the pictures. The picture is of Asaba and Matsumoto Rangaku together, Asaba staring at her heart. The next day, under the arrangement of the Women's Shinigami Association, Unohana Retsu is in action again. Unohana Retsu smeared Asaba's lips with a touch of water. This time, Asaba finally got it. Asaba took Unohana Retsu, who was about to finish kissing him, blushing and trying to escape, into his arms. Well, Unohana Retsu might want to say something, but unfortunately she can't speak right now. Unohana Retsu looked at Asaba's close face and closed her eyes. She only felt that the taste was sweet, and her heart was beating faster than ever before. She was in the 80th district of North Rukongai when she was still the greatest villain of the Soul Society. During the battle with Zaraki Kenpachi, her heart did not beat as fast as it is now. A few minutes later, Unohana Retsu pushed Asaba away, and she was almost out of breath. We continue. A few minutes later, Unohana Retsu blushed and fled. But she remembered that she had surveillance bacteria on her body. What she and Asaba did was like a live broadcast, and was watched by Kusajishi Yakiru and others. As Kusajishi Yakiru and the others blushed, Unohana Retsu suddenly ran away. Accurate. Very upset. Captain Usohana, why did you escape? What a great opportunity just now. Just a little bit, you will take down Asaba completely, and then say goodbye to the more than 2,000 years of sizzle, sizzle. The picture of monitoring the transmission of bacteria suddenly disappeared. I'm pissed off. Let's help Captain Ujoa get off the list like this. She actually destroyed the surveillance bacteria we finally borrowed from Captain Kurathashi Mayuri. It really pisses me off. Judging by Matsumoto Rangaku's tumbling heart, she seemed genuinely angry. First Team, Chief Captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni had a sullen face and a cold voice. Haven't found a way to get Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki. Chojiro Sasaki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't seen the captain so angry for a long time. The Shinigami captains of each division have thought of various ways. The same is true for the masters of the nobles such as the Kuchiki family and the Shihuin family. I haven't yet found a way to get Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki's body. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni sacrificed his crutches heavily. It's really useless. Chojiro Sasaki wiped away a cold sweat again, thinking that you can't do anything yourself. Is there any movement over Aizen Sosuke? Chojiro Sasaki replied. The Technology Development Bureau has been monitoring the situation in the present world and the Soul Society. For the time being, no anomalies have been found yet, Captain Aizen. No, Aizen Sosuke's side should be, it hasn't started action yet. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni stood up and looked into the distance. Aizen suddenly got a lot of scheming and told Kurathashi Mayuri that he must not let his guard down. Once an abnormality is found, especially the false aspect, it must be reported as soon as possible. Yes, Chojiro Sasaki walked out quickly. He would go to the 12th Division in person to convey the command of the Commander-in-Chief to Captain Kurathashi Mayuri. After Chojiro Sasaki left, Jashiro 14 came to Lang for a team. Jashiro, is there anything you want to come to see me? Jashiro Yukitaki said, I'm here for Rukia Kuchiki. Sit down and talk. After Jashiro Yukitaki sat down, he went straight to the point. We thought of various ways to get Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki's body. Unfortunately, apart from using the power of Sokyoku to forcibly separate Rukia and Hogyoku, I really can't think of any other way. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni's face sank. Jashiro, do you mean to sentence Rukia Kuchiki to Sokyoku? Jashiro Yukitaki hurriedly waved his hand and said, although Hogyoku can be taken out, Rukia Kuchiki will definitely die. Rukia Kuchiki is a member of the 13th Division. Among the Shinigami captains of Gotei 13, aside from Byakuya Kuchiki, Jashiro Yukitaki is the one who cares most about Rukia Kuchiki. We are temporarily unable to remove the Hogyoku from Rukia's body. Aizen Sosuke has been planning for so long before, and although he has not acted yet, he will never let it go. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni nodded, he naturally knew this. Jashiro Yukitaki continued. Since the Hogyoku inside Rukia cannot be taken, nor can Hogyoku fall into the hands of Aizen Sosuke. We'll have to send someone to protect Rukia Kuchiki at all times. Wong does. Yamamoto Yuanyujai said, but we all fell for Aizen Sosuke before and became Kyoka Suigetsu's captives. Jashiro Yukitaki. Want to protect Rukia Kuchiki from falling into the hands of Aizen Kuchiki. There is only Asaba now. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni nodded. Asaba has captain-level strength that is not lost to Aizen Sosuke, and has a way to break Kyoka Suigetsu. Having Asaba protect Rukia Kuchiki is the best option. Jashiro Yukitaki. So, I would like to apply to transfer Asaba to the 13th Division to be the vice-captain. In this way, Asaba can properly protect Rukia Kuchiki. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni felt that Jashiro Yukitaki's approach was good, but he did not rush to agree. That's not good. Asaba was the interim captain of the 5th Division. At this time, Unohana Retsu walked in. Asaba is a member of my 4th Division, and I have given in for him to be the interim captain of the 5th Division. Jashiro, you actually want Asaba to go to your 13th Division to be the vice-captain, I will never agree. Cough cough. After a cough, Jashiro Yukitaki said, Captain Ujiwa, you misunderstood, I have no intention of digging the wall. It's just that Rukia Kuchiki is a member of my 13th Division, and I am here for convenience. Humph. Unohana Retsu snorted coldly. Wouldn't it be more convenient to transfer Rukia Kuchiki to Wubin and make her Asaba's adjutant? Forehead. Finally, Chief Captain Yamamoto Motoyazai Shigekuni made the decision. Rukia Kuchiki was transferred from the 13th Division to the 5th Division that afternoon. Although Rukia Kuchiki is a member of the 13th Division, since the Aizen Sosuke conspiracy was exposed, Byakuya Kuchiki did not let Rukia Kuchiki go to work in the 13th Division, but let the masters of the Kuchiki family protect Rukia Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki learned. After Rukia Kuchiki was transferred to the 5th Division as Asaba's adjutant, he immediately sent Rukia Kuchiki to the 5th Division. Asaba's strength, Byakuya Kuchiki is naturally clear. Moreover, Asaba is able to crack the mirror flower water moon. Rukia Kuchiki is now closely guarded by Asaba. Byakuya Kuchiki is naturally 10,000 peace of mind. The third day when Rukia Kuchiki was transferred to Division 5 as Asaba's adjutant, the people from the Technology Development Bureau hurried to the first team. Half a minute, Chojiro Sasaki broke into Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni's lounge directly. Captain, the news has just arrived from the Technology Development Bureau. 10 minutes ago, Karakura town and other worlds appeared a lot of falsehoods. Shigekuni Yamamoto, who was going to rest, stood up, not feeling sleepy. What level of imaginary? How many? Chojiro Sasaki replied. It's all low-level phantoms, and we haven't found any phantoms at the Jillian level or above. But the number of inferior virtuals is staggering. In Karakura town alone, there are now thousands of inferior ones. And the number is still increasing. According to Captain Kurathashi Mayuri's guess, Jillian-level phantoms should come to the world soon, and the number will not be low. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni immediately issued 2 orders. Immediately, send Shinigami to the worlds. Notify the captains of the divisions to hold an emergency meeting immediately. Except for the 4th Squad. The rest of the Gotei 13th Division sent a large number of soldiers, led by the chief officer, to the world. After a brief emergency captain meeting, several Shinigami captains were also sent to sit in the present world. Respectively, 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro. The captain of the 7th Division is Paimura Sajin. Team 11 Captain Zaraki Kenpachi. The captain of the 2nd Division, Broken B. Team 4 Captain Unohana Retsu. The second day after Hitsugaya Toshiro and other captains were dispatched to guard the world. Rukongai, who was monitored by the Technology Development Bureau, also found anomalies. 4 black cavities appear in the 80 districts of Rukongai, southeast, northwest, and northwest respectively. A large number of inferior virtuals came out of the black cavity. A large number of Ronin and souls were devoured in the 80th district of Rukongai. Those emptiness, there is a sign of heading towards the 79th district. The chief captain, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, knew that this was Aizen Sosuke's move. He immediately gave the order. Asaba, temporary captain of the 5th Division, Yukuya Kuchiki, captain of the 6th Division. The 8th Division Captain Kyoraku Shunsui, the 2nd Division Captain Shibi. Go to the 480 districts of Rukongai immediately, and be sure to block Shu from the 79th district. The 13th Division, the 11th Division, the 1st Division, the 3rd Division, the 9th Division. And all the rest of the Shinigami, prepare for battle immediately, and prepare to support the secular and Rukongai with them. 5th Squad. After Asaba received CGED, the commander's order, he asked Katetsu Azane to assemble the 5th Division Shinigami in the courtyard. 3 seats, 4 seats, 5 seats, 6 seats. The 4 of you immediately pick 10 team members and follow me to the North Rukongai District 80. Yes. As the 4 seats began to select candidates, Asaba looked at the adjutant Rukia Kuchiki next to him. Rukia, you come with me too. Rukia Kuchiki nodded. She needed to be protected by Asaba. Asaba went to North Rukongai, and she naturally followed. Captain Asaba, what about us? Huche asked in a voiceless voice. You and the rest of you stay with the 5th Division and wait for us to come back. Captain Asaba, take me with you. Matsumoto Rengaku stepped forward and hugged Asaba's arm coquettishly. Katetsu Azane also said, Captain Asaba, take us with you. You might get hurt this time when you go to deal with Shu. I will definitely be able to help Kaido. After thinking for a while, he said, then Yongyan, you go with me, Qingyan and Rengaku stay. Tiger Toru Qingyan and Matsumoto Rengaku were reluctant, but Asaba's attitude was firm, and their reluctance was useless. After half an hour, Asaba brought Rukia Kuchiki, Katetsu Azane and other 5th Division Shinigami. Come to the north gate of Chinling Court, Hiling Gate. The guard of Heilengman is Dangzang, and he has received the order from above. After seeing Asaba and others coming from a distance, he opened the black edge door ahead of time. Hello Captain Asaba. When Asaba passed by Danzomaru, Danzomaru carefully greeted Asaba. Danzomaru is afraid of Asaba. When Asaba followed Kurosaki Ichigo and others to invade Tillington. But he beheaded the younger brother of the Westgate guard Yichong Bankwang Danfang. Always Banner Danfang wanted to ask Asaba for an explanation for his younger brother, but the result was nothing. Danzomaru got the gossip. It is said that the captain personally came forward to suppress the matter. Asaba not only invaded Jilington following the misfortune, but also killed the chief officer of the 7th Division. But nothing happened, and he became the temporary captain of the 5th Division. Danzomaru naturally knows that Asaba can't be offended, and if he offends Asaba, he will not be happy. Asaba will definitely kill him. Danzomaru thought so. Rukongai North 79th District. When Asaba arrived here with the 5th Division Shinigami, there was a figure waiting here. Captain Kuchiki, aren't you ordered to go to the West 80 District? Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Rukia Kuchiki next to Asaba and said, my heart has been restless, I'm afraid Rukia will shoot. Hearing this, Rukia Kuchiki looked at Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him. Eye circles instantly turned red. The image of her brother Byakuya Kuchiki in front of people, but the high cold school. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki said such warm words in front of her. How could Rukia Kuchiki not be moved by this? Asaba, Captain Kuchiki, then you and I will go to the North 80 District. Good. Byakuya Kuchiki agreed directly, that's what he planned. Before he came here to wait for Asaba, he had already arranged things in the West 80 District. After a few minutes, Asaba and his party came to Rukongai North 80 District. Arrive here first, and the Shinigami troops are fighting the virtual. Quick, there's just a Jillian in the west. Although Jillian is the lowest rank Manos Grande, he also needs Shinigami at the rank of officer to fight him. There are also 2 Jillians to the east. A new Jillian has appeared. The 5th Division Shinigami who came with Asaba. Naturally, one after another, Shinigami was wrong to support the advance here. Katetsu Azane is busy using Kaido to heal the wounded Shinigami. Since Asaba and other captains arrived, Jillian-level avatars have appeared in large numbers. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Asaba with worry in his eyes. Asaba, it looks like Aizen knows we're here. Qian looked up into the air, Aizen himself is here too. Okay. Byakuya Kuchiki didn't understand Asaba's words, but suddenly felt a familiar and terrifying Reiatsu. He looked up. I saw a black cavity in the air. 2 figures stood in the black cavity. One is Aizen Sosuke, who took off his glasses and put on an unruly hairstyle. One is Tusen Konami with a mirror and expressionless face. Asaba, Captain Kuchiki, protect Rukia. Asaba spoke. Zanpakuto had already been pulled out. Bankai, White Tiger. With a roar of a tiger, the form of Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand changed. As Zanpakuto's body shape changes, Asaba's Reiatsu is also 10 times bigger. At the same time, Asaba's perception has been increased by 30 times. Wind field, open. To prevent Aizen Kuchiki from taking advantage of Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities, Rukia Kuchiki is taken away. Asaba directly opened the wind field. Captain Kuchiki, the range of the wind field I'm opening now is my side garden 2 miles. Byakuya Kuchiki, who stood in front of Rukia Kuchiki, had already held Zanpakuto in his hand. Asaba, I see, I'm not leaving this range. Air. Aizen Sosuke is still full of jokes. Byakuya Kuchiki, you have always been high above. You, who have always treated people coldly, are actually acting like this at this moment. It's really impermanent. Ha ha ha. Byakuya Kuchiki was unmoved by Aizen Sosuke's ridicule. As a mad girl, he will not lose his balance because of Aizen Sosuke's sarcasm. Shelling Ting. First team. Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni's expression froze, and he exclaimed, Aizen. Apparently, he sensed Aizen Sosuke's Reiatsu. Chojiro Sasaki hurried in. Captain, the Technology Development Bureau has just received news. A lot of Jillians are found all over the world. Ichimaru Jin, who defected, has appeared in Karakura town and is currently fighting Kurosaki Ichigo, a former boy in trouble. At the same time, there are a lot of Jillians all over Rukongai. Aizen Sosuke and Tusen Konami appeared at the same time in the 80th district of North Rukongai. Near the two, it was Reiatsu of Captain Asaba and Captain Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain Asaba has been resolved, and he must be fighting soon. Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni said solemnly, notify Kyoraku Shunsui to immediately go to the 80 district of North Rukongai to support Asaba. Never let Rukia Kuchiki fall into the hands of Aizen Sosuke. Before delivering the order, Chojiro Sasaki voiced his concerns. Do I need to send a captain to support us in this world? The Shinigami captain sent to Karakura town is Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro is still young, and the solution has not been fully completed. He confronts Ichimaru Jin, I am afraid. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni. Ichimaru Jin is now fighting Kurosaki Ichigo, and he and Aizen Sosuke appear almost at the same time. It shows that his goal is not to bring our attention to Aizen Sosuke, but something else. That purpose should have nothing to do with our soul society. But, just in case, immediately lift the Reiatsu restrictions of Hitsugaya Toshiro and others in Karakura Town Shinigami. Yes, Chojiro Sasaki trotted away from the first team and gave the order in person to go. Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni guessed right. The target of Ichimaru Jin's appearance in Karakura Town is really not Soul Society, but Kurosaki Ichigo's friend, Inoue Orihime. Why do you do Inoue Orihime? Naturally Aizen Sosuke is preparing for the next move. District 80, North Rukongai. Point 0. Aizen Sosuke pulls Kyoka Suigetsu out. He held Kyoka Suigetsu with his backhand, with the blade pointed downward. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. With the blade of Kyoka Suigetsu, a blue light flashed. Aizen Kuyusuke completes Shikai to Kyoka Suigetsu. Facing Asaba who had already opened the wind domain, Aizen Sosuke knew that his Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities were useless. The reason he liberated Kyoka Suigetsu was to elevate Reiatsu. Who, Aizen Sosuke, a Shunpo, came directly to Asaba. Aizen Kuyusuke appeared in front of Asaba at the same time. The white tiger in Asaba's hand has already been chopped down in front of him. Asaba knew in advance where Aizen Kuyusuke appeared by sensing in advance. Pin. Aizen Sosuke fought Asaba once and knew that Asaba could predict his actions in advance. Therefore, he made preparations early. The moment he appeared, Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand was blocking the cut forward. Aizen Sosuke. Asaba, you seem to be stronger than last time. Asaba. Aizen, you too. Pot. Asaba spoke, the white tiger in his hand again slashed towards Aizen Sosuke. Pot. Pin. Pin. In less than 10 seconds, the two had already slashed at each other several times. On the other side, Tusen Kanami also fell from the sky and attacked Byakuya Kuchiki. Tusen Kanami used the solution directly and forcibly pulled Byakuya Kuchiki in, begging. Tusen Kanami's Bankai, named Suzumushi Finale, Yama Cricket. After liberation, Reiatsu, who was able to release his Zanpakuto Suzumushi, formed a huge enchantment in the shape of an oval. This enchantment can lock Tusen Kanami and his target in the enchantment. In the Enma Cricket barrier, except for those who touch the handle of the Suzumushi. The hearing, sight, smell, and Reiatsu perception of the rest will disappear completely and only touch will remain. If you can't break the Enchantress Cricket barrier, and you can't defeat Tusen Kanami in the barrier, it can only be passively beaten in the enchantment. After Byakuya Kuchiki was imprisoned in Yanmo Cricket, he was naturally anxious. Rukia, before I go out, please don't do anything. Asaba, 610, Rukia Kuchiki will ask you. Although Byakuya Kuchiki is worried about Rukia Kuchiki, he is now being released by Tusen Kanami. Before he beats Tusen Kanami, or breaks the magic cricket, it's no use worrying about Rukia Kuchiki anymore, he can only stay in Yanmo Cricket and fight Tusen Kanami. Aizen Huyuji saw that Tusen Kanami successfully dragged Tusen Kanami, the corner of his mouth twitched. He started to attack Asaba with all his might, not letting Asaba have any distraction. He just needs to keep Asaba in check. As for Rukia Kuchiki, Aizen Sosuke has his own arrangements. While fighting Aizen Sosuke, Asaba shouted to Rukia Kuchiki, who was at a loss. Rukia, stay within my wind field and don't run around. Kuchiki Ruki nodded. Asaba, I see. Hogyoku is still inside Rukia Kuchiki, she doesn't have Reiatsu now. All she can do now is let Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki protect her. The reason why Asaba brought Rukia Kuchiki. Because of a person who can crack Aizen Kokuyusuke Kyoka Suigetsu and has the ability to compete with Aizen Sosuke. There is only Asaba alone. If Asaba isn't there, Aizen Sosuke just shows up. You can easily use Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities to take out Hogyoku from Rukia Kuchiki's body, or take her away. Asaba had already sensed it, and Reiatsu of Kyoraku Shunsui was rushing towards him. As long as Kyoraku Shunsui arrives, then Rukia Kuchiki will be safe. 3 minutes left. According to Asaba's perception, in 3 minutes, Kyoraku Shunsui will be able to arrive here. Asaba, fighting with me is distracting. Do you despise me so much? Asaba sneered. Aizen, when you used a plan to expel me from Jingling Court, you said that if I appeared in Jingling Ting, you would kill me. The results of it. When I appeared in Jingling Court, not only did you not kill me, instead, had to flee to Haweko Mundo, under the guidance of Manos Grande. Aizen Sosuke snorted coldly and did not refute Asaba. After all, Asaba speaks the truth. When you left Soul Society to go to Haweko Mundo, you were talking wildly. What do you say next time you see me? You will kill me. Now, you are beheading me. After a brief explanation, Reiatsu is a bit better than Shikai Kyoka Suigetsu's Aizen Sosuke. If Aizen Huyusuke solves it, then I don't know. Hehe, now Rukia Kuchiki is unprotected. You want me to put all my thoughts on you and not have the energy to shoot Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba, do you think I'll come here completely unprepared? Asaba wanted to restrain Aizen Sosuke and prevent Aizen Sosuke from having the opportunity to attack Rukia Kuchiki. Aizen Sosuke also wanted to contain Asaba and prevent Asaba from being able to protect Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba looked at Aizen Kuyusuke with a confident face, and suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. Okay. Asaba sensed a familiar Reiatsu approaching Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba looked towards Rukia Kuchiki. I see. Hinamori Momo, who was transferred to the 10th Division as the vice captain, was slowly walking towards Rukia Kuchiki. Hinamori Momo's eyes floated a little, as if he was making a difficult decision. Deputy Captain Hinamori Momo, why are you here? Hinamori Momo looked towards Aizen Sosuke who was fighting Asaba in the air. Aizen Sosuke showed Hinamori Momo the gentle smile that marked him before he defected from the Soul Society. Hinamori Momo's erratic eyes immediately became firm. She reached out to Rukia Kuchiki. Miss Rukia, it's dangerous here, I'll take you to a safe place. Rukia Kuchiki was about to agree when he heard Asaba shout. Rukia, don't believe Hinamori Momo. Ah, why? Aizen Kuyusuke saw that Asaba wanted to destroy his layout again, and hurriedly launched a more violent attack on Asaba. Asaba, your opponent is me. You've been distracted many times, it's a little too much. Aizen Sosuke also knew that Kiraku Shunsui was coming. He is running out of time. In 2 minutes, let Hinamori Momo succeed. Come with me. Hinamori Momo was so mad that he shouted at Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia Kuchiki looked at the state of Hinamori Momo at this time, and remembered Asaba's words. No matter how stupid she was, she found out that something was wrong with Hinamori Momo. No, I can't go with you. Deputy Captain Hinamori Momo, calm down. Don't do stupid things. As Rukia Kuchiki spoke, she stepped back. When Hinamori Momo saw that Rukia Kuchiki refused to follow her obediently, he stopped pretending. She grabbed Rukia Kuchiki directly, wanting to grab Rukia Kuchiki directly and hand it over to Aizen Sosuke. Rukia Kuchiki is now without Reiatsu, not her opponent at all. Rukia Kuchiki hurriedly stepped back, but she was no match for Hinamori Momo. Watching. When Hinamori Momo is about to catch Rukia Kuchiki. Puff. Wow. After Hinamori Momo spat out a large mouthful of blood, blood continued to ooze from the corners of his mouth. She looked down and saw her blood dripping on a handful of Zanpakuto that had pierced her body. Zanpakuto is white and nearly 10 times the size of the normal sealed state. Her heart was almost completely broken. Brush. Asaba pulled the white tiger out of Hinamori Momo's body, and Hinamori Momo raised his hand and grabbed Rukia Kuchiki, who was facing him. At the end of the day, she still wanted to catch Rukia Kuchiki. Hinamori Momo, as Asaba said, no help. Aizen Sosuke and Tusen Konami before Soul Society shows up. First contacted Hinamori Momo in a special way. Aizen Kuyusuke told Hinamori Momo that as long as Hinamori Momo handed Rukia Kuchiki to him, he became the captain of Aizen in Hinamori Momo's mind. Hinamori Momo really believed what Aizen Sosuke said. So, there is this scene. Brush. Asaba slashed again at the back of Hinamori Momo. Ka. Hinamori Momo fell heavily to the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness. And that unwillingness is slowly dissipating at this time. The Reiatsu on Hinamori Momo keeps disappearing. Unless Hana Retsu is here, it will be Zanpakuto Shikai. Have Zanpakuto swallow Hinamori Momo for healing. Or, Inoue Orihime is here, denying Hinamori Momo's injury with a double shield. Otherwise, Kotetsu Azane of Kaido would come to treat Hinamori Momo not far away. His internal organs were almost completely destroyed by Asaba, but Hinamori Momo is sure to die. Asaba, what happened to Hinamori Momo? Asaba said. No help. Rukia Kuchiki thought that what Asaba said was hopeless, referring to Rukia Kuchiki's injury. But I don't know, what Asaba is referring to is hopeless, it's the stupidity of Hinamori Momo. How ruthless. Hinamori Momo is the vice captain of your jingling court, Asaba, you just killed her like that. Aren't you afraid that the rigid Yamamoto Yuanyujai shogun will punish you? Hinamori Momo is dead. Now that the plan has failed. Aizen Kuyusuke did not continue to attack Asaba. He stepped aside. He really did not expect that Asaba would kill Hinamori Momo so decisively. Since Chian shot to kill Hinamori Momo, Asaba naturally wouldn't be intimidated by Aizen Sosuke's words. Whatever the consequences, Asaba took care of it. You don't have to worry about it, Captain Aizen. In shallow perception, Hinamori Momo's Reiatsu completely disappeared. Explanation: Hinamori Momo is completely dead. A figure fell beside Asaba. It is the captain of the 8th Division, Kyoraku Shunsui, wearing a colored kimono and a hat. Kyoraku Shunsui glanced at Hinamori Momo, who was lying on the ground, and ignored it. Kyoraku Shunsui just took a look and knew that Hinamori Momo was killed by Asaba. Hinamori Momo, who has died, and Asaba, who has a promising future, are more serious. Kyoraku Shunsui can tell without thinking. So, he just glanced at Hinamori Momo, who fell to the ground dead. Then he looked directly at Aizen Kuyusuke in the air, and radiated his Reiatsu. Aizen Sosuke, how dare you appear in Soul Society? Aizen Sosuke sneered and didn't answer. The failure to capture Hogyoku again made Aizen Sosuke very upset. I thought to myself, in order to succeed in getting Hogyoku, Asaba must be removed first. Now, Aizen Sosuke finally regretted it. He regretted not killing Asaba earlier. So much so that Asaba has grown to this point. Asaba, let's do it together. Take Aizen Kuyusuke and end this farce. Kyoraku Shunsui pulls Zanpakuto out. Asaba said, Beijing band leader, I think it's better for us to leave a person to protect Rukia Kuchiki. Kyoraku Shunsui's expression darkened. He knew that Asaba was right. There really needs to be someone left to protect Rukia Kuchiki. But this way, whether it's him Kyoraku Shunsui, or Asaba, all of them did not have the strength to kill Aizen Sosuke alone. There is no way to end this farce today. Unless, at this time, there is enough fighting power to protect Rukia Kuchiki. At this time, the enchantment of Yanmo cricket not far away was suddenly broken open. Countless pink Zanpakuto shards scattered. It looks like a floating sakura flower petal. Who, scarred Byakuya Kuchiki, a stride came to Rukia Kuchiki. After the enchantment of Yanmo cricket was broken, Tusen Kanami, who fell to the ground covered in blood, appeared. Tusen Kanami fell to the ground badly injured by Byakuya Kuchiki, Reiatsu getting weaker and weaker. The ability of Yanmo cricket's enchantment is very strong, but it is not without weaknesses. For example, the enchantment of Yanmo cricket itself seems to be very weak. You can directly use force to break the barrier of Yanmo cricket. Of course, if you want to break the barrier of Yanmo cricket, you need a lot of power. And Tusen Kanami, who is also in the enchantment of Yanmo cricket. Naturally, those who are trapped in it will not have the time and energy to break the barrier of Yanmo cricket. Enma cricket can deprive hearing, sight, smell, and Reiatsu perception. It is very difficult to defeat Tusen Kanami, who has the strength of Captain Shinigami himself, who is trapped in it by touch alone. Byakuya Kuchiki was in it and suffered a lot. Eventually, Byakuya Kuchiki solved Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto's indiscriminate attack after the solution defeated Tusen Kanami and broke the barrier of Yanmo cricket. Asaba, Kyoraku, let's join forces against the enemy. Rukia Kuchiki is guarded by me. A fighting force that can protect Rukia Kuchiki appears. Kyoraku Shunsui, who had a calm face, was excited, and Reiatsu, who was originally restrained, radiated out again. Aizen Sosuke a Shunpo came to Tusen Kanami. Then, a black cavity appeared above his head. A golden light was cast. Its negation again. Kyoraku Shunsui restrained Reiatsu, and Zanpakuto, who was pulled out, was also put away. He couldn't help it if he didn't put it away. Aizen Kuyusuke and Tusen Kanami are now being received by a big virtual. Asaba, please look forward to our next meeting. After Aizen Sosuke left this sentence, together with Tusen Kanami, he left Soul Society and returned to the virtual circle under the guidance of Manos Grande. After Aizen Sosuke and Tusen Kanami retreated, the present and Soul Society Rukongai, except for the emptiness that has appeared. No new phantoms appear. Hieraku Shunsui. It's really it, this Aizen Sosuke escaped with Daxu again. Is there really no way to hurt the beings within the negation? Asaba said. Maybe there is a way, but I don't know how yet. Asaba felt that if he had enough strength, he could hurt the existence of negation. Just how much strength is needed is unknown. After all, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni, who was able to completely destroy the Soul Society after the liberation of Ryujin Jaka. At first, I could only watch Aizen Sosuke escape to Haweko Mundo, with negation under the guidance of the mainland. Chapter 81. Asaba has not released Bankai yet, and the wind field is still open. Asaba's perception was stronger than anyone present. Under Asaba's perception, he clearly knew. With his current strength, he is still unable to break through the negation that was brought in by Daxu. But negation is not impossible to break, but Asaba's current strength is not enough. Hieraku Shunsui asked, Asaba, how do you think we can take Aizen Sosuke down? For some reason, Hieraku Shunsui felt that Asaba might have a way. Asaba said, actually, there are ways. Hieraku Shunsui's eyes lit up, and Byakuya Kuchiki also raised his ears. The person who wants to kill Aizen Sosuke the most, Byakuya Kuchiki is definitely one of them. Manos Grande can pick up companions to Haweko Mundo. Since we can't hurt what's inside the negation, why don't we just go to Haweko Mundo? Hieraku Shunsui and Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at each other, then both laughed. Hieraku Shunsui's eyes lit up and he suddenly realized. That's right, we can go directly to Haweko Mundo to find Aizen Huyusuke. In Haweko Mundo, Aizen can no longer escape with Manos Grande. First team meeting room. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni has learned that Hinamori Momo was killed by Asaba. Hinamori Momo is to blame for herself. But Hinamori Momo is the vice captain after all, and has a close relationship with Hitsugaya Toshiro and others. Her death requires a reasonable explanation. Asaba stood up and said, I killed people, I will take care of anything. Since Asaba decided to kill Hinamori Momo, he was naturally prepared to face it. Hieraku Shunsui said, I have a reasonable explanation. Only the few of us who were present knew the true cause of Hinamori Momo's death. And Aizen Sosuke was there at the time, and everyone knew about Aizen Sosuke's Zanpakudo's abilities. We can announce to the public that Hinamori Momo was used by Aizen Kuyusuke as Kyoka Suigetsu hypnosis. Hinamori Momo attacked Rukia Kuchiki after being hypnosis, and wanted to teach Rukia Kuchiki to Aizen Sosuke. Hieraku Shunsui paused and continued. Even if Captain Hibanagu has a close relationship with Hinamori Momo, he must know the benefits. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni nodded. Hun Shui, it's up to you to arrange things about Hinamori Momo. As for Chun Shui, you just proposed to take the initiative to attack Haweko Mundo, I think it needs to be discussed. That's all for today's meeting, I'll leave. The present Karakura town. Hitsugaya Toshiro received news of Hinamori Momo's death. After reading Soul Society's explanation, he naturally saw the flaw. Asaba, Peach is within your wind realm and cannot be hypnosis by Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. Quote. However, I also know for sure that Peach was used by Aizen Sosuke. Although Hitsugaya Toshiro does not believe that Hinamori Momo is capable of hypnosis by Kyoka Suigetsu, but believe that Hinamori Momo is really bad for Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba, you obviously don't need to kill Dao. Peach, she is also a poor person who was used by Aizen Sosuke. Hitsugaya Toshiro cracked his fist. Aizen Sosuke, it's all because of you. I must kill you. Hitsugaya Toshiro is the genius of the Soul Society. He was known as the youngest talented captain of the Soul Society before Asaba became the interim captain of Division 5. Actually, Hitsugaya Toshiro is over 100 years old. The level of mental maturity far surpassed his youthful appearance. He knew that Hinamori Momo was killed by Asaba though. The culprit who killed Hinamori Momo was Aizen Sosuke. The next day, a message came back from Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was stationed at Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo's partner, Inoue Orihime, was kidnapped by Ichimaru Jin and brought to the virtual circle. When Hitsugaya Toshiro returned the news, he also applied like the Soul Society. Hopefully Soul Society will allow him to go to Haweko Mundo with Kurosaki Ichigo to rescue Inoue Orihime. The reason why Hitsugaya Toshiro made this request is not really that Isshin wanted to rescue Inoue Orihime. He is going to Haweko Mundo to kill Aizen Sosuke. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni had almost no hesitation, but directly rejected Hitsugaya Toshiro's application. And Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni also ordered the captains of the various divisions who had gone to the present world, after destroying the appearing Jillian-level phantom, immediately returned to Soul Society. This afternoon, the captains of the divisions who went to the present world returned to the Soul Society. Xiaolingting is a beautiful suburb. Asaba and Unohana Retsu walked side by side. That, Unohana Retsu lowered her head and hesitated, not daring to look at Asaba next to her. I missed you. What? Unohana Retsu didn't expect Asaba to know what she wanted to ask. Is this what Kusajishi Yakiru and the others are talking about, telepathy between two people who love each other? Then why only Asaba can know what is in her heart, but she doesn't know what is in Asaba's heart? Is it because she doesn't love Asaba enough? Unohana Retsu thinks it must be so. Therefore, she decided in her heart that she must love Asaba more. But, how can we love Asaba more? Unohana Retsu has never been in a relationship and has almost zero experience and knowledge in this area. The only ones who know are what Matsumoto Rangaku and Kusajishi Yakiru of the Women's Shinigami Association told her. Asaba, I still have something to do, I'll go first. Quote. Oh, without waiting for Asaba to answer, Unohana Retsu had already cast her figure and left. She's going to the Women's Shinigami Association for help. That night, the Women's Shinigami Association held a meeting. Captain Yusohana, do you really want to love Asaba more? Matsumoto Rangaku's Wangda's eyeballs were rolling, and she didn't know what bad idea she was playing. Yes, Unohana Retsu nodded firmly. I just posted today, I don't love Asaba enough. Matsumoto Rangaku. Captain Unohana, if you want to love Shallow more, you can't just talk. Unohana Retsu. Then how can it be done? Kusajishi Yakiru said, it must be done with action. Yes, we must act. Matsumoto Rangaku agreed. Then what am I going to do? Unohana Retsu asked. Matsumoto Rangaku. Captain Unohana, you should act tonight. Huh, Unohana Retsu's face is stunned, she's going to act tonight. Listen to me, you're like this tonight. This way. After Matsumoto Rangaku finished speaking, Unohana Retsu's face flushed red. She blushed and whispered, but I have nothing. I'll help you with this. The fifth squad. Matsumoto Rangaku walked towards the captain's room with a grimacing face, and she seemed to be holding something with her left hand. Attracted many 5th Division Shinigami back. What are you looking at? Are you all doing nothing? Give me what to do, or I'll let Yongyan assign you the hardest and most tiring work tomorrow. Aren't you going to work yet? Matsumoto Rangaku pretended to be angry after drinking a few words. The Shinigami of the 5th Division all ran away with their heads down. Matsumoto Rangaku sneaked all the way and came to Asaba's captain's room. Captain Uzawa, we're here, are you sure you want to leave? Unohana Retsu appears next to Matsumoto Rangaku. The person who was pulled by Matsumoto Rangaku just now was Unohana Retsu. On the way she came, she applied Keto 21's bent light to herself, hiding her figure. Unohana Retsu tugged at the measly cloth on her body and looked at Matsumoto Rangaku and whispered. Don't you forget it. Asaba goes out every day to find a place to draw a knife, and he will be back in half an hour. Matsumoto Rangaku said, pushing Unohana Retsu into Captain Asaba's room. Come on. Matsumoto Rangaku clenched his fists and gestured to Unohana Retsu. Then, without waiting for Unohana Retsu's response, Matsumoto Rangaku hurriedly closed the door. Then, Matsumoto Rangaku with a sly face, dodged to the dark place next to him. There is a good show going on here tonight, and she can't miss it. After Unohana Retsu entered Captain Asaba's room, he hesitated a little. Discarded the idea of leaving. Now that we're here, do as Kusajishi Yakiru and the others say. Unohana Retsu glanced down at herself. Does Asaba really like this? After half an hour, Matsumoto Rangaku poked his head toward the courtyard entrance. At this time, she was stepping on her feet, more anxious than Unohana Retsu in the room. What is Asaba doing today? Why haven't you come back? Should be soon. Just wait. 10 minutes later, Matsumoto Rangaku came out of his hiding place, went directly to the courtyard entrance of Captain Asaba's CGED room, and looked out. It's 10 p.m., it's already late. Outside, Shinigami, the 5th Division in charge of night duty, walked by from time to time, but Asaba was never seen. Did Asaba know ahead of time? So why didn't you come back on purpose? Matsumoto Rangaku thought that was it, Asaba must be on his way back. Reiatsu, who sensed Unohana Retsu in the shallow room, avoided coming back. Asaba, you are really pissing me off. I'm helping you so much, but you're running away. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Rangaku punched the courtyard wall with a puffed face. It hurts to death. Captain Asaba's room. Unohana Retsu thought that Asaba was coming back soon. She couldn't stand or sit, so she had to walk around the room. She is very confused now. Unohana Retsu wants Asaba to come back and is afraid of Asaba's return. Normally, Asaba had returned to the captain's room to rest at this point. After Master Asaba cracks Kyoka Suigetsu's White Tiger solution, he still draws his sword and becomes stronger every day. But not as desperately drawing a knife every day as before, and returning to rest around 10 o'clock every night. At this time, outskirts of Tillington, Asaba and Unohana Retsu and Hitsugaya Toshiro face off. On the way back to the captain's room, Asaba met Hitsugaya Toshiro with a sullen face. Captain Asaba, I want to talk to you. After Hitsugaya Toshiro said this, he walked directly to the suburbs. Asaba naturally knew that Hitsugaya Toshiro was looking for him, so he came here. After coming here, Habani Toshiro did not rush to speak. Instead, he kept staring at Asaba, his face was gloomy and his eyes were tangled. Asaba said, Captain Hitsugaya, if you have something to say, just say it. Only then did Hitsugaya Toshiro speak. Asaba, I knew it was Peach who was doing the wrong thing at the time. However, you clearly know that she was poisoned by Aizen Huyuji. Asaba doesn't have to kill Peach. After Hitsugaya Toshiro finished speaking, he stared at Asaba's eyes. He didn't really want Asaba to explain, after all, Hinamori was already dead. No matter what Hitsugaya Toshiro did to Asaba, Hinamori Momo couldn't be brought back to life. Besides, Hitsugaya Toshiro is very clear. The one who really killed Hinamori Momo was not Asaba, but Aizen Sosuke. Hitsugaya Toshiro, this time called Asaba out. He just wanted an answer, the real reason Asaba killed Hinamori Momo. Asaba, Hinamori Momo is self-defeating, I've given her several chances. But she was hurt so badly by Aizen Huyuji that it is hopeless. I couldn't take it anymore, so I killed her. Captain Hitsugaya, if you want to avenge Hinamori Momo, just do it. After talking, he stood there and waved to Hitsugaya Toshiro. Indicates that Hitsugaya Toshiro is ready to act. Hitsugaya Toshiro thought that Asaba would defend himself. Unexpectedly, Asaba spoke so bluntly. Asaba didn't give himself a reason to kill Hinamori Momo. The reason Asaba gave to Hitsugaya Toshiro was simply intolerable. To Asaba's surprise, Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't do it. Although Hitsugaya Toshiro exudes a strong killing intent, that killing intent is not directed at Asaba. Captain Asaba, I already know your answer. Peach she forget it. Maybe this is her life. Captain Asaba, I don't blame you for Dao's death. It's all Aizen Sosuke's fault. You and I go to Haweko Mundo and kill Aizen Kusuk. After being silent for a few seconds, Asaba nodded. Going to Haweko Mundo. Good. Hitsugaya Toshiro called Asaba here tonight for two purposes. One is, wanting to know the truth about why Asaba killed Hinamori Momo. Another is that he wants to go to Haweko Mundo with Asaba to seek revenge for Aizen Sosuke. Hitsugaya Toshiro himself had no way of cracking Kyoka Suigetsu. Moreover, he remembered the battle in the Central Underground Conference Hall. He knew that he could not defeat Aizen Sosuke alone. It would be different if Asaba went with him. When Hitsugaya Toshiro saw Asaba's promise, he immediately said, "Captain Asaba, let's go now." A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. Hitsugaya Toshiro really can't wait for a moment. Explanation: Hitsugaya Toshiro must be very worried about the death of Hinamori Momo. It is so. How can Hitsugaya Toshiro face him so calmly? Asaba, the one who killed Hinamori Momo. Asaba has to admit, he's a little hard to see through Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro saw that Asaba remained silent and did not answer. "Captain Asaba, do you regret it?" Chianyu said. "Captain Hitsugaya, do you have a way to go to Haweko Mundo?" Hitsugaya Toshiro was taken aback. "I didn't. Did I call you lightly?" Hitsugaya Toshiro saw Asaba's expressionless face, and had already guessed the answer. "Then what should we do? Is that all we can do?" Asaba said. "There is actually a way." Hitsugaya Toshiro hurriedly asked, "What way?" "We need to get help." After half an hour, outside the Technical Development Bureau. "Asaba, are you sure we're going to ask Kurathashi Mayuri for help?" Hitsugaya Toshiro has always had a bad impression of Kurathashi Mayuri. He has always disliked being with Kurathashi Mayuri. Not just Hitsugaya Toshiro. In the entire Soul Society, there are not many existences who like to deal with Kurathashi Mayuri. For the time being, I can think of the only person who can help the two of us open the black hole is Kurathashi Mayuri. If you can find a better candidate, Captain Hitsugaya, I can. Hitsugaya Toshiro can't find anyone who can open the black cavity for the time being. So he said to Asaba, "Kuratsuchi Mayuri has a very strange personality, I don't know if he will help us." As far as Asaba knew, there was another person who could open the black cavity. That is Urahara Kazuki, who lives in seclusion in the present Karakura town. Only, after Hitsugaya Toshiro, the leader of this world, returned to Soul Society, the world of breaking was fully opened again. Asa and Hitsugaya Toshiro, although they can use brute force to pass through the blockade and go to the world. But in doing so, the two will surely be discovered by the Technology Development Bureau, which is closely monitoring the situation of the boundary. After the Commander-in-Chief learned about this, he would definitely come forward to prevent the two from going to the world. Now is a special period, but the Captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni issued a strict order. Without his orders, no Shinigami may leave the Soul Society to act without authorization. "Captain Asaba, Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, are you okay?" Nyan Meng saw Asahi and Hitsugaya Toshiro at the door. He came to the two of them with no expression on his face. Nyan Meng's face was expressionless, it wasn't that he was unhappy or something else. Instead, the Nirvana dream was actually created by Kurathashi Mayuri, similar to an inflated existence. Because it was created, Nirvana dream has no independent feelings. Judging by her moving as Ishida Yuryu protects her from fighting Kurathashi Mayuri. In fact, Nyan dream still has a bit of emotion, but it's very light and light. "Deputy Captain Nyan Dream, we want to see Captain Kurathashi Mayuri," Asaba said. Master Yingli has been in the monitoring room, personally monitoring the situation of the world, and Rukongai. After Ninmeng finished speaking, she added, "This is an order from the Commander-in-Chief himself." Kurathashi Mayuri is a mad scientist who has always focused on his own research. Kurathashi Mayuri is indifferent to the dynamics of the rest of the Shillington squad, and even the fact that Aizen Sosuke and others defected from the Soul Society. In Kurathashi Mayuri's heart, there were not too many waves, and it didn't even matter. But, Kurathashi Mayuri attached great importance to the order of the Captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. "Hitsugaya Toshiro, Deputy Captain Nyan Dream, we are looking for Captain Kurathashi Mayuri, we have a very important matter." Asaba also said, "Deputy Captain Nyan Dream, please help us inform Captain Kurathashi Mayuri." Nyan Meng nodded. "Wait a minute." After a few minutes, Nyan Meng walked out again with a blank face. "Captain Asaba, Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Lord Yingli, please come in. Enter the Technology Development Bureau." Asaba looked at the various devices inside and said in his heart that it was impossible not to be shocked. Even in the previous life or in the present life of Karakura Town, Asaba had never seen such sophisticated and advanced equipment. Compared with the rest of Seoul society, the Technology Development Bureau is even more out of place. Elsewhere in Seoul society, levels seem to predate the Industrial Revolution. And in this Technology Development Bureau. But it has entered the high-tech era. The two captains, Yingda Renli is inside. Ni Yinmeng took Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshio outside Lang's room, then turned and walked into the monitoring room. Kurathashi Mayuri finds time to meet Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro. The work of the monitoring room requires her to be responsible. Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro pushed the door and walked in. The 5th Division Captain's room. Yunohana Retsu was sitting on Asaba's bed at this time, her pretty face sulking. Next to her sat Matsumoto Rangaku, who was also annoyed. Yunohana Retsu. Rangaku, did you mean Asaba on purpose? Originally, Matsumoto Rangaku should explain for Asaba at this time. But she was really pissed off by Asaba now. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Chian didn't even come back. If it was normal, Matsumoto Rangaku wouldn't care how late Asaba came back. Available tonight, Matsumoto Rangaku, Kusajishi Yakiru and others, but they managed to fool Yunohana Retsu here. Matsumoto Rangaku. I think Asaba did it on purpose. Asaba's Reiatsu perception is very strong, he must be on his way back. I sensed Captain Yunohana in his room, and my Reiatsu in the courtyard. That's why Asaba deliberately never came back. Humph, Asaba is a coward, it's my fault for helping him. Yunohana Retsu was taken aback by Matsumoto Rangaku's last words. Rangaku, are you helping Asaba? You and Bachinryu and the others, didn't you say you're helping me? Seeing that Matsumoto Rangaku had slipped his tongue, he hurriedly smiled and said, ha ha ha, that's not the point. The point is Asaba, what should we do if he doesn't come back? Yunohana Retsu thought for a while and said, Asaba didn't come back on purpose, did he not like me? Cough, this, Matsumoto Rangaku heart, although gas Asaba. But this question was too big for her to answer indiscriminately. Technology Development Bureau. Kurathashi Mayuri Personal Lounge. Kurathashi Mayuri looked at Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro who came in and motioned them to sit down. Asaba looked at the strange chair and sat down. Then, Asaba poured spiritual energy into this oddly shaped chair. After the chair is infused with Asaba's spiritual power, it starts to massage Asaba automatically. Asaba lay down and enjoyed himself. Kurathashi Mayuri met Asaba and just took a few glances at the massage chair he developed. After knowing the usage of the massage chair, it is impossible not to be surprised. But he wasn't overly shocked, it was just one of his little inventions. Asaba will use it after just a few glances, and it can only be said that Asaba is worthy of being the youngest captain of the current Corps, 610 Seoul World. Asaba is worthy of being one of Seoul society's most talented Shinigami right now. Hitsugaya Toshiro did not sit down, but he was not afraid of the uniquely shaped chair. But I have something on my mind and I am not in the mood to enjoy a massage. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Captain Nirvana, Asaba and I have something to ask you for help. Oh, let's hear it. Kurathashi Mayuri was intrigued by what Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro asked him to do. Hitsugaya Toshiro saw that Asaba closed his eyes and enjoyed himself without speaking, so he had to cut to the chase. Captain Nirvana, Asaba and I want to go to Haweko Mundo, can you help us open the dark voice to Haweko Mundo? Kurathashi Mayuri's eyes lit up. Are you going to Haweko Mundo? Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded when he saw the drama. Yes, Asaba and I want to go to Haweko Mundo, but we can't open the black voice, so we also ask Captain Ni to help. At this time, Asaba, who was lying on the massage chair, opened his mouth even though his eyes were still closed. The only person who can help us open up the dark side is you, Captain Nirvana. Kurathashi Mayuri stood up. The eyeballs under his mask twitched. I do have research on black accents, although I don't have a master yet. But it's almost the same. I just need to study it again, and I can open the black cavity. Hitsugaya Toshiro was overjoyed when he heard the words, and Asaba was right. Kurathashi Mayuri has a way to open the black cavity. As for how Asaba knew, Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't think much of it. Kurathashi Mayuri was a mad scientist after all. It is not uncommon to guess that Kurathashi Mayuri can do it. In the outskirts of Jinglingting, Asaba mentioned Kurathashi Mayuri after being able to open the black cavity. Hitsugaya Toshiro immediately agreed, and he thought in his heart that Kurathashi Mayuri could do it. But, if you want me to help you, I have one condition. Hibanagu Toshiro asked. What are the conditions for Captain Nirvana to say, as long as it is not excessive, I will do it. Hitsugaya Toshiro felt that Kurathashi Mayuri helped to open the black voice, which was a violation of the Commander-in-Chief's order. Kurathashi Mayuri is also normal with conditions. Kurathashi Mayuri. My conditions are not difficult, as long as you two take me with you when you go to Haweko Mundo. Toshiro was stunned. This is it. Hibikidani Toshiro looked at Asaba, saw Asaba nodded, and directly agreed to Kurathashi Mayuri. It is a good thing to have Kurathashi Mayuri with me. As the captain of the 12th Division, Kurathashi Mayuri's strength is not bad. And when Asaba and others came back from Haweko Mundo, Kurathashi Mayuri needed to help open the black cavity again. If I want to open the black cavity, I need to study it again. Also, my research is relatively big, and I'm afraid it will be discovered. Kurathashi Mayuri voiced his concerns. Hitsugaya Toshiro heard the words and looked towards Asaba, who stood up from the massage chair. Captain Nirvana, do you have a way to go to the world without attracting attention? Kurathashi Mayuri's eyes lit up when he heard the words. The present world is indeed a good place for research. You wait for me, and I'll prepare right here. The 5th Division Captain's Room. Yunohana Retsu looked at Matsumoto Rengaku, who was lying on Asaba's bed, sleeping with her arms in his arms. It is now around 2 a.m. Asaba has not returned. Yunohana Retsu looked very bad at this time. She wasn't angry that Asaba hadn't come back yet. Rather, she has doubts about whether Asaba loves her. While Yunohana Retsu was stunned. Slightly different. The door was pushed open from the outside. Captain Asaba, here is an urgent document that needs to be handled by you. Katetsu Azane walked in with a document. Seeing that the lights in Asaba's room hadn't been turned off, she thought that Asaba hadn't fallen asleep, so she pushed the door and walked in. Result, she regretted it when she pushed the door and walked in. She lowered her head and dared not look at Wall-Eye. Captain, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were with Captain Asaba. Sorry, I'm going out. After Katetsu Azane finished speaking, he ran out with a blushing face. No wonder she misunderstood. Who made Yunohana Retsu's bold dress at this time? It is too easy to make people fanciful. And Katetsu Azane was in a hurry and couldn't see the figure of the person who was sleeping with Yunohana Retsu in his arms. Katetsu Azane instinctively thought that it was Asaba. Yunohana Retsu, who was originally sullen, saw Katetsu Azane misunderstanding. Her pretty face, like a boiled bubble teapot, turned red when she brushed it, and she was almost out of breath. Yunohana Retsu wanted to chase and explain, but after looking down at what she was wearing, she gave up. Asaba, I hate you. When you come back, see how I clean up you. Oh, don't care. Yunohana Retsu angrily rolled over and got under the covers. Now that it has been discovered by Katetsu Azane, and makes Katetsu Azane misunderstood. B. She doesn't care about anything now, let's sleep here with Matsumoto Rengaku first. Ah hey. After Yunohana Retsu slipped into bed, Matsumoto Rengaku, who was sleeping, hugged her like an octopus. Technology Development Bureau. Asaba sneezed several times in a row for no reason. Asaba, I have a special cold medicine here, do you need me to bring it to you? Kurathashi Mayuri asked while looking at the sneezing Asaba. No need. Asaba shook his head. I don't have a cold, maybe someone is scolding me. At this time, Nyan Dream came in, and Kurathashi Mayuri said to Nyan Dream. Yinmang, the task given by the captain will be handed over to you. Nyanmang, Master Mayuri, won't you take me with you? Although Nyanmang has no feelings, her IQ is very high. She saw that Kurathashi Mayuri was leaving with Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro. The Nirvana Dream was created by Kurathashi Mayuri, and she has a special bond with Kurathashi Mayuri. Nirvana Dream naturally wants to stay beside Nirvana. Kurathashi Mayuri said, Yinyu, the work of the Technology Development Bureau needs you to be responsible. I'll be back soon. After half an hour, everything's ready. Kurathashi Mayuri brought Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro to a special gate. A forbidden word was written on the door. There was a faint smell of enchantment from the door. Kurathashi Mayuri opened the barrier on the door after some manipulations. Come in with me. After Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro walked in, the door closed automatically. Originally, the seal opened by Kurathashi Mayuri was also reopened. Except for Nirvana Dream, or the Masters of Ling Tu Academy and Kido Academy. Ordinary people cannot open this barrier and enter this special room. I'm going to start. In order not to draw attention, we have less than a minute to cross the boundary. Furthermore, this time we went to the present world without the guidance of the Hell Butterfly. For a while, you two must follow in my footsteps. Before opening the gate to the special world crossing, Kurathashi Mayuri instructed. Both Asaba and Habani Toshiro nodded. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 10 minutes to go to the present world from Soul Society through the broken world. At this time, the three of Asaba had less than a minute to pass. Get ready, I'm about to open the special world crossing gate now. Seeing Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro beside him, Kurathashi Mayuri nodded again. He took out a needle with green liquid in it and stuck it directly into his arm. That is a special potion that can temporarily increase his speed. Open. A world-piercing gate different from the ordinary world-piercing gate opened in front of the three of Asaba. Enter. Kurathashi Mayuri stepped into the special gate that opened for the first time. Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro followed. After Asaba stepped into the broken realm, he pulled Zanpakuto out. Asaba holds Zanpakuto with his left hand. The right hand is lightly wiped on the transparent knife. At the same time, the liberation language was softly chanted in the air. The flames burn my body, I am Nirvana, Suzaku. As Asaba sang the Suzaku liberation language. The hilt in Asaba's hand has changed from an unmarked pattern to a phoenix. There are a few more phoenix feathers floating at the blade's edge. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a vermilion color and was covered with flames. Shallow Reiatsu has tripled. At the same time, Asaba's speed has also been increased by 10 times. When Asaba liberates Suzaku, Hitsugaya Toshiro also pulled out Zanpakuto and liberated it. Sit on the frosty sky. Hirenmaru. Brush, brush, brush. The three of Asaba each used their means. The three of them are all speeding up in the broken world, moving towards the world with all their strength. After about a minute, present, Karakura town. A door that is different from the ordinary cross-border door opened in a forest on the outskirts of Karakura town. 3 figures came out from the door. The door slowly closed, revealing the 3 figures completely. Holding an Asaba with a blade covered in flame Zanpakuto. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who slowly relieved Hirenmaru's state of liberation. With the mask on, the excited Kurathashi Mayuri can still be seen in the eyes under the mask. I need to continue my research here, the movement is a bit big. So I need to set up a hidden enchantment first, you two take turns to guard me outside. While talking, Kurathashi Mayuri took out several small special instruments from nowhere. After he installed those special instruments around 4 weeks, he made a handprint. Immediately, an enchantment invisible to the naked eye, but slightly perceptible, covers this place. In the boundary, Kurathashi Mayuri took out several different special instruments. I'm going to start my research, you two step back and help me guard. 3 days, give me 3 days. Good. Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded and exited the enchantment. Sunflip Valley, I have something to do, so I will trouble you to guard here. Asaba looked in the direction of Karakura town, towards Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded. It will take at least 3 days for Kurathashi Mayuri to develop a way to open the black cavity. Asaba, leave it to me, you can come back within 3 days. Good. After a small answer, he jumped in the direction of Karakura town. Soon, Asaba disappeared from Hitsugaya Toshiro's sight. After Asaba left, Hitsugaya Toshiro jumped slightly and landed on a large tree next to him. He leaned against the trunk and sat down on the branch. After half an hour, Karakura town, in front of Kurosaki Hospital. One is worn down and the other is covered with patterns Zanpakuto. The boy wearing a death fighter inside and a white haori outside looked up at the 3rd floor of Kurosaki Hospital. At the window on the 3rd floor, a short-haired girl was there, looking at the boy in front of the door. Ichigo brother still has no news. I see strange people again. Brother Ichigo, it's been 3 days, where have you been? Kurosaki Natsuri looked at Kurosaki Ichigo downstairs and muttered a few words, but didn't take it too seriously. She has been seeing strange people since half a year ago. Just when Kurosaki Maori was about to close the curtain of the bed, she found Asaba waving at her. Kurosaki Natsuri was startled, just when she hesitated whether to go downstairs. However, seeing Asaba jumping up a few times, he actually came directly to her window. Asaba crouched on the windowsill and smiled at Kurosaki Natsuri. Can I come in? Whoa. Kurosaki Natsuri stepped aside and Asaba jumped in lightly. Kurosaki Natsuri is a girl, but her room is boyish. Who are you? Asaba replied, I'm a friend of your brother Kurosaki Ichigo. Quote exclamation mark question mark. Are you really my brother's friend? Kurosaki Natsuri, who was originally worried that Asaba was still a bad guy, directly grabbed Asaba's white haori and asked. Her eyes were full of excitement. Yeah, how's Kurosaki doing? I've got some business with him. When Kurosaki Natsuri heard Asaba's question, the excitement in her eyes disappeared. Instead, there is loss and a little despair. My brother hasn't come back since he went out 3 nights ago. I thought you knew where he went. Kurosaki Natsuri was so excited just now. She thought that Asaba was here to deliver the letter for Kurosaki Ichigo. Asaba heard the words and asked, after going out 3 nights ago, you haven't come back? Kurosaki Natsuri nodded vigorously. For some reason, she had a hunch, Asaba seemed to be able to help her find Kurosaki Ichigo. After thinking for a while, I have an answer as to where the missing Kurosaki Ichigo went. Asaba thought to himself, Kurosaki Ichigo should be at the visored base now. Let Hirako Shinji and others help him with the power of Master Hollow. Asaba's guess was right. When Kurosaki Ichigo went to Soul Society with Yuryu Ishida and others to save Rukia Kuchiki, there have already been 2 uncontrolled hollows. Once was Kurosaki Ichigo facing Zaraki Kenpachi. Once it was Kurosaki Ichigo facing Asaba. After, Aizen Kuyusuke and Tusen Kanami appeared in Soul Society North Rukongai 80 District. When trying to use Hinamori Momo to capture Rukia Kuchiki to Haweko Mundo. Ichimaru Jin also appeared in Karakura Town and attacked Inoue Orihime. Kurosaki Ichigo arrives in time to fight Ichimaru Jin. But Kurosaki Ichigo is getting more and more serious because of Hollow, and he is terrified of that state. Kurosaki Ichigo fears that he will be completely swayed by the power he does not know, and become a being that is not himself. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo did not dare to fight with all his strength. Plus, Kurosaki Ichigo has no idea about Shinso's abilities after Ichimaru Jin's liberation. Ichimaru Jin managed to capture Inoue Orihime. Kurosaki Ichigo blurred again on the spot, but unfortunately Ichimaru Jin has returned to the virtual circle under the guidance of Manos Grande. After Inoue Orihime was captured by Ichimaru Jin, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately found Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of Shinigami in Karakura Town. Kurosaki Ichigo wants to ask Soul Society for help through Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hope Soul Society can help him and go to Haweko Mundo to save Inoue Orihime. Pity. The captain-in-chief immediately rejected Kurosaki Ichigo's request. And rejected Hitsugaya Toshiro, who wanted to go to Haweko Mundo to seek revenge for Aizen Sosuke. Kurosaki Ichigo went to the Urahara store again to ask Urahara Kazuki for help. After Urahara Kazuki knew about Kurosaki Ichigo's status, before Kurosaki Ichigo Master Hollow. Naturally, Kurosaki Ichigo will not agree to go to Haweko Mundo. Then, Urahara Kazuki instructed Vizard's leader, Hirako Shinji, to contact Kurosaki Ichigo. After Hirako Shinji and Kurosaki Ichigo came into contact, Kurosaki Ichigo finally agreed to accept their help 3 days ago. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed doing hollow training at the Vizard base, as Asaba guessed. Since Kurosaki isn't here, I'll leave first. After Asaba finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Kurosaki Natsuri grabbed Asaba, who was about to jump out of the window and leave. Since you are my brother's friend, you can take me to find him. He hasn't had any news for 3 days, and my dad is heartless. I kept saying don't worry, and refused to help me find brother Ichigo. But I'm really worried about brother Ichigo, take me to find him. Seeing that Kurosaki Natsuri would not let go, Asaba nodded. Not Our Lady of Asaba. But Asaba had a good impression of the role of Kurosaki Natsumi before crossing. Asaba said, "Okay, I'll take you to Kurosaki, but you have to listen to me." Kurosaki Natsumi kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice, but he held onto Asaba's hand but refused to let go. "Follow me." Asaba did not jump out of the window, but went downstairs. Kurosaki Natsumi was holding onto Asaba's Death Tyrant outfit the whole time, for fear that Asaba would leave her behind. Door. Kurosaki Natsuri was about to open the door, but Kurosaki Yuzu, who was picking up vegetables, came back. "Shali, it's dinner soon, do you want to go out?" "Yuzu, my classmate asked me to go out to play, I won't be back for lunch today." "What?" Kurosaki Natsu said and walked straight out the door. Kurosaki Yuzu hurriedly stopped her. "Shali, no matter how in a hurry, you have to change your shoes when you go out." Kurosaki Natsuri changed his shoes and left with Asaba. Kurosaki Yuzu stood at the door, looking at Kurosaki Natsuri's back in shock. "Why do I seem to see someone beside Dori just now? Is it my delusion?" Kurosaki Yuzu's spiritual power is very weak, and she is only slightly aware of the existence of spirits. After half an hour, Asaba brought Kurosaki Natsumi to the Urahara store. Asaba knew that Vizard was in Karakura town, but had no idea where their base was. "There's a guy in Vizard who's a great Kido. The barrier he placed outside the Vizard base could not be broken unless a top Kido expert. And ordinary people, let alone breaking the barrier, can't even find that barrier. Asaba though has the ultimate Reiatsu perception of the sword drawing bonus. But there is an enchantment outside the Vizard base. Hirako Shinji and others used it, and Urahara Kazuki helped them make a special skeleton. That special skeleton can cover up their Reiatsu. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who is training with Hollow. At this time, the base was underground, and a protective isolation barrier was also set up. Having said so much, it was actually Asaba himself who could find the Vizard base. Kankong Wangda's Zamashi is so big. Asaba doesn't know how long it will take to find it. Asaba came here knowing that Urahara Kazuki must know about Vizard's base. "Ichigo brother here." Kurosaki Natsuri looked up at the Urahara store, which had no customers. She has lived in Karakura town for so many years, and she has traveled to many places. But this was the first time she knew of the Urahara store. Looks like it's been around for years, and strange shops exist. Generally speaking, such an old and weird store. She shouldn't be unknown in Karakura town, she shouldn't be ignorant of Kurosaki Natsumi. Seeing that Asaba didn't answer, Kurosaki Natsu tugged Asaba's sleeve. Asaba shook his head. "Kurosaki Ichigo is not here." "What? Then why did you bring me here?" Kurosaki Natsuri remembered the plot of Human Traffickers played on TV, and hurriedly let go of the hand holding Asaba's Death Tyrant. She took a few steps back, assumed a fighting stance, watching Asaba warily. "Don't mess around, I'm not easy to bully. It doesn't matter that you are older than me, but like you, I can hit 3 by myself." "No, I can hit 5. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. Kurosaki Natsuri must have made up some strange scene just now. Though Kurosaki Ichigo is not here, the people here know where Kurosaki Ichigo is. "I went first. If you are worried, wait for me here, or go home by yourself." After Asaba finished speaking, he ignored Kurosaki Natsuri and walked directly into the Urahara store. "Yin, Qian, long time no see." Just as Asaba entered the courtyard, Yoruichi in black cat form jumped lightly and landed on the shallow shoulder. Back room. Urahara Kazuki also came out with a smile. "Yoruichi, this is the Asaba you've been talking about to me before." Urahara, how? Asaba's Reiatsu didn't let you down. Urahara Kazuki felt that Asaba's body was obviously restrained. But because Reiatsu is too strong, it still reveals the exuding Reiatsu. There was a look of shock in his eyes. Through Urahara Kazuki's perception, he found that Asaba's Reiatsu was much stronger than what Yoruichi described. "Hello Manager Urahara." Asaba greeted Urahara Kazuki with a smile. Urahara Kazuki fanned the little fan with some comedy in his hand. "According to my master's news, your captain, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni." It seems that the Soul Society will be under martial law and no Shinigami will be allowed to come and go in this world at will. Asaba said, as expected of the store manager Urahara, he has been living in this world, but he knows everything about Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki. Captain Asaba, I don't know if you violated the command of the captain and came to your previous life without authorization. What's the matter? Asaba said straight to the point. I want to borrow some clothes from the store manager Urahara. Urahara Kazuki smiled, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Oh, what clothes? My Urahara store clothes. Asaba laughed. I want to borrow 2 lingerie clothes. Urahara Kazuki asked, what are you doing with the mask? Asaba. The store manager Urahara just needs to tell me whether to lend me or not. A black line appeared on Urahara Kazuki's head. Is Asaba's attitude of borrowing something? Yoruichi transforms into a black cat when Asaba talks to Urahara Kazuki. Always on Asaba's shoulders, Kurosaki Natsumi once again held onto Asaba's Death Tyrant outfit, and she hesitated many times. Okay, I'll lend you. Thank you so much then. After a few minutes, Urahara Kazuki came out holding 2 black cloaks. This is the spirit mask, use it. Thank you, Manager Urahara. Asaba took over the spirit mask clothing. At this time, Kurosaki Bean Pair finally couldn't stand it anymore, and she pulled Asaba hard. Asaba knows Kurosaki Natsuri, which is what makes him ask about Kurosaki Ichigo. He turned his head to look at the black cat lying on his shoulders. Yoruichi, can you take me to the visored base? Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi were both surprised. How did Asaba know about visored? Urahara Kazuki looked at Yoruichi, thinking it was Yoruichi who told Asaba. Yoruichi, who turned into a black cat, shook his head, indicating that it was not her. Urahara Kazuki naturally believed Yoruichi's words immediately. And then even more shocked. So how did Asaba find out? To know, even Aizen Sosuke, who probably knew Hiriko Shinji wasn't dead. But Aizen Sosuke doesn't know about visored. The name visored was named after Hiriko Shinji and their Master Hollow's power. Apart from the people from visored, only 2 people, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi, know. CGED, if it is inconvenient to take me there, tell me the general direction of the visored base, and I will find it myself. Yoruichi said, I'll take you there. Thanks. Asaba got the spirit mask, and Yoruichi promised to help. Asaba didn't stay here any longer and walked out towards the courtyard. Kurosaki Natsuri pulled Asaba and refused to leave. Since Asaba refused to help her ask where Kurosaki Ichigo was, she looked at Urahara Kazuki herself and asked, where is my brother? Urahara Kazuki looked at Kurosaki Natsuri and smiled, oh, you are Kurosaki Ichigo's sister, right? Asaba, where he's going now, Kurosaki Ichigo is there. Kurosaki Natsumi knew that she had misunderstood Asaba. Of course, Kurosaki Natsumi also only now knows Asaba's name. Kurosaki Natsuri didn't apologize to Asaba, but gave Asaba a sneak peek. She thought the name Asaba sounded quite nice. After an hour, under the guidance of Yoruichi, Asaba brought Kurosaki beans to the outside of the pear park. It's here. Yoruichi jumped off Asaba's shoulder. I'll notify the people inside to open the barrier. Yoruichi has a special way of connecting with people like Hiriko Shinji. Asaba pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Don't be so troublesome, I'll just break the barrier myself. Huh, Yoruichi looked at Asaba in confusion. Doesn't Asaba know nothing about Kido except Kendo? How long has it been since then? Asaba has been able to break such barriers that even she can't break. After Asaba pulls out the Zanpakuto knife. Hold Zanpakuto with your left hand. The right hand is lightly wiped on the transparent knife. At the same time, the words of liberation were chanted softly in the air. The flames burn my body, I am Nirvana, Suzaku. As Asaba sang the Suzaku liberation language. The hilt in Asaba's hand has changed from an unmarked pattern to a phoenix. There are a few more phoenix feathers floating at the blade's edge. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a vermilion color and was covered with flames. What a nice view. Kurosaki Natsuri on the side looked at Suzaku in Asaba's hand and couldn't help but admire. She is not too surprised by the special abilities that Asaba is showing now. If she makes a fuss when facing a talking black cat, just Asaba held Suzaku in his hand and slashed at the barrier in front of him. A knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, plus knife, brush. The barrier in front of him ignited after being slashed 10 times by Asaba. But it was Asaba who used Suzaku's ability to ignite the barrier outside Visored. After Asaba broke the barrier outside the Visored base, Yoruichi looked at Asaba with surprise. The strength shown by the shallow once again refreshed Yoruichi's perception of Asaba's strength. Inside the Visored base, except for the person who is guiding Kurosaki Ichigo hollow in the barrier. Hirako Shinji and the others all looked up angrily outside. Dare to invade our Visored, watch me pick up the people who come. Saying that, Surugaki Hiyori picked up his sleeves and walked outside with heavy steps. Hirako Shinji hurriedly stopped Surugaki Hiyori. Hiyori, don't be impulsive. After Surugaki Hiyori was stopped, his legs were bulging with anger. Hirako, what do you mean? People are calling at our door. No matter who is coming, do we have to continue to hide? Hirako Shinji's face was full of caution and said. The visitor can find this place and break the barrier so easily. It shows that the strength and identity of the incoming person are extremely difficult. And then I sensed Yoruichi's Reiatsu outside, and the person who came might be with Yuru. You guys continue to stay here, I will meet people when I go out. If you really need to fight, you will come back to support me. Surugaki Hiyori and others sensed it, and indeed they sensed Yoruichi's Reiatsu outside. Surugaki Hiyori usually picks up Hirako Shinji though. But Hirako Shinji is the leader of Visored after all. At this critical moment, Surugaki Hiyori is still willing to listen to Hirako Shinji. Surugaki Hiyori spreads his hands. All right then, if you lose, we will support you immediately. You must not be arrogant. Okay, I see. After Hirako Shinji finished speaking, he walked out towards the face. After Asaba broke the barrier outside Visored, he waited outside and did not go in. After all, Shallow wasn't here to fight Visored. As for the reason for breaking the barrier of Visored, it was just a whim. Of course, if Visored is going to trouble Asaba because of this, Asaba doesn't mind fighting them. Soon, Hirako Shinji, dressed in an urban dress, walked out with Zanpakuto on his shoulders. He has short yellow hair and a weird smile on his face. After Hirako Shinji came out, he looked at Asaba. He sees Asaba dressed as a death tyrant with Zanpakuto in his hand. The Death Lord outfit is covered with white feather weave. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Before he came out, he thought about the various identities of the people who came. After seeing Qian at this moment, he was still surprised. Captain Shinigami of Shellingting. Hirako Shinji said and glanced behind Qian, and the shock in his eyes deepened. And the captain of the 5th Division of Jinglingting. Hirako Shinji has a deep obsession with the captain of the 5th Division. The people in Visored are all thanks to Aizen Sosuke, the former captain of the 5th Division. Asaba said, you must already know about Aizen Sosuke's defection from Soul Society to Haweko Mundo. Hirako Shinji nodded, and Urahara Kazuki told him about it. Asaba. After Aizen Sosuke defected, I took his place. Hirako Shinji. So Captain Shinigami from Shaolingting, what are you doing here? Did that blind old man send you to clean up as Soul Society traitors? The people at Visored have opinions on Shinigami in Shillingting. To be precise, it is to have an opinion on the senior management of Shielingting Shinigami. Hirako Shinji and others followed Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi to Karakura town after fleeing. According to Urahara Kazuki's guess, it is impossible for the Captain Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni to be unaware of this matter. But Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni did not order a thorough investigation of the matter. Instead, he directly charged them all with defection. Not just Hirako Shinji them. Even Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi were directly charged as traitors. And, at that time, the Soul Society also sent a large number of Shinigami, using various means to try to find them. That's why Hirako Shinji called Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni a blind old man. Asaba said, I just brought her to find her brother, nothing else. Asaba originally wanted to go to Haweko Mundo with Kurosaki Ichigo. Now Kurosaki Ichigo is still under the direction of Hirako Shinji and others, the power of Master Hollow. Asaba naturally dismissed this idea. With Asahi's current strength, there are Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kurathashi Mayuri. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo masters Hollow's power, Asaba doesn't need Kurosaki Ichigo to go with him. The reason why Asaba came to Kurosaki Ichigo. Because of. After Asaba thought about the virtual circle, he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's bull-headed fight. Last time I was in Jinglington. Asaba was disappointed by the Zubai generation fight. Now that Kurosaki Ichigo can't go with him, let's find another chance to see the bull's head fight next time. Point 0. When Hiriko Shinji approached Kurosaki Ichigo, he learned about the situation of Kurosaki Ichigo's house. Of course he knew Kurosaki Bean Pair. Hiriko Shinji said to Kurosaki Natsuri, "Kurosaki, he's fine." Kurosaki Natsuri was relieved when she learned that Kurosaki Ichigo was okay. "Can I meet him?" Hiriko Shinji. "Kurosaki is inconvenient to see people right now, I will let him go home as soon as it is convenient for him." "Okay, I get it." Kurosaki Natsu nodded immediately and did not forcefully ask to see Kurosaki Ichigo. Going beyond the sanity of his peers is one of Kurosaki's hallmarks. This is also the reason why Asaba has a good impression of Kurosaki Natsumi. If it wasn't for Kurosaki's good impression on Asaba, Asaba wouldn't help at all. Asaba looked at Kurosaki Natsuri and said with a smile, "Natsuri, go back first." Good. Kurosaki Natsuri knew that Asaba, Hiriko Shinji and others had something to do, and agreed directly. "Thank you Asaba brother. If you really think of me as a brother, then you don't need to thank me." Kurosaki Natsuri glanced inside, then turned and left. Kurosaki Bean Pair disappeared. Hiriko Shinji's face turned cold. "Captain Asaba, if you just want to bring Natsumi to Kurosaki, you don't need to take action and destroy our barrier here, right?" Asaba's expression remained unchanged. "If you are not satisfied with this, please advise." Asaba is questioned about the destruction of the barrier. Hiriko Shinji thought that Asaba would apologize, but he didn't expect Asaba to be so rude. He really wanted to teach Asaba a lesson, and after thinking about it carefully, he dismissed the idea of attacking. "Want to come in with me and see?" Asaba nodded. "Yes." After a few minutes, inside the visored base, Asaba met the visored crowd. Except for Muguruma Kensai who is fighting Kurosaki Ichigo in the barrier. The rest of the visored stared at Asaba with wary expressions on their faces. Surugaki Hiyori glared at Asaba even more. "It's you who broke the barrier outside our base." "It's me, 610. Asaba laughed. "Do you have any opinions, little kid?" Being called a little bit by Asaba, Surugaki Hiyori was instantly furious. "Who do you call little? Ah, do you want to be beaten?" Surugaki Hiyori really wanted to take off her shoes and smash it. She had enough. I didn't expect Asaba to hold more than her. Facing the angry Surugaki Hiyori, Asaba was not afraid, but rather disdainful. "Before I came, I thought you were a group of powerful people. It turned out to be nothing more than that." Surugaki Hiyori. "Stinky Shinigami, what do you mean? You only talk about it, but you never make a move." Asaba said and shook his head. "Zitsa, visored, but that's all. You." Surugaki Hiyori saw that Asaba dared to provoke him, so he immediately shot. Fortunately, he was forcibly pulled by the people around him. "Let go of me, I have to beat him today." Hiriko Shinji, still with a weird smile on his face, reached out to Asaba. "Hello, I'm the leader of Visored, let's introduce ourselves to each other." Asa took Hiriko Shinji's hand. "My name is Asaba, and now I'm the temporary captain of the 5th Division." Hiriko Shinji said. "Flat feet, plus Ono-san's son. The real foreskin is real, plus Shin Ziming's son." Hiriko Shinji said while shaking Asaba's hand tightly. "So I'm Hiriko Shinji, please advise." It's really Hiriko Shinji's usual self-introduction with a bit of skin. Shallow nodded. "Please advise." Then Captain Asaba, "What are you doing in this world this time?" Asaba replied, "I came to Karakura town this time because I wanted to invite Kurosaki Ichigo to Haweko Mundo to save Inoue Orihime." Hiriko Shinji and others were surprised when Asaba came to Karakura town this time. Surugaki Hiyori's original dissatisfaction with Asaba also disappeared. "Didn't you Soul Society refuse to help Kurosaki Ichigo and go to the virtual circle to save Inoue Orihime?" Asaba, "I have a personal feud with Aizen Sosuke." Asaba paused and continued. and I and Inoue Orihime are also half friends. I see. Hiriko Shinji believed Asaba's words without asking what kind of grievance Asaba had with Aizen Sosuke. Asaba is now the captain of the 5th Division, which means it is self-evident. Surugaki Hiyori came over and slapped Hiriko Shinji's hand that was holding Asaba away, and then held Asaba's hand. My name is Surugaki Hiyori, and I hate being called a kid. Nodding lightly. Okay, little one. Surugaki Hiyori's teeth were itching with anger, and the hand holding Asaba continued to force, but Asaba remained unmoved. Asaba, hello. I tell you, only powerful people can pull like this. Surugaki Hiyori gave her other hand a thumbs up and pointed to herself, like me. Asaba disagreed and hated Surugaki Hiyori to the point of tickling his teeth. Cut. If it weren't for the inconvenience, I really want to have a good fight with you. Asaba laughed. There will be a chance. At this time, Yadomaru Lisa came over and pushed Surugaki Hiyori aside. Then he held Asaba's hand with both hands, his eyes filled with pity. Asaba, you've become Captain Shinigami at such a young age, you're so good. Thanks for the compliment. Asaba had a polite smile on his face. Chian called you have a boyfriend. What do you think of me? When Yadomaru Lisa spoke, she leaned her whole body towards Asaba. Asaba pulled his hand back and said, I already have a girlfriend. Yadomaru Lisa's face changed immediately. Who is it? Are you bluffing me? Asaba, you were Shinigami of Yulingting, and my girlfriend also knew you. Who? Unohana Retsu. Ah, captain of the 4th Division. Asaba nodded. Yadomaru Lisa walked to the side in a loss. If Asaba's girlfriend is someone else, she still wants to fight for it. But Chian's girlfriend, Yi Shijiwali, let's forget it. Yadomaru Lisa has never seen Unohana Retsu's true abilities. But having heard about Unohana Retsu before, she knew that she was no match for Unohana Retsu at all. After Yadomaru Lisa stepped aside, an uncle came to Asaba. With a gentle smile on his face. Hello, my name is Hachigan. Oh, hello. Asaba took Hachigan's outstretched hand. You set the barrier outside, right? It's pretty good. Hachigan blushed. Not bad. Wasn't it easily broken by Captain Asaba? Asaba easily broke the barrier outside, and the one who was most surprised was Hachigan. Hachigan was the deputy chief of the former Kido congregation in Jingling-ting. His Kido is superb. Even if the big Kido is long, it is only a little better than him in some Kido. Then, Visored, in fact, others, also stepped forward to introduce themselves. Love Akawa, who has a very low laugh and often laughs at her tears for no reason. Dressed up like a common rider, looks very innocent and cute little girl, Kuna Mashiro. With long curly yellow hair, he dressed like a medieval gentleman. Otoribashi Rojiro, who likes to wear wavy neck clothes. After these people introduced themselves, Muguruma Kensai came out panting. Next, Surugaki Hiyori rushed into the barrier and fought Kurosaki Ichigo. She took out her anger at Asaba on Kurosaki Ichigo. Muguruma Kensai also introduced himself to Asaba. After half an hour, Shallow exclaimed, it seems that Kurosaki Ichigo wants the power of Master Hollow, it will take some time. Then I won't bother here anymore, we'll see you next time we have a chance. Hiriko Shinji said, Asaba, do you need me to bring to Kurosaki Ichigo? Asaba shook his head. After he has Master Hollow's power, just tell him I've been here. Asaba knows Kurosaki Ichigo's character very well. After Kurosaki Ichigo Master Hollow's power, he will definitely go to Urahara Kazuki as soon as possible to help open the black face. Then go to the virtual circle and rescue Inoue Orihime. If Asaba is still in Haweko Mundo, Asaba doesn't mind getting to know the bull's head. As for Asaba's current strength, can it be an opponent to fight against? Asaba himself does not know. However, since I have traveled to the Shinigami world, if he didn't know some Torin fights, Asaba would feel that he was sorry for his chance to cross. After Asaba leaves the Visored base, Hachigan immediately rearranged the enchantment. Hiriko Shinji held a small meeting with the rest. The content of the meeting is naturally what to do next. After all, their Visored base was discovered by Captain Shinigami. After some discussion, Hiriko Shinji decides to find Asaba and show Asaba the power of Visored. Then, Asaba just left. Hiriko Shinji and Surugaki Hiyori followed. Asaba was about to open his mouth to ask what was the matter with the two of them. Hiriko Shinji and Surugaki Hiyori put on the mask directly, showing the power of Hollow. After the two Hollow, Reiatsu has been greatly improved. Hiriko Shinji thought that his power after Hollow could deter Asaba's power. As a result, Asaba's expression did not change, and there was no shock in his eyes. Sorry, unlike Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't have an empty self in me. Although Master Hollow can greatly improve my strength, but I am not qualified enough, but I can't Hollow. Hiriko Shinji and Surugaki Hiyori were shocked when they heard this. The two wanted to use the power behind Hollow to shock Asaba. Unexpectedly, Asaba was not deterred, but instead said something that shocked the two. Asaba knew so much about Hollow. Asaba was brought to the visored base by Yoruichi, so he must have known this, and it must have been told by Urahara Kazuki or Yoruichi. Hiriko Shinji and Surugaki Hiyori can only think of this reasonable explanation. If the two of you have nothing else to do, then I'll leave first. Outskirts of Karakura town. When the Hitsugaya Toshiro family saw Asaba's return, they jumped down from the tree. It's done. Asaba nodded. That's right. Asaba said that he gave Hitsugaya Toshiro the two lingerie clothes he borrowed from Urahara Kazuki. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at the black cloak in his hands in confusion and asked, "What is this?" "You'll know when you put it on." Hitsugaya Toshiro put on the spirit mask and put on the hat according to Asaba's instructions. You can completely hide Reiatsu when you put it on. Naturally, Hitsugaya Toshiro discovered the power of lingering clothing. Asaba nodded. Try applying Kido bent light to the lingerie suit. Hitsugaya Toshiro had ecstasy in his eyes after applying Kido bent light to Lingxi. After applying bent light, can you still hide your figure, and even make a sound without being detected? Asaba really has you. With this mask, we cover Reiatsu and body shape for us. Our actions after going to the virtual circle will be much more convenient. Hitsugaya Toshiro thought that Asaba thought it was boring to wait here for 3 days. That's why I wanted to go shopping in Karakura town. He knew by looking at the spirit mask on his body, and felt that he had misunderstood Asaba. It turned out that Asaba didn't find it boring to stay here, but went to prepare for the operation. Correct. Why are there only 2? There are 3 of us, and there is 1 more. Asaba said, "This is for you and Captain Kurathashi Mayuri. How about you?" Asaba said, "I have other ways to hide myself." Asaba refers to the method that after he liberates Zanpakuto from the white tiger form, he uses the hidden pressure to suppress Schwanyu. Hidden Genyu can completely hide Asaba's Reiatsu if Kido bent light is applied to himself. It can achieve the same effect as wearing a spiritual mask. Oh, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not follow up to ask what Asaba was talking about. Now, he has some blind faith in Asaba's abilities. The next day, Asaba did not go to Karakura town again, but stayed nearby to draw a knife and become stronger. Call. Asaba took a deep breath. Pulled Zanpakuto out. Successful drawing. Reiatsu +1, close corner bracket. Successful drawing. Reiatsu +1, close corner bracket. Successful drawing. Reiatsu +1, close corner bracket. Hitsugaya Toshiro was still leaning against the tree, and he looked curiously at Asaba standing on the ground drawing his sword. He was very suspicious. Can Asaba really draw a sword and become stronger? He had already heard the rumor. Even at that time, set off a knife drawing craze in Jinglingting. But as everyone discovered that drawing a sword could not become stronger at all, no one would foolishly draw a sword in a few days. Hitsugaya Toshiro himself tried to draw a knife, but found it to be of no use at all. He thought it was fake at the time. Now, Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Asaba's seriousness in drawing his sword. But I have to wonder again whether Asaba can really draw a sword and become stronger. The next day, Hitsugaya Toshiro finally came to Asaba's side and asked, "Asaba, you've been drawing your sword ever since you brought back the Ling mask clothing. What are you doing this for?" Asaba answered truthfully, "Be stronger." "Does drawing a knife really make you stronger?" Asaba said, "Putting a sword can really make you stronger, but only I can do it." "Why? Does it require special skills? I also want to improve my skills before going to Haweko Mundo, can you teach me?" Hitsugaya Toshiro regretted it after asking. This is the secret of Asaba becoming stronger. It's rude for him to ask Asaba so rashly. Hitsugaya Toshiro is true, he wants to improve his strength, and this is the gaff. Asaba shook his head. It's not that I don't teach you, it's that I can't teach you. Chapter 91. Hitsugaya Toshiro asked suddenly, Asaba, your ability to draw a sword and become stronger is innate. Innate ability. Nodding with a smile, this explanation seems to be good. Hitsugaya Toshiro guesses so. It's because he's seen other people with natural abilities. Innate ability, the most typical of them. It is the descendants of those nobles, who are born with more spiritual power than ordinary people. Shang Beidamon's guards. Their people are born with divine power. Of course, different tribes have different talents. The size of the natural power is also different. Then I won't bother you to draw the knife. After Hitsugaya Toshiro finished speaking, one jumped back to the tree where he had been staying. Asaba adjusted his breath and continued to draw his sword. Successful drawing, Reiatsu +1, close corner bracket. Successful drawing, Reiatsu +1. Successful drawing, Reiatsu +1. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. Kurathashi Mayuri came out excited. Success. I have figured out a way to open the black cavity. Ha ha ha, let's go now. Kurathashi Mayuri's eyes were full of excitement. Every time he has new research results, he will be very excited. Hitsugaya Toshiro is also very excited, finally able to go to Haweko Mundo. Asaba said, Captain Nirvana, you have been studying for the past 3 days, it must be very hard, do you want to rest first? Hitsugaya Toshiro also nodded when he heard the words. Although he was in a hurry to seek revenge for Aizen Sosuke at Haweko Mundo. Kurathashi Mayuri has been really hard these 3 days, it is best to take a rest. Haweko Mundo, that's where the virtual life is. There are all kinds of unknown dangers out there. Before heading to the virtual circle, it is naturally best to maintain a good state. No, I'm in good shape now, long. Haweko Mundo is full of new research material. I can't wait to go to Haweko Mundo to collect material. The reason why Kurathashi Mayuri proposed to go to Haweko Mundo together. It's for Haweko Mundo, stuff he hasn't researched yet. Now that Kurathashi Mayuri said so, Asaba nodded, well then. Hitsugaya Toshiro handed the remaining spirit mask to Kurathashi Mayuri. Captain Nirvana, put this on, it will help us in the Haweko Mundo operation. After Kurathashi Mayuri took the black cloak and looked at it, he recognized it immediately. The mask developed by Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki in Karakura town. Knowing the grudge between Kurathashi Mayuri and Urahara Kazuki, Asaba hurriedly said. Captain Nirvana, let's go to Haweko Mundo first. Other things, we'll talk about it when we get back. To Asaba's surprise, Kurathashi Mayuri nodded directly. Although, I disdain what Urahara Kazuki developed. However, this mask is really a good thing, and it really helps us a lot when we go to Haweko Mundo. Well, let me borrow Urahara Kazuki's invention. Asaba, Hitsugaya Toshiro. After reaching the virtual circle, the battle will be handed over to the two of you, and I will be responsible for collecting materials. Asaba nodded, no problem. Hitsugaya Toshiro saw Kurathashi Mayuri didn't want to get involved in the fight and had no opinion. After reaching the virtual circle, if Kurathashi Mayuri really needs to shoot, Kurathashi Mayuri will naturally shoot. If you don't need Kurathashi Mayuri's shot, of course it's better. After Kurathashi Mayuri put on the spirit mask, he said, then I will open the black voice now. Because I haven't done experiments, the black cavity I opened may be unstable. The two of you are ready for any eventuality. Both Asaba and Hitsugaya Toshiro nod their heads, and if there is danger, they are not worthy of being Shinigami. The eyes under Kurathashi Mayuri's mask were full of excitement. Haweko Mundo. Here comes Kurathashi Mayuri. Okay. Asaba suddenly changed his face and looked to the side. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kurathashi Mayuri were puzzled when they saw a gate through the realm slowly opening. Subsequently, an angry figure came out from the gate of crossing the world. After seeing the person coming, Kurathashi Mayuri and Hitsugaya Toshiro seemed to see burning anger on the people who came. Both of them took a few steps back involuntarily. Humph, Sister Wa, why are you here? Yunohana Retsu came to Asaba with a sullen face, and hugged Asaba into his arms. Asaba's head was severely pressed into her heart. Unohana Retsu held Asaba's head tightly with his hands, preventing Asaba from breaking free. Asaba was stunned. What happened to Unohana Retsu? Why are you so angry? And, is Unohana Retsu planning to suffocate him with a murder weapon? Captain Usohana, I don't know you. Hitsugaya Toshiro was about to ask Unohana Retsu's sudden appearance. But it was pulled aside by Kurathashi Mayuri. Kurathashi Mayuri had been pulling Hitsugaya Toshiro for nearly a kilometer before stopping. Hitsugaya, can't you see that Captain Unohana is angry now? Don't you know how terrifying Captain Unohana used to be? Hitsugaya Toshiro, heard it. Since you've heard of it, you still dare to touch the anger of Captain Ujiwa. A string of black lines appeared on Hitsugaya Toshiro's head. It was the first time he had seen Kurathashi Mayuri be so afraid of a person. It seems that the rumors of Unohana Retsu in the past are true. The older Shinigami gets, the more he realizes the power of Unohana Retsu. However, there are rising stars like Sun Wangda's Fangu Toshiro. He didn't know much about the horror of Wall-I. Even if you hear people talk about it, you won't take it too seriously. After all, Unohana Retsu now has a gentle and peaceful smile on her face. Unohana Retsu doesn't change his expression even when threatening people. Only use tone and momentum to deter the target she wants to scare. Well, Sister Wa, do you really want to suffocate me? Asaba raised his head vigorously to meet Unohana Retsu's pretty, angry face. Don't say it yet. Unohana Retsu is still so beautiful even with an angry face. Of course, Unohana Retsu looks better when she smiles. Asaba, why did you come to Karakura town without a word? Unohana Retsu, who was originally angry, suddenly flushed. Do you know? Asaba asked inexplicably. Sister Wa, do I know something? After being asked by Asaba, Unohana Retsu almost went wild. Well, Unohana Retsu is covered. Ah, did you do it on purpose? As Unohana Retsu spoke, he also lined up a few shallow punches. Unohana Retsu looked fierce when holding Asaba. Her fist actually landed on Asaba, but it didn't hurt at all. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head, only to feel that Unohana Retsu was inexplicable. What is this all about? Unohana Retsu spoke for a long time. Asaba didn't even know what Huali was talking about. Does Unohana Retsu think he knows something? Why did he do it on purpose again? Unohana Retsu looked at Asaba with a puzzled look that didn't look like he was lying. I was relieved. Then tell me why you suddenly came to this world. Shallow exclaimed, didn't I kill Hinamori Momo? Isn't Hitsugaya Toshiro a good friend of Hinamori Momo? I killed Hinamori Momo, and Hitsugaya Toshiro found me 3 nights ago. Hitsugaya Toshiro asked me to go with to Haweko Mundo to kill Aizen Sosuke and avenge Hinamori Momo. Yeah, so I came to this world to prepare. Yeah. Shallow spread his hands. No. I'm done explaining. Unohana Retsu put on a smile again. Oh, that's how it is. Asaba felt inexplicable and even more curious in his heart. Why was Unohana Retsu so angry just now? Unohana Retsu misunderstood what he knew. Sister Wa, what did you think it was before? Unohana Retsu turned her head, not daring to look at Asaba's face. No, nothing. Asaba held Unohana Retsu's pretty face, making Unohana Retsu have to look at him. Oh, is it? I don't believe it. Unohana Retsu naturally wouldn't tell Asaba the truth. She was afraid that Asaba would continue to ask questions, so she found a reason to perfunctory Asaba. You disappeared for 3 days without a word, and I thought you didn't want me anymore. Unohana Retsu is Asaba's girlfriend now, and it's normal for her to have this worry. Asaba believed Unohana Retsu's words and didn't think much about it. On the contrary, Asaba was quite happy. Anyone who knows that his girlfriend cares so much about him will have this thought. Of course, if you are tired of this relationship, you will feel that the other person hates it. If that's the case, Asaba advises here. If it doesn't feel right, break up as soon as possible to avoid torturing each other. Cough, far away. Asaba looked at Unohana Retsu playfully. Sister Wa, are you here because of this? Unohana Retsu said, oops, I almost forgot my business. Really? Unohana Retsu nodded. Asaba, you can't go to Haweko Mundo, for now. Why? Asaba asked incredulously. Hana Retsu's face was still crimson, and her eyes and tone were very serious. Because, now there are more important things for you to do. Asaba waved to Hitsugaya Toshiro and Kurathashi Mayuri not far away, signaling them to come over. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Looks like Asaba has taken out Captain Hana. Kurathashi Mayuri's eyes are full of admiration. Asaba is really a role model for us to settle the raging Hana team so easily. Asaba's image and Kurathashi Mayuri's heart was suddenly raised several levels. To be able to subdue someone like Hana Retsu. Well, anyway, Kurathashi Mayuri admired it. After a few minutes, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Nirvana came to Asaba and Hana Retsu. At this point, Hana Retsu has returned to her usual appearance, with her signature gentle and peaceful smile on her face. Hana straight to the point. Kyoraku Shunsui thought of a way to destroy Hogyoku. Kurathashi Mayuri said with disdain. I have long thought of several ways to destroy Hogyoku. And dozens of ways to seal Hogyoku. But now Hogyoku is inside Rukia Kuchiki. It's rare how to get Hogyoku out of her body without hurting Rukia Kuchiki. Hana Retsu glared at Kurathashi Mayuri, who took a step back involuntarily. The idea of Kyoraku Shunsui. Perhaps, to destroy the Hogyoku inside of Rukia Kuchiki without harming her. What way? Kurathashi Mayuri, a research madman, took a step forward and suddenly became interested. Hana Retsu. Go back with me first. Good. Nirvana agreed immediately. Hana Retsu looked at Asaba, who nodded. As for Hitsugaya Toshiro. Since Asaba and Kurathashi Mayuri promised to both go back. Without Kurathashi Mayuri to help open the black cavity. No more Asaba to help crack Kyoka Suigetsu. Hitsugaya Toshiro had no choice but to agree to return to Soul Society first. After half an hour, Soul Society, Shelling Ting. First team meeting room. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni just verbally reprimanded the three, but did not make specific punishments. Now that Soul Society is hiring people, the three Asaba's actions have no consequences. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, naturally, will not make a big fight against the three of Asaba at this time. Yamamoto Yuanyuzai Shigekuni gave Kyoraku Shunsui a look after he reprimanded the three of Asaba. Kyoraku Shunsui nodded to Yamamoto Genyazai Shogun, stood up, and changed his lazy attitude. Kyoraku Shunsui said solemnly, Asaba, our latest idea. It's you who liberate Zanpakuto and then use your Zanpakuto abilities. Directly set the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki on fire, thereby destroying it. Asaba, you're not as good as me in Reiatsu control. You should be able to control your Reiatsu and only ignite the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki without hurting Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba thought for a while and said, I can really do what you said, the leader of the Jing band. However, Asaba turned his head, can I ignite Hogyoku? And whether Hogyoku will backfire after I ignite Hogyoku. Or something unexpected happens, then I don't know. Byakuya Kuchiki saw that there was still danger, and his eyes were full of worry. He is very confused now. If Hogyoku has been in Rukia Kuchiki's body, Rukia Kuchiki's ingenuity has never been restored. And, Aizen Sosuke will keep his eyes on Rukia Kuchiki as long as he doesn't die. Even if Aizen Sosuke were to die, there was no guarantee that no one else would have bad thoughts because of Hogyoku. But, destroy the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki if you take the risk and let Asa try. If Hogyoku does have a backlash, or something else, Rukia Kuchiki will be in immediate danger. Should Asaba try it? Byakuya Kuchiki was momentarily unable to make a decision. Whether to let Asaba try. Byakuya Kuchiki, as Byakuya Kuchiki's righteous brother, naturally has a very strong say. After hearing Asaba's words, the captain Yamamoto Motonyuzai Shigekuni fell silent. As for the other captains, they were naturally silent, waiting for the chief captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni to speak. After a few minutes, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and spoke. Kuchiki, the Hogyoku inside Rukia has to be resolved. Asaba's strength, you must also understand. Shallow can guarantee that his Zanpakuto's abilities won't hurt Rukia. We are all here, if Hogyoku really fights back, or something else happens, we will take action together. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. Okay. Then go and bring Rukia Kuchiki. 10 minutes later, Rukia Kuchiki came to the first team meeting room. She already knew what to do with her, and although she was nervous, she was ready. You know Hana, just in case, just freeze Zanpakuto. As soon as any uncontrollable accident happens, you treat Rukia immediately. Good. Hana Retsu nodded and pulled Zanpakuto out to liberate directly. When Hana Retsu liberated Zanpakuto, he did not sing liberation. There is no specific action, just simply pulling out Zanpakuto completes the liberation. Hana Retsu Zanpakuto is called Meat Cough, and is the Department of Biology Zanpakuto. At this time, after Meat Piao Ka was liberated, he turned into a giant creature similar to a devil fish. This huge creature only has one eye, but it has 3 legs. The body is light green and fleshy, and looks a bit cute. At this moment, it was floating beside Hana Retsu, and the one eye was spinning. Seeing that Hana Retsu was ready, Yamamoto said to Asaba, "Asaba, let's start." Asaba nodded, then pulled Zanpakuto out. Asaba held Zanpakuto in his left hand, and wiped the transparent knife with his right hand. Burning flames, I am Nirvana, Suzaku. This is Suzaku liberation language. The hilt in Asaba's hand has changed from an unmarked pattern to a phoenix. There are a few more phoenix feathers floating at the blade's edge. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a vermilion color and was covered with flames. Meanwhile, Asaba's Reiatsu has tripled. The captains felt the Reiatsu emanating from Asaba, with more or less shock in their eyes. Before she knew it, she had grown to such a terrifying level. Asaba's current strength, absolute super captain level. There was a bit of splendor in the eyes of Broken Bee looking at Yi. Hana Retsu is full of pride. See, this is her Hana Retsu man. Scare, this is the battle facade of her 4th division. Hana Retsu's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, everyone present focused on Asaba, and no one paid attention to her. Shallow Hand held the liberated Suzaku and came to the nervous Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia, I'm going to start. Rukia Kuchiki nodded. Rukia, just relax, don't dodge my slash, I won't hurt you. Good. Rukia Kuchiki's originally tense eyes became firm. Captain Chian, I'm ready, let's start. Asaba sees Rukia Kuchiki really ready. Then he held the liberated Suzaku and slashed towards Rukia Kuchiki. A knife. The Suzaku in Asaba's hand slashed on Rukia Kuchiki. The blade didn't sink in, but the fire-type Reiatsu was injected into Rukia Kuchiki's body. Asaba took back the liberated Suzaku and cut it down again. Week by week, Asaba beheaded Rukia Kuchiki 10 times. A look of pain appeared on Rukia Kuchiki's face. Byakuya Kuchiki hurriedly asked, "What happened to Rukia?" Rukia Kuchiki, "Brother, I'm fine, I can sense that something is slowly burning inside me." Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Asaba. Asaba, what's going on? At this time, Asaba was already sweating profusely. Moreover, Asaba, who was standing there, had closed his eyes. Asa is controlling the fire-type spiritual power injected into Rukia Kuchiki's body. The captain, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, put his hand on Rukia Kuchiki for a while and then took it back. Don't worry, Kuchiki, it is Hogyoku that is burning in Rukia's body at this moment. It was normal for Rukia to feel pain after Hogyoku was set on fire. Byakuya Kuchiki was relieved after receiving the affirmation of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni. After an hour, both Rukia Kuchiki and Asaba were wet with sweat. Obviously, set Hogyoku on fire. For both Asaba and Rukia Kuchiki, it was a huge drain. Another hour later, Asaba opened his eyes. Rukia Kuchiki slumped to the ground. How did it work? Byakuya Kuchiki asked as he helped Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba shook his head. In order not to hurt Rukia, I can only control the power, and dare not ignite Hogyoku with all my strength. And the power of Hogyoku is very powerful, and now I only burn less than 1% of Hogyoku's energy. That is to say, this method is feasible, just need another 100 times. And each time is about 2 hours. After each finish, both Yi and Rukia Kuchiki needed hours to rest and recover. At this pace, Asaba can try 5 times a day. That is to say, Asaba used this method to destroy the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki. It takes 20 days. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Zonguadao. Asaba, you will be working hard for the next 20 days. Asaba, if the Hogyoku can be destroyed, the hard work is nothing. Asaba, the matter of destroying Hogyoku is left to you, and we will fully cooperate with you during the period. Now, back off. The 4th Division Captain's Room. Asaba, Yunohana Retsu, Byakuya Kuchiki, Rukia Kuchiki are all here. For convenience, Yunohana Retsu treats unexpected Rukia Kuchiki at any time. Shallow help Rukia Kuchiki destroy Hogyoku and choose to play in the 4th Division. Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain Unohana, Captain Asaba, and Rukia, please both of you. Unohana Retsu. Don't be so polite, Captain Kuchiki. 627. Asaba. In Karakura town, if it wasn't for Rukia who rescued me from Shu's mouth. I have already died tragically in my mouth. I have always kept this kindness in my heart, and now it is my duty to repay Rukia. If it weren't for Rukia Kuchiki's arrival in time to save Asaba. Asaba's time travel career might have ended at that time. Then I won't disturb you here. If you have any needs, just tell me, and I will definitely meet it. After Byakuya Kuchiki left, both Unohana Retsu and Asaba freed Zanpakuto. Unohana Retsu stood guard after liberating Zanpakuto. Asaba started to use the power of Suzaku to slowly destroy the power of Hogyoku within Rukia Kuchiki. 2 hours later, Unohana Retsu looked at the weak Rukia Kuchiki and said, Rukia, it's getting late today, you should go to rest first. I have already prepared the room for you, you have a good rest tonight, and we will officially start tomorrow. Thank you, Captain Unohana. Rukia Kuchiki said and went out. Asaba, sweating profusely and feeling a little down, was about to leave, but was pulled by Unohana Retsu. Asaba turned and looked at Unohana Retsu suspiciously. Sister Wa, it's getting late, don't you rest earlier? Unohana Retsu took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly firm. Asaba felt that Unohana Retsu's eyes were abnormal at this time, and a strange vigilance arose in his heart. Miss Wa, Unohana Retsu pulled Yi over. Asaba, there is no need to say anything now. What? Asa was taken aback by Unohana Retsu's initiative, right? Next, Unohana Retsu confirmed Asaba's guess with her actions. The next day, when Asaba woke up, he saw a mess covering his forehead, and a string of black lines appeared on his head. He was pushed backwards by Unohana Retsu last night. Shame. But, either Asaba gets Unohana Retsu, or Asaba gets Unohana Retsu. Asaba and Unohana Retsu have completely confirmed their relationship. Asaba looked at Hana Lai, who was still soundly asleep, and made up his mind secretly. In the future, be sure to make Unohana Retsu happy. Anyway, Asaba wouldn't allow it all. Unohana Retsu sacrificed to help Zaraki Kenpachi break the seal Zaraki Kenpachi had on himself. If you really want to do that, Yi for Unohana Retsu. Zaraki, if there is such a day, I will only be sorry for you. Dang dang, dang dang, dang dang. Asaba and Unohana Retsu just finished. Jing Lingting sounded the alarm. Asaba and Unohana Retsu's expressions changed, and they hurried out after getting dressed. The two came to Rukia Kuchiki's room and saw that the room was empty. Asaba and Unohana Retsu looked at each other, and both had a bad feeling in their hearts. Unohana Retsu stopped the panic-stricken Yamada Hanaduro. Hanaduro, what happened? Yamada Hanaduro. Rukia Kuchiki is missing. What? Really? Problem occurs. 1 hour later. First team meeting room. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni looked at Kira, the vice captain of the 3rd Division, who was standing in the lobby, covered in bloodline. Kira, tell me, why the hell are you doing this? Kira's face is full of pain and guilt. He made a big mistake last night. Kira begins to tell the truth about his crimes last night. Aizen Sosuke asked Captain Ichimaru Jin to contact me with a special method. Aizen Sosuke asked Captain Ichimaru Jin to tell me as long as I handed Rukia to him. When he gets the Hogyoku inside Rukia, he will resurrect the peach. And Captain Ichimaru Jin and Aizen Sosuke assured me that they just took Hogyoku out of Rukia. Absolutely, won't hurt Rukia, and when the Hogyoku is taken out, they'll send Rukia back. But, woohoo. Last night, Ichimaru Jin contacted Kira using the special method that Aizen Sosuke had previously contacted Hinamori Momo. Hinamori Momo has a very good relationship with Shinigami. Kira, the vice captain of the 3rd Division. 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro. Former vice captain of the 10th Division, and now the temporary vice captain of the 5th Division, Matsumoto Rangaku. Kira has always been haunted by the death of Hinamori Momo, and even has some opinions about Asaba in her heart. However, Kira knew his own strength, so he didn't make any trouble. When Kira learns that Aizen Sosuke can resurrect Hinamori Momo as long as he gets Hogyoku. Kira tricked Rukia Kuchiki out last night, and Rukia Kuchiki is now without Reiatsu. It was easily knocked out by Kira and taken away. Kira was able to deceive Rukia Kuchiki so easily last night, naturally because Unohana Retsu was busy pushing Asaba back last night. In order to prevent people from pouring in, Unohana even set up a barrier in the captain's room. This gave Kira an opportunity. Of course, Kuchiki Rukia doesn't have Reiatsu. Unohana Retsu and Asaba couldn't sense Rukia Kuchiki's departure, which was also one of the reasons. Kira after starring Rukia Kuchiki. Take the stunned Rukia Kuchiki and the body of Hinamori Momo to the location designated by Ichimaru Jin. Aizen Sosuke and Ichimaru Jin appear wearing spirit masks with Kido bent light applied. After Kira handed Rukia Kuchiki to Aizen Sosuke seriously injured Kira on the spot. If Ichimaru Jin hadn't been there, Kira would have been killed by Aizen Sosuke on the spot. Aizen Sosuke even burned the body of Hinamori Momo with Kido, and then walked away under the guidance of Manos Grande. When Byakuya Kuchiki heard this, he was about to press Reiatsu towards Kira. Kira, who was seriously injured, immediately spit out a large mouthful of blood. Hieraku Shunsui put his hand on Byakuya Kuchiki's shoulder. Captain Kuchiki, what we need now is not to deal with Kira. It was to save Rukia Kuchiki before Aizen Sosuke took Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki's body. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. He also knew that the most important thing at the moment was to save Rukia Kuchiki. Asaba knew that it was too late. Aizen Sosuke brings Rukia Kuchiki to the Haweko Mundo post-contact. It will soon be discovered that he can remove Hogyoku directly from Rukia Kuchiki. I'm afraid now Aizen Sosuke has got Hogyoku. Byakuya Kuchiki snorted and put away Reiatsu. Humph. Unohana came to Lai Kuchiki and bowed her head. Kuchiki is sorry. I didn't like Rukia well, that's what caused Rukia's accident. Unohana Retsu is embarrassed and angry now. If she hadn't pushed Asaba last night in order to win Asaba, Rukia Kuchiki would have been fine. Asaba also came to Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain Kuchiki, sorry, I'm not optimistic about Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki sighed and said, Hogyoku is still in Rukia, and Rukia has no Reiatsu now. You two didn't feel that Rukia was leaving, and you can't blame you. Byakuya Kuchiki said, glaring at Kira. If it wasn't for Rukia Kuchiki being too kind, how could he be forced out by Kira? Sasaki, you put Kira in the infernal hell first, and then deal with him after Rukia's hands are resolved. Chojiro Sasaki nodded and took Kira out. After Kira was taken away, the atmosphere in the conference room became solemn again. Kuratsuchi Mayuri, have you figured out a way to open the black cavity? Kuratsuchi Mayuri nodded with excitement in his eyes. Since the captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni asked him so. That means, Shigekuni Yamamoto finally decided to send Shinigami directly to Haweko Mundo. So, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni planted a cane in his hand. The 4th Division Captain Unohana Retsu. Asaba, temporary captain of the 5th Division. 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kuchiki. Team 10 Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro. 12th Division Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Go back and prepare immediately. Prepare to go to Haweko Mundo to rescue Rukia Kuchiki. Zaraki Kenpachi, who was originally smiling, suddenly collapsed. Captain, what about me? This is a combat mission. As the captain of the combat squad, how could such a mission be without me? Yamamoto Genyazai Sosuke. The purpose of Zaraki, Aizen Sosuke is unclear. Soul Society needs a master to sit in, you are strong, so stay. Cut. Zaraki Kenpachi is very dissatisfied. Zaraki Kenpachi would love to follow him to Haweko Mundo, but Shigekuni Yamamoto has a point. Zaraki Kenpachi comforted himself in his heart and said, maybe when Asaba and the others reach the virtual circle. Aizen Sosuke has appeared in Soul Society, giving him a chance to fight Aizen Sosuke. After the meeting, Byakuya Kuchiki came to Asaba and whispered to Asaba. Asaba, do me a favor. Asaba nodded and followed Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki took Asaba to no one's place. Asaba, come with me to the infernal hell. Asaba nodded. Okay. Needless to say, Asaba also knew what Byakuya Kuchiki was going to do in the infernal affairs. Asaba pulled Zanpakuto out and chanted softly in the air. Defense unparalleled, Shuangwu. As Asaba chanted the Shuangwu liberation language, the shape of the Zanpakuto in his hand changed. I see. The handle of the knife turned into a curved snake shape, and the blade was turned into a turtle shell. The blade body, which was originally transparent, turned completely black, with a black mist all over it. At the same time, Asaba's Reiatsu has tripled. Asaba's perception has also been increased by 10 times. A hint of surprise flashed in Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes as he watched Asaba liberate the white tiger. He did not expect that the Shikai, Zanpakuto form of Asaba at this time would be different from before. Asaba's Zanpakuto, how many Shikai forms are there? Asaba, what are you doing to liberate Zanpakuto? Asaba, could it be that Captain Kuchiki is going straight into the infernal affairs? That's what Byakuya Kuchiki thinks, and he plans to pull Asaba along and force his way through the infernal affairs. Do you have any other way besides breaking hard? Asaba said, you'll know right away. Asaba said, covering Reiatsu's body towards the black mist of the white tiger sword. In Byakuya Kuchiki's shocked eyes, the black mist on the body of the white tiger sword envelops Asaba's entire body. Asaba, your Reiatsu is completely gone. That's right, this is my ability after Zanpakuto liberates the white tiger. Asaba spoke with Reiatsu, and covered Byakuya Kuchiki. Kuchiki, Captain, you should know Kido Bent Light. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. Then apply Kido Bent Light to yourself now. Asaba spoke, had already imposed Kido Bent Light on himself. Along with Byakuya Kuchiki also to himself he used out of Kido Bent Light. Both Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki vanished in place, and could not perceive any Reiatsu. After a few minutes, Unohana Retsu looked puzzled and stood where Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki Reiatsu disappeared. I clearly feel that Asaba has liberated Zanpakuto here. Why did he and Byakuya Kuchiki's Reiatsu suddenly disappear? After half an hour, infinite hell, Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki appear in front of Kira's cell. Kira was surprised when Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki appeared, and hurriedly stepped back. He had already guessed what was going to happen next. Byakuya Kuchiki is no nonsense, pulling out Zanpakuto directly to liberate. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Immediately, the blade of Byakuya Kuchiki's Zanpakuto breaks down into thousands of sharp blades that are invisible to the naked eye. Yo! Almost all the sharp blades were directed towards Kira. Kira's face is full of horror, he has nowhere to hide. When Byakuya Kuchiki took Zanpakuto back into the scabbard, Kira was already dead in the cell. The Reiatsu on Kira also disappeared completely, and he was helpless. Go! Asaba nodded, and Reiatsu controlled the black mist to cover the two of them. When the guards of the infernal affairs heard Kira's terrifying final cry came. Asaba and Byakuya Kuchiki have long since disappeared. After half an hour, the news that Kira was killed in the infernal affairs comes. Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni sighed when he heard the news. Chojiro Sasaki said on the side, after preliminary investigation, the person who did it is. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni interrupted Chojiro Sasaki. Sasaki, let's stop this matter. Chojiro Sasaki nodded and stepped out. He knew that Kira's death was doomed. Noon. Constrain the development outside. The masters of the Lingshu Institute and the Kido congregation gather here. Kurathashi Mayuri, these Kido masters, said, after I open the black cavity, I need you to help me maintain the stability of the black cavity. I've already told you how to stabilize the black voice, are they all masters? Kurathashi Mayuri knew that the black cavity he opened was extremely unstable. And this time to Haweko Mundo, all of them are Reiatsu's powerful Captain Shinigami. Kurathashi Mayuri then asked for help from the Spiritual Arts Institute and the Kido congregation. Kurathashi Mayuri stood beside Asaba, watching the Spiritual Arts Institute and the masters of Kido who had begun to prepare. He was a little disdainful. if it weren't for the time crunch now, I wouldn't have enough time to study. Where do I need these wastes to help cut? It's really frustrating. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. Captain Nirvana, not everyone can compare with you. Ha ha ha, that's true. Kurathashi Mayuri hooked Asaba's shoulders and said, Asaba, after reaching the virtual circle, is there any problem with me following you? Asaba nodded. Kurathashi Mayuri knew that as long as he followed Asaba, he could easily gather materials without fighting. 10 minutes later, the dean of the Spiritual Art Institute said, the Spiritual Art Institute is ready, Long. Then, the captain of the Kido also said, the Kido is ready. Then I'll start. Kurathashi Mayuri started to open the black cavity. After a few minutes, a black cavity opened in front of everyone. Asaba walked in first, and Unohana Retsu hurriedly ran after him and grabbed Asaba's hand. The likes of Hitsugaya Toshiro and Byakuya Kuchiki followed. Kurathashi Mayuri was the last to step into the black cavity. After Asaba stepped into the black cavity, he condensed the spiritual child under his feet. Asaba kept stepping on the spiritual child, leaving a spiritual channel behind him. Unohana Retsu took the shallow hand and followed Asaba. She found that the spiritual channel left by Asaba was extremely stable. The rest of the captains originally planned to condense the spiritual channel by themselves. Seeing that the spiritual passage left by Asaba was so stable, he couldn't help but be shocked. Such a stable spiritual channel is difficult for even them to achieve. Asaba and others moved forward for a few minutes. The space suddenly became distorted. Kurathashi Mayuri shouted, not good. Reiatsu is too strong, and this black cavity is extremely unstable. Now this space is about to collapse, and we're going to be randomly sent all over the Haweko Mundo right now. Everyone, prepare for the battle after landing. As Kurathashi Mayuri spoke, he had already put on the spiritual mask that Asaba had given him. He wanted to follow Asaba to pick up materials. But Asaba was at the front, and Kurathashi Mayuri was at the back. Following Asaba is impossible. Fortunately, Asaba helped me get it before, a good thing developed by Urahara Kazuki. A spiritual mask that can completely hide Reiatsu, and can completely hide the figure after applying Kido. At this point, it can come into play. Kurathashi Mayuri had just put on the lingerie clothes, but the black voice couldn't bear the Reiatsu of Asaba and other captains. The vinyl began to crumble. One by one black Uzumaki kept appearing. All the Shinigami captains, the nearest Uzumaki, sucked in. When the black face began to collapse, Asaba took Unohana Retsu, who was holding his hand, into his arms. Asaba and Nohana are sucked into the same black Uzumaki. Haweko Mundo, inside an underground palace. A black Uzumaki appears. Two figures fell out of the black Uzumaki. It is Asaba and Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu got up from Asaba. Here is Haweko Mundo. Unohana Retsu looked in front of the passage that looked very ordinary. This is a little different from the Haweko Mundo she imagined. Asaba knew that this was the Haweko Mundo underground. The place where Aizen Sosuke and others lived was on the ground, called Zai Palace. Sister Wa, this is the underground of Haweko Mundo, and the people living here are low-level virtuals. Haweko Mundo, underground, with a lot of inferior virtual. In fact, there are not only low-level virtuals who live underground. The famous Manos Grande forest, just below the Haweko Mundo. Only, those Jillians in the forest of Manos Grande, in the eyes of Asaba now. Well, it is also considered a low-level virtual. Asaba and Unohana Retsu after appearing underground in Haweko Mundo. Captain Shinigami, including Byakuya Kuchiki, also appeared in various places in Haweko Mundo. The rest of the Shinigami captains appear alone everywhere. Some appear in the Haweko Mundo underground general passage. Some appear in the endless white desert shrouded in darkness forever. Some appear in the Manos Grande forest, and the moment they appear, they are locked by countless Manos Grande Seros. Asaba, what do we do now? I can't sense the Reiatsu of the rest of the captains. They must be far away from us. Do we have to find them first? Unohana Retsu asked, pulling Asaba. Unohana Retsu also doesn't know what happened to her now, Wang Zhao, when she was with Asaba. She always unconsciously wanted to rely on Asaba. Although many times it is not necessary. Now, For example, Unohana Retsu can make his own decisions. But she just wanted to rely on Asaba and let Asaba make the decisions. Haweko Mundo is huge, so it might be better than Soul Society. The Rukongai of the Soul Society is very big, after the souls of this world get there. You may never meet relatives or acquaintances in your life. The same is true for Haweko Mundo. It's just that after becoming virtual, you will lose your mind and lose your memories of your life. I don't know how difficult it is and how long it will take to regain my sanity and my memory. The void that can become such an existence is like the few Shinigami who can master it. After becoming such a virtual existence, relatives, acquaintances, etc., may have been swallowed up by the same kind. Void Night Palace. Aizen Sosuke plays Hogyoku in his hands. Sure enough, as Asaba guessed, he brought Rukia Kuchiki back. Because of the induction, he soon discovered that he could directly take Hogyoku out of Rukia Kuchiki's body. Aizen Sosuke has not yet merged with Hogyoku, and now is not the time to fuse Hogyoku. Well, Aizen Sosuke can't directly integrate with Hogyoku yet. He needs to do some preparation. If I had known that I could take the Hogyoku directly out of Rukia, we wouldn't have to bother. Tusen Kanami on the side, his face was full of excitement. Now that Hogyoku has it, we can finally start planning the next step. Ichimaru Jin's eyes jumped up. After all, Aizen Sosuke got Hogyoku. Aizen Sosuke is in a good mood now and pats Tusen Kanami on the shoulder. Tusen, since you choose to follow me, I will definitely help you gain more power. Tusen Kanami excited. Thank you, Aizen. Tusen Kanami wants to pursue justice, light and time in the future, but in fact he wants to pursue stronger power. Because personal experience told him that without enough strength, only could be slaughtered by others. Aizen Kuyusuke is very satisfied with Tusen Kanami's performance, a person who has a desire for power and is well controlled. Aizen Sosuke looked at Ichimaru Jin, who was squinting, wondering what he was thinking. Jin, you need me to use the power of Hogyoku to help you break the boundary between Shinigami and Shu. Does it allow you to become an Arrancar and gain more power? Shinigami breaks the boundaries of the void and can gain the power of Hollow. Visored as such a presence. However, Aizen Sosuke's approach here is not that of Hiriko Shinji. Aizen Sosuke uses the power of Hogyoku to directly transform Shinigami into a virtual-like Arrancar. The similar virtual Arrancar directly transformed by Hogyoku is essentially different from the Hollow of Hiriko Shinji et al. And Shu broke the boundary with Shinigami and became Arrancar. Aizen Sosuke kept staring at Ichimaru Jin, wondering what choices Ichimaru Jin would make. Ichimaru Jin said, I am satisfied with the power I have now, and I don't need to become an Arrancar for the time being. Oh, Aizen Sosuke's eyes jumped up too. Since you are not pursuing stronger power, why are you following me? Follow me from Soul Society to Haweko Mundo, on the charge of defecting. Ichimaru Jin said, I'm just as satisfied with the pedantic rule of the Soul Society now. Aizen Sosuke asked, really? Ichimaru Jin squinted and nodded. Aizen Sosuke sneered in his heart, but his face was calm. Then let's destroy the now unbearable Soul Society together, and then become a High King. Ichimaru Jin's answer was perfunctory and did not stand up to scrutiny at all. Aizen Sosuke didn't bother about it. After all, he had long known that Ichimaru Jin pretended to follow his purpose. Aizen Sosuke has never dismantled Ichimaru Jin, but just wanted to see how far Ichimaru Jin can go in the end. Now that Aizen Sosuke has got Hogyoku, he doesn't care about Ichimaru Jin even more. Inside a closely guarded room in the Zai Palace, Inoue Orihime and Rukia Kuchiki stay together and blend together. Rukia, are you really okay? I heard that Aizen Kuyusuke seems to have taken Hogyoku out of your body. Rukia Kuchiki sensed her slowly recovering Reiatsu, and nodded with a smile. Inoue, I'm really fine, and I'm slowly recovering. Really? Rukia Kuchiki nodded again affirmatively. After I recover, we will try to escape. Good. Inoue Orihime has been imprisoned here CGED since he was brought here by Ichimaru Jin. In addition to not being able to go out, 3 meals a day are very rich. After the Hogyoku inside Rukia Kuchiki was taken out by Aizen Sosuke, he was sent here and locked here with Inoue Orihime. The news that Asaba and others came to Haweko Mundo was soon learned by Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke didn't panic when he heard the news. Since Asaba and the others are here, let the newly remodeled Arankars have fun with them. Tucson, Silver, you two don't mind Asaba, let's start our plan now. Aizen Sosuke's final plan is to make the king key and go to the Lingwang Palace. Aizen Sosuke's desire to become a king is not just talk. He really intends to replace the current Spirit King and become the new Spirit King. Ichimaru Jin Tucson Kanami is all aware of this final plan of Aizen Sosuke. Tucson Kanami said, with the power of Hogyoku, we can refine Karakura town into a king key, and then we can go to Lingwang Palace. After Tucson Kanami and Ichimaru Jin left, Aizen Sosuke continued to play with the Hogyoku he just got. Next, he can use Hogyoku to continuously create a powerful Arankar. Then use those Arankars to contain the Shinigami in Tillington. And he is the fusion of Hogyoku. Then refine the qualified Karakura town into the king key that can open the Lingwang Palace. Then use the king key to open the Lingwang Palace. Haweko Mundo, underground. Unohana Retsu stepped aside. Asaba pulls Zanpakuto out. Bankai, White Tiger. With the sound of a tiger roar resounding through the passage, Asaba's political worker has released the White Tiger. Asa held a white tiger that turned into a machete, and covered the sword with a reiatsu. Drink. After a loud shout, he waved the white tiger and slashed towards the top of the passage. A sword with a width of 10 meters flew out with Asaba's slash. Asaba swung a dozen knives in a row, sending out a dozen terrifying sword pressures. Boom, boom, boom. The ground of Haweko Mundo kept breaking open, and large pieces of rubble kept falling. Yo! Unohana Retsu a Shunpo came to Asaba. Unohana Retsu wanted to take Asaba and use Shunpo to avoid the falling rubble. What? It was held by a princess from Asaba. Holding Unohana Retsu, Asaba kept stepping on the falling rubble and leaping upwards. After a few minutes, Asaba leaves Haweko Mundo underground with Unohana Retsu in his arms. Fell on the white desert. The desert where Asaba and Unohana Retsu landed now is forever shrouded in darkness, and the white desert stretches as far as the eye can see. Beside Asaba and Unohana Retsu, there is a huge pit with a size of 100 meters. Now there are still white sand falling towards the big pit. That was the trace left by Asaba just breaking through layers of passages from the ground. Asaba jumped to safety with Unohana Retsu in his arms. Asaba knew that the Zai Palace where Aizen Sosuke was located was in this desert. I can't see the shadow of the Zai Palace yet, which means that it is still far from where the Zai Palace is. After falling into the desert, Unohana Retsu still rested his head in Asaba's arms and did not intend to leave. Here it is. Unohana has been obsessed with the feeling of sticking with Asaba since Lai had a relationship with Asaba. Asaba replied, "We have left the underground and have come to the earth. Why is there nothing here?" Asaba said, "This is the Haweko Mundo, of course, but the desert is too big, and we haven't encountered it yet. The Zai Palace where Aizen Sosuke is located is in this desert." Asaba spoke, condensing the spiritual child under his feet, holding Unohana Retsu and stepping into the air. The spiritual child can be used as a fulcrum to move in the air. It can also be used as a fulcrum to stand in the air. The condensed spirits have limited stability, so Shinigami cannot fly directly by spirits. It is precisely because of this that the Shihuan family makes all kinds of God-sent equipment that relies on spiritual power. For example, when Kurosaki Ichigo first learned to solve, he quickly rushed to the flying props used by the execution ground of Mao. It is one of the heaven-sent equipment used by the Shihuan family for flying. The flying carpet invented by Urahara Kazuki is actually similar in principle. Asaba liberates Suzaku, Hitsugaya Toshiro liberates Hiranmaru, and also has the ability to fly into the air. Asaba paused in the air holding Unohana Retsu. After looking around, Asaba pointed to a black spot to the north that looked about the size of an apple. There is the Zai Palace where Aizen Sosuke and others are. Unohana Retsu saw that Asaba knew so much about Haweko Mundo, though he was puzzled, he didn't ask much. Now she has unconditional trust in Asaba, what Asaba says is what she says. Are we rushing over now? Unohana Retsu asked. Asaba looked west suddenly. What's wrong? Yunohana Retsu also looked up to the west. Did you find Kuchiki and their Reiatsu? No, but found an interesting guy, let's go. Asaba said to release the white tiger solution, and held the Zanpakuto, whose body was transparent, in his left hand. The right hand is lightly wiped on the transparent knife. At the same time, Asaba chanted softly. The flames burn my body, I am Nirvana, Suzaku. As Asaba sang the Suzaku liberation language, Zanpakuto in his hand completed the liberation of Suzaku. I see. The hilt in Asaba's hand has changed from an unmarked pattern to a phoenix. There are a few more phoenix feathers floating at the blade's edge. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a vermilion color and was covered with flames. Meanwhile, Asaba's Reiatsu has tripled. Brush. A pair of wings composed of golden flames appeared behind the shallow. Wait. Asaba fanned the golden flame wings behind him. Holding Yunohana Retsu and flying west, leaving a string of sparks in the air. It looks beautiful from a distance. West, far away. A little girl with a mask on her head and a very red face was looking up at the sky towards the east. Beside her, there are two phantoms who look very funny. What happened to Nailu? Look, Nailu's little finger pointed to the air. Something is flying over there. What a strong Reiatsu. Are we going to hide, Nailu? Nailu nodded, and squinted her eyes above the red, trying to find a safe place. But here is the desert, and I want to find a place for the three to hide. Too difficult. After a few minutes, Reiatsu carried Yunohana Retsu and fell in front of Nailu and the others who had not yet found a hiding place. This kid's Reiatsu is so weird. Yunohana Retsu soon found out that there was something wrong with Nailu's Reiatsu. She is strong. ... Te. After Asaba finished speaking, he grabbed Nailu directly. Then, it flew towards the north side of the Zai Palace. Nailu's two subordinates could only watch Nailu being taken away by Asaba. Asaba's speed is too fast, even if the two of them are fully utilized, they can't catch up. Nailu was caught and flew in the direction of Zai Palace. Something is going to happen. Nello can't get close to there. Who is that guy who can fly? Is it the new Arankar? It's not like it's fake. What should I do? Let's catch up. After a chat, Nailu's two subordinates rushed in the direction of Zai Palace. In the distance, the figure of Asaba flying in the air is getting farther and farther away. Nailu, who was carried by Asaba in her hands, did not resist. She stayed very quiet, because she was frightened. She didn't cry or make trouble, but tears and snot bubbled up on her dirty face. Ujawa looked at Nailu, who kept bursting and exhaling, with some disgust. Asaba, what are we doing with this brat? Shouting. She has lost her strength now, and when she regains her strength, it will be very strong. Yunohana Retsu frowned slightly. She's a virtual, even if she regains her strength, isn't she our enemy? No, she was injured by her companions, and she is regarded as the enemy of the enemy, that is, a friend. When Asaba said this, his heart was very empty. Nailu is one of Asaba's favorite female characters in Shinigami. Chian Kai won't tell Yunohana Retsu that he is actually Po Nailu's recovered body. Yunohana Retsu naturally didn't believe Asaba in her heart, but did not continue to ask. She herself doesn't know why. She looked at Nailu, the snot-faced little devil, and it turned out to be full of hostility. She couldn't help feeling that this kid might steal something very important from her. Perhaps, this is a woman's intuition. Nailu was so frightened by Yunohana Retsu's eyes that she stopped crying. Only the snot bubbles keep exhaling, bursting, exhaling, bursting. After an hour, on the north side, what looked like black spots the size of apples turned into the size of biscuits. Yunohana Retsu sighed. The palace of the night is so far away. You know, Asaba is very fast. As I approached Yunohana Retsu, I couldn't see the surrounding scenery, and I only felt that afterimages flashed by. Well, Haweko Mundo is huge, about the size of Seoul Society. Asaba made such a comparison. Yunohana Retsu understood. Asaba continued to fly towards the Zai Palace at full speed, and saw a lot of emptiness on the way. Some virtual walk alone, some fictitious groups. Others are killing each other and devouring each other. Asaba ignored those emptiness. His goal was the emptiness night palace. Asaba flew for a few 6, 4, 3 hours. Unohana Retsu asked. Strange, Aizen Sosuke should have found out that we have invaded, why didn't you send someone to stop it? Maybe, Aizen Sosuke has set up an internet cafe in the Zai Palace. In fact, Aizen Sosuke did not send people to stop Asaba. It was that Asaba was flying too fast, and the people sent by Aizen Sosuke could not lock Asaba. Except for Asaba's side. On the way forward, Byakuya Kuchiki and others encountered obstacles that blocked their progress. Well, except Kurathashi Mayuri. After Kurathashi Mayuri appeared in Haweko Mundo, he applied Kido Bent Light to the spirit mask he was wearing. Reiatsu is completely hidden by the lingerie costume. After applying Kido Bent Light, it completely disappears again. Even if Kurathashi Mayuri encounters Shu, he will not be found and escaped safely. Of course, Kurathashi Mayuri will shoot if he encounters interesting material. Hitsugaya Toshiro also has a lingerie garment that Asaba gave him. However, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not wear it. Not only that, but Hitsugaya Toshiro tried his best to release Reiatsu. Hitsugaya Toshiro could not find Aizen Sosuke. He thought of using this method to attract the attention of Aizen Sosuke and let Aizen Kuyusuke find him. Or attract enough weight, and then ask the existence of Aizen Sosuke from the empty mouth. The present Karakura town. Urahara store. Urahara Kazuki usually behaves rudely in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Urahara Kazuki doesn't act as frivolous as he appears in front of others. Urahara Kazuki plans whatever he likes. Therefore, Urahara Kazuki often feels confident at the end of the Shinigami event. Urahara Kazuki can be seen in those big events in Shinigami, and it's the kind of behind the scenes. At this time, Urahara Kazuki was walking around the store. He seemed very uneasy, but he lost his usual calm aura. An old man with glasses walked in. He is the original Grand Kido chief, Tessai Tsukubishi. After the accident of Hiriko Shinji and others, Tessai Tsukubishi is disappointed with Soul Society executives. He came to this world with Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi. Became a clerk at the Urahara store, and was mainly responsible for purchasing goods from Soul Society. Just now, Tessai Tsukubishi goes out. It is to help Urahara Kazuki go to the Visored base to check the situation of Kurosaki Ichigo. Urahara Kazuki asked in a rare initiative. Kurosaki, doesn't he have the power of Master Hollow yet? Not yet. Tessai Tsukubishi shook his head. However, Hiriko Shinji said, Kurosaki Ichigo is going to use Master Hollow's power. Urahara Kazuki asked again, how long will it take? Tessai Tsukubishi held up 4 fingers, about 4 days. 4 days, looks like we need to prepare in advance. Urahara Kazuki turned his head and called into the house, Night. Meow. Yoruichi in black cat form rushed out of the room and jumped onto the coffee table to look at Urahara Kazuki. Yoruichi, go to Soul Society yourself. Yoruichi awaits Urahara Kazuki's follow-up. Urahara Kazuki sighed before continuing to instruct Yoruichi. Yoruichi, tell Aizen Sosuke's true purpose to the Shinigami of Shillingei. Yoruichi in black cat form nodded his head, walked outside on the authentic catwalk and quickly left the Urahara store. Urahara has not returned since he left Soul Society. Yoruichi often returns to Soul Society because he can transform into a black cat. After Yoruichi left the Urahara store, Urahara Kazuki also put on a coat. Shopkeeper, are you going out? Tessai Tsukubishi asked. I'm going out. Urahara Kazuki put on his coat. Wait for the flowers. After Shiwuyu comes back, let the two of them stay in the store honestly recently, and don't go out and run around. Tessai Tsukubishi nodded and watched Urahara Kazuki go out. The last time Asaba brought Kurosaki Natsumi to the Urahara store. Walu Jinda, Shiwuyu went out. Walu Jinda and Shiwuyu were shop assistants created by Urahara Kazuki, but Urahara Kazuki did not restrict their freedom. This is known from the fact that Hanlu Jinda and Iyuyasu often played together with Kurosaki Ichigo's 2 younger sisters. After Urahara Kazuki left the Urahara store, he walked towards Kurosaki Hospital. Count the time, Kurosaki Isshin's Shinigami power is almost restored. Urahara Kazuki knows how strong Aizen is, and he knows how powerful Hogyoku is. He felt that in order to defeat Aizen Sosuke, who had obtained Hogyoku, he had to use all available power. Kurosaki Hospital. It's lunchtime. Kurosaki Yuzu slouched the rice. Yuzu, that's enough, I won't be able to eat any more. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Kurosaki Yuzu's rice bowl, which was already spitting out. Since Kurosaki Ichigo disappeared, Kurosaki Yuzu has been distracted a lot. Yeah, sorry. Kurosaki Yuzu blushed. She was confused again because she was worried about Kurosaki Ichigo. She tipped the rice into the bowl and handed it to Kurosaki Ishin. Ichigo brother hasn't come back, is it really okay? Kurosaki Ishin took over the job and took a bite. The guy who can dodge my sneak attack every time will be fine. After Kurosaki Ishin finished speaking, he went to eat. Kurosaki Ishin often plays tricks of sneak attacking Kurosaki Ichigo. Well, at least in Kurosaki Yuzu's eyes, that behavior was childish. Kurosaki Yuzu felt that Kurosaki Ishin was heartless and looked at Kurosaki Natsuri again. Before, Kurosaki Natsuri was just as worried about Kurosaki Ichigo as she was. Since Kurosaki Natsuri hurried out at lunchtime that day, Kurosaki Natsuri has also become the same as Kurosaki Ishin. No longer like her, looking for Kurosaki Ichigo every day. Kurosaki Natsumi doesn't seem to worry about Kurosaki Ichigo, who hasn't heard from him for many days. Dora, Ming, you're eating. But it was Urahara Kazuki who pushed the door unceremoniously and walked in. Kurosaki Ishin was taken aback when he saw Urahara Kazuki. Kurosaki Natsuri stood up straight. Kurosaki Ishin knew that Urahara Kazuki had come here in person, there must be something very important. Urahara Kazuki wants to come and go to the Three Treasures Palace without anything, it must not be a good thing. And Kurosaki Natsumi thought that Kurosaki Ichigo had news. When Asaba took Kurosaki Natsumi to the Urahara store, Kurosaki Natsuri from Asaba's conversation with Urahara Kazuki. She knows Urahara Kazuki, she knows about her brother Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ishin took a few bites and put down his rice bowl. I'm stuffed. Then, Kurosaki Ishin followed Urahara Kazuki out. After hesitating for a while, Kurosaki Bean Pair continued to eat without going out. Kurosaki Ichigo's two younger sisters, although still in elementary school, are more mature than the average adult. Kurosaki Natsumi's maturity is manifested in IQ and mentality. Kurosaki Yuzu took up the housework early, cooking and cleaning, and taking care of her family. Urahara Kazuki brought Kurosaki Ishin to no one's place. Kurosaki Ishin. Manager Urahara, is there something wrong with Kurosaki again? That stinky boy has been causing trouble for you. If there is anything, just say it. Kurosaki Ishin knows about Kurosaki Ichigo becoming Shinigami, and he knows that Kurosaki Ichigo is good now. But what exactly Kurosaki Ichigo is up to lately, Kurosaki Ishin doesn't fully understand. Now that Kurosaki Ichigo hasn't been heard from for a few days, Urahara Kazuki has come back in person. It's normal for Kurosaki Ishin to think so. Urahara Kazuki shook his head. Kurosaki Ichigo is fine now, he is mastering stronger power. I came today to tell you in person. Urahara Kazuki's expression became serious as he spoke. Aizen Sosuke has already got the piece of Hogyoku that I made back then. Kurosaki Ishin's expression changed. What is Hogyoku? He naturally knows. Back then, the reason why he lost the power of Shinigami and stayed in this world. Just met Aizen Sosuke's Arrancar test. With that year's experience, Kurosaki Ishin naturally understands what it means for Aizen Sosuke to get Hogyoku. Soon, I can feel that in a few days, I will be able to regain the power of Shinigami. Kurosaki Ishin also looked serious, obviously taking what Urahara Kazuki said very seriously. Kurosaki Ishin was a super captain level existence back then. Neat. As for Kurosaki Ishin, who is super captain, why couldn't make a failed Arrancar back then you can only ask the leader. In the initial setting of the lead man, even Jillian can only be dealt with by the existence of the vice captain level. Being able to kill Jillian with a single knife has even become a topic of praise for the previous generation Kenpachi. Later, with the continuous growth of Kurosaki Ichigo, kill the Jillian level Manos Grande and pull out any squad officer. It can also be done easily. Well, seriously, Shinigami's combat system is a bit broken. Since Aizen Kuyusuke's mutiny from Soul Society, The strength of Yulingting Shinigami has inexplicably increased by several levels. Urahara Kazuki stated the purpose of his visit. When Aizen Sosuke acts, I hope you can take action. Kurosaki Isshin nodded. I have an account with Aizen Sosuke. Kurosaki Isshin made it clear that he will shoot when the time comes. Kurosaki Ichigo is really good, he will be stronger than you and me in the future. Ha ha ha. Kurosaki Isshin laughed. Don't even look at whose son. Isshin, do you know Asaba? Kurosaki Isshin shook his head, he really didn't know who Asaba was. Although Kurosaki Ichigo became Shinigami, although he went to Soul Society, he made a lot of noise. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't tell Kurosaki Isshin these things. So, Kurosaki Isshin doesn't know Asaba. I've never heard of Asaba, is he friend or foe? Urahara Kazuki turned and left without answering, leaving Kurosaki Isshin stunned. After Urahara Kazuki walked nearly 10 meters, Kurosaki Isshin couldn't help but ask again. Manager Urahara, what do you mean by suddenly mentioning Asaba? Could it be that he played a very important role in this incident? Urahara Kazuki paused, turning his back to Kurosaki Isshin to support his bucket hat. Asaba, a newcomer, Shinigami, who just appeared a few months ago. But the guy who didn't merge with Aizen Kyusuke, who didn't integrate Hogyoku. After Urahara Kazuki said that, he left, leaving Kurosaki Isshin stunned. A newcomer who has never spoken, and Aizen Kyusuke 5-5. Kurosaki Isshin really wants to meet Asaba, who Urahara Kazuki talks about halfway with Aizen Sosuke. As soon as Kurosaki Isshin opened the door, Kurosaki Natsuri greeted him. Is there any news from Brother Ichigo? That guy probably went to his classmate's house to play. Kurosaki Isshin said and patted Kurosaki Natsuri's head. Don't worry, that kid Ichigo will be back on his own soon. Kurosaki Natsumi, who knows some truth, naturally doesn't believe Kurosaki Isshin's nonsense. Seeing that Kurosaki Isshin would not tell her, she turned and went upstairs to rest. Kurosaki Isshin suddenly asked, Natsuri, do you know Asaba? Kurosaki Isshin saw Kurosaki Natsuri turn around and look at him suspiciously, and hurriedly said. Sorry, I just asked casually. Kurosaki Isshin didn't know why he asked Kurosaki Natsumi this question. However, what Kurosaki Isshin didn't expect was, I know. What? Kurosaki Isshin looked at Kurosaki Natsuri, who had turned to answer him, taken aback. You said you knew Asaba. Kurosaki Natsuri. You know. He came to Ichigo brother before. What is he like? Kurosaki Bean Pear. A very mysterious and powerful little brother. Oh, that's awesome. Kurosaki Isshin wanted to meet Asaba even more. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.